Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I grew up in a small town in Florida. One of those places where if you blink, you'll miss it. Nothing really big ever happened there. It wasn't the kind of place you'd see in movies or read about in books. Just flat roads, lots of open sky, and stretches of two-lane highways lined with palmettos, live oaks, and utility poles. Everyone kind of knew everyone, or at least knew someone who knew someone else. You could drive from one end of town to the other in under 15 minutes. It felt tucked away, surrounded by flat land and scattered patches of forest. In the winter, the population swelled because of snowbirds, mostly older folks from up north who'd come down to avoid the cold. They'd rent condos and park their RVs and fill up the grocery stores for a few months, then disappear again in the spring. The rest of the year, the town felt like it was running on half power. Quiet, still, especially after dark. Nighttime was different there. There weren't many streetlights except in the few busier parts of town. Once you left those behind, it got real dark. The kind of dark where your headlights felt like they were cutting into a solid wall of black, and you couldn't see past the trees lining the road. The kind of dark where even familiar places felt strange. When I was 16, I had a boyfriend who lived on the other side of town. He didn't have a license yet, so on Friday and Saturday nights, I'd drive over to his house after dinner and hang out for a few hours. He lived in a lower-income neighborhood, older houses, some in bad shape, cars up on blocks, overgrown lawns, chain-link fences leaning sideways. His house was near the back of that neighborhood, close to where the paved road ended and dirt tracks started. My parents were okay with me going over there, as long as I got home at a decent time, usually by 10:30. The drive home only took about 15 minutes, mostly along country roads. Hardly any cars, just a few scattered houses and long stretches of dark nothing in between. That one night, it was a Saturday, I think. Sometime in the fall maybe, because I remember it was cool enough for the windows to be rolled up, but not cold enough for the heater. I left his house around 10:15, said goodbye, got in my car, and started heading home like always. As I pulled onto the main road out of his neighborhood, I noticed a pickup truck turn onto the road ahead of me. It wasn't unusual, exactly, but still it stood out. It was late. Roads were usually empty by then. I remember it was an older truck, maybe an early 2000s Ford or Chevy, dark-colored, kind of beat up. The brake lights glowed as it slowed at the stop sign, then turned onto the same route I needed to take. I didn't think too much of it at first. Just another car. But something about the way it was moving started to bother me. It was going slow. Slower than the speed limit. It wasn't like it was trying to get somewhere. More like it was just drifting along. And I got this strange feeling, like the driver was watching me. I couldn't explain it. Just a gut thing. I stayed a couple car lengths back, trying not to jump to conclusions. It was probably nothing. Still, after a mile or so of following behind, I decided to pass. The road was straight for a good stretch, and I could see ahead clearly. I signaled and moved into the other lane, sped up slightly, and started to go by. As I got even with the driver's side, I looked over. I didn't mean to. It was just instinct, I guess. The man behind the wheel turned and looked straight at me. It wasn't a glance. He turned his head fully, locked eyes with me through our windows, and stared. Hard. His face was intense. That's the best word I can think of. Not angry. Not even mean. Just this cold, fixed stare. His mouth was closed tight, no expression. His eyes didn't blink. It only lasted a second or two, but it felt longer. I looked away immediately, heart pounding, and got ahead of him. My first thought was that I was overreacting. People look at each other on the road all the time. Maybe he was just surprised to see someone out driving alone. Maybe he wasn't even looking at me, just happened to turn his head at the wrong moment. But then I looked in the rearview mirror. He sped up. Not enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. He was closer now than he had been when I passed. I told myself it didn't mean anything. Maybe he was just picking up speed again. Maybe he had somewhere to be. Still, I got nervous. I took out my phone and called my dad. I didn't tell him exactly what was happening, not right away. I just said I was on my way home and wanted to talk while I drove. I told him how dark it was, how quiet, how there was hardly anyone else out. He said okay and started talking about something, probably something casual to keep me company. But I kept glancing in the mirror. The truck was still there. It followed me through every turn. It kept the same distance. I tried changing lanes, then going a little faster, then slower again. It stayed with me. I went through the center of town, past a few closed-up gas stations, and the Walgreens with its big lit sign humming like always. No other cars. No people. Nothing. And still that truck behind me. By the time I got to the outskirts of my neighborhood, I was shaking. I was trying not to let my voice crack on the phone. I didn't want my dad to know how scared I was. But I must have said something, or he must have heard something in my voice, because he asked if everything was okay. I told him there was a truck behind me, and that it had been following me ever since I left. That I passed it earlier, and the guy looked weird. That it was still there, still behind me, and I didn't know what to do. He told me he'd be outside waiting. The turn into our neighborhood is easy to miss at night. There's no streetlight there, just a small green sign and a mailbox on a wooden post. I slowed down, checked the mirror again. The truck was still behind me. I made the turn. It was a sharp right, and as I did, I looked back one last time. The truck had stopped. Just stopped. Right there at the entrance to the road. The headlights stayed on, pointing straight ahead. The engine idled. He didn't turn in after me, but he didn't keep driving either. I couldn't tell if he was watching, but it felt like he was. I pressed the gas and flew down the last few streets, heart pounding, tires humming on the pavement. I remember my hands shaking on the wheel, my foot almost missing the brake as I pulled into our driveway. My dad was there, standing outside, arms crossed, watching the entrance to the street. I don't remember if he was wearing shoes. I just remember him walking straight to my car as I parked and asking, "Where is he?" I looked back, but the truck was gone. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it had already passed by. I didn't see it again, not that night. Later, when we talked about it, my dad said he did see a truck drive past the street a minute or so after I pulled in. That it didn't turn around, just kept going. I never saw that truck again. Never saw the man behind the wheel either. I started leaving my boyfriend's house earlier after that. Or he started coming to my place once he got his license. For a long time after that night, I couldn't drive alone after dark without thinking about that stare. That look. The way he just watched me, silent, like he was trying to decide something. I don't know if he meant to scare me, or if he was planning something worse. I don't know why he followed me that far. He didn't try to run me off the road. Didn't yell anything. Didn't try to block me in or get out of the truck. Just followed. Quiet. Deliberate. I still think about it sometimes when I'm driving alone at night. Even now, years later. That feeling of headlights behind you. The way you start to question whether you're imagining it, whether you're just being paranoid. The way the dark turns everything into shadows. How silence makes everything louder. I don't know what he wanted. I don't think I ever will. But I know this. Whatever made him stop, whether it was seeing me call someone, or seeing my dad waiting for me, or something else, I'm glad he did. Because if he had turned in behind me that night, I don't know what would have happened. I remember exactly how the night felt, warm, but heavy with the kind of humidity that makes your skin stick to anything it brushes. I was 15, standing under a street lamp outside my grandma's house, right at the corner of Elm Street and the middle road that runs through the housing addition where most of the Kiowa families in our hometown lived. The air smelled faintly of cut grass from the fields just beyond the barbed wire fence, and there was the faint sound of cicadas in the trees above. I was with two friends, both also from families who lived nearby. We were laughing about who had the scariest family story or who got in the most trouble that day. It was just a normal teenage night, with nothing to suggest what came next. The houses around us had their porch lights on, soft yellow glows that reflected off the concrete driveways. One house a little further up, the one across from my grandma's, had music muffled out onto the street. Life felt safe, routine, familiar. We had grown up here, every path, and every tree was mapped in our brains. Yet all that steadiness snapped in a moment. I first noticed it when I looked toward the barbed wire fence along the connecting street. The fence separated the housing addition from a series of farmers' fields, big open swaths of tall grass and crops. A street lamp illuminated one end of it, but further in, a couple of large trees with thick, low branches cast deep shadows. That's when I caught the shape. A creature, or something like it. It was sitting upright near the fence where that side street begins. I stopped in mid-sentence, the words flicking out of my mouth before I could do anything about it. My eyes locked onto this dark shape. It sat on its hind legs like a dog, like a coyote or maybe a big wolf, but it didn't quite fit any real animal I'd ever seen. Its fur looked all black, but because it was so still, I couldn't make out details. It faced toward us, not the tall grass beyond, but was almost right at the fence line, just behind the line of shadow. We all froze. I pointed out onto the dark patch, voice almost whispering. "What is that?" My friends turned. The one closest to me shivered, though the night was warm. The other took a step forward, but then hesitated. All three of us stood still, breathing hard, eyes wide, convinced the others had lost it or were about to bust out laughing. But they weren't. We stared back at that shape in the shadow. I swear I could hear my heart thumping in my ears. It was quiet. No breathing, no rustle, no movement. Just that rigid silhouette and those glowing eyes. The eyes. They were soft yellow, like old street lamps, or soft candlelight seen in a twilight window. They weren't bright enough to be electric, just a dull, liquid glow. They weren't moving. They simply reflected the street lamp's light and seemed fixed on us. Time stretched. Seconds became minutes. I could taste the fear in my mouth. It felt metallic, hot. I looked down at my hands. I remember seeing my fingers shaking when I forced them to stay still. Every hair on my arm stood on end. Then, suddenly, the creature shifted. It lifted its head just slightly. Then, in one smooth, eerie motion, it twisted around, crouched low, and leapt over the fence. Just like that. A perfect arc of muscle. It vanished into the darkness of the field. No sound. The grass was tall and dry beneath the fence. Branches and leaves lay thick, yet it made no rustle. No snap of twig, no rustle of grass. Nothing. And just like that, the spell broke. I jerked my head toward my friends. Their faces were pale, eyes huge and staring. My voice, when I found it, came out as a high-pitched gasp. "Why, you saw that, right?" They nodded so fast I thought they'd snap their necks. We didn't hesitate. We bolted, away from my grandma's house, down the sidewalk toward my friend's grandma's place, across 2 streets. We didn't look back. Not once. Our shoes slapped on the pavement. Our breaths came sharp and loud. We nearly tripped over each other on the way. When we reached my friend's grandma's porch, we crept up the steps. The porch light was warm, a cocoon of yellow that felt safe. She opened the screen door before we even knocked. She was wearing the plaid nightshirt she always did when she sat in her rocker in the evening. Her face went from calm to alarmed in a second. "What's wrong?" I don't even remember what I said. The words tumbled out. We told her everything. How we were all just hanging out under the lamp, joking, and saw a creature sitting there, staring at us, glowing eyes. Then it jumped the fence and vanished. I was shaking so hard my voice dropped at the end of sentences. Her face didn't change. She polished her glasses with a tissue and nodded slowly. "That's what I thought," she said softly. No poker face. No pretending this was nonsense. She closed the screen door behind us and sat us down at her kitchen table, offered us water. My friend stared at his glass like he didn't trust even plain tap water. We all drank. She told us, "There are things out there you can't explain. Things in the dark. But if it wasn't doing something to you, then don't worry too hard. Just something curious. Might have followed you for a bit, then decided you were too loud or too strange. All I know is, it didn't follow you in." Her voice was firm, calm. I could feel her strength, the kind of stoicism of someone who has lived long in a place where mystery happens regularly. She sighed and wiped her hands on her apron. "We Kiowa folks, our elders always say there's old business in the land. And that doesn't mean native spirits or fairies or ghosts. There's animals, old ways, memories of others. Sometimes a coyote, sometimes something else. Doesn't have to hurt you just because it's there." She paused, smiled at us gently. "You're safe now. That's the important thing. Go on home now." Everyone nodded. The air in the kitchen felt thick. My ears were still ringing. We didn't want to linger. We walked the 3 blocks back to my grandma's. The night still hummed with life, but the silence under the trees felt sharper now, a hollow waiting. We didn't talk. The only sounds were our footfalls and the low hum of the street lamps. When I got home, stepping onto the porch, I scanned the field beyond the fence. There was no shape there. Just dark, empty farmland beyond. I couldn't see anything that tied to what we'd seen, but I could still feel something out there, watching. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay awake until dawn, the image of those glowing eyes embedding itself behind my eyelids. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, the moonlight playing tricks, a stray dog or coyote resting on its haunches. But no coyote would sit so still, so quiet, and let you stare for minutes. No animal would jump that fence so quietly. In the morning light, the street seemed harmless again. Normal. Other kids rode their bikes. Grandmas watered flowers. But in the back of my mind, something shifted. The world felt larger at the edges, darker. The fence and fields looked the same, but they held an area of possibility I couldn't ignore. In the days that followed, I asked a few older relatives about it. Some shrugged it off. A couple said people had seen strange creatures in those fields before, big black shapes, glowing eyes, but nothing harmful. One distant cousin described seeing a huge black dog running straight through a hayfield. No sound as it ran, not even rustling stalks. Another heard an odd yip late at night, high-pitched an animal but wrong pitch. It didn't belong to any known critter. I came to think of it as the thing. Not a ghost, not a spirit, not a monster from storybooks, but something old and wild. Maybe a rare animal, a big cat someone released years ago, maybe adapting and breeding in isolation, maybe a new mutation of feral dogs, maybe something that straddled the line between familiar and unknown. Whatever it was, it had presence, intelligence, curiosity. I never went out under that street lamp again after dark. Never again hung with friends until late in that corner. I started tucking in earlier, staying inside more, paying attention to the fields instead of me. It became habit. Safety. I'm grown now and live an hour away, but when I go home, I still drive past that corner, windows up and speed slow. I don't stare at the field. I don't want it to look back. But sometimes, just for a moment, especially on calm, still nights, I swear I catch a glance of two yellow dots, and I press the gas a little harder. I still wonder what it was. A creature adapting in secret, an echo of something left behind on Kiowa land. Nothing magical, nothing whimsical, just something real and lingering. In that moment I learned how deep the dark can get, how small we feel when it comes and stares. I learned that mystery isn't always fun, that some questions we don't need answers to. The world is full of things we can't explain. That night showed me, and it stayed with me, quiet, patient, watching. It was my freshman year of high school, and I had joined the marching band mostly because I didn't know what else to do. I played trumpet, not that well, but I could memorize the charts and keep in step. In Texas, football isn't just a sport, it's a religion. If you were in band, you were at every game, no exceptions. Home or away, blazing hot or pouring rain, we showed up in full uniform. And our home stadium wasn't some little field either. It looked like a college stadium, with massive concrete bleachers, a huge jumbotron screen, full concession stands, and enough seats to hold more than 9,000 people. It was overwhelming at first, but I got used to it. That night, the air was warm, not hot, just warm in the way Texas feels in late October, when the breeze carries the scent of sweat and turf and something faintly metallic. I remember the exact shade of green of the AstroTurf, how it glowed unnaturally under the floodlights, almost too perfect to be real. The field was spotless, every white line crisp, every yard marker precise. The jumbotron flashed our school colors and pixelated messages of encouragement. Go Shaps. Defense. We believe. It was loud, it was constant. You could barely hear yourself think, which was the point. It was a machine of noise and spirit and rhythm. I was sitting in the band section, trumpet resting on my knee, uniform coat zipped all the way up, shakos on our heads. We were high up on the home side bleachers, but still close enough to see the game clearly. Sweat pooled behind my knees and under my arms, but you just learned to ignore it. All around me, my section mates were either cheering or slouching, depending on how the game was going. We had already played the fight song at least 10 times. The percussion section was hyped, banging out cadences on the rims of their drums, snare stick spinning. The cheerleaders were lined up near the end zone, and the highline dance team shimmered with glitter under the lights every time they moved. People stood and shouted from the stands. Parents, alumni, students, everyone had a role. This was the kind of night where the energy buzzed off your skin. The game was going well. The Chaparrals were up by 2 touchdowns, and we were just counting down the last few minutes. Everyone was loose, relaxed, ready to celebrate another win. I had already started putting my sheet music back into my flip folder, thinking about the snacks my parents would bring me after the game. Maybe a Dr. Pepper and some nachos. Maybe I'd ask to stop at Whataburger on the way home. I wasn't really paying close attention to the field anymore. I was just watching the clock, waiting for the win. And then it happened. A loud crunch. Not a pop or a thud. A crunch like plastic being stepped on, but heavier. Everyone heard it, because it was the kind of hit that makes people stand up. One of our players had been tackled. Hard. You could tell by the way the bodies scattered, how the momentum of the pile stopped abruptly. A flag fluttered from one of the ref's hands. The cheerleaders were mid-clap but froze. The announcer said nothing. It was just quiet for a moment. He didn't get up. That part stuck out immediately. Usually they pop back up, jump or jog, or at least sit up and wave to show they're okay. Trainers come out sometimes, and the player walks off, maybe a bit slow, but walking. Not this time. He was on his back. Still, the trainers ran out. One knelt by his helmet. Another waved over someone else. Players dropped to one knee, helmets off. That's when the noise started to fall apart. The band stopped playing first. We didn't get an order, we just all sort of stopped, as if someone hit a mute button. The drums slowed, then went silent. Then the cheerleaders quit chanting. They just stood there, like dolls that someone had turned off. Even the student section, which was usually rowdy and laughing and shouting, quieted down. It was like a domino effect. The sound died in layers. First the performance sounds, then the shouting, then even the casual conversations, until all that was left was the hum of the stadium lights and the chirp of bugs drawn to them. You could hear the bats darting through the air, snatching moths out of the glow above us. It went on. He didn't move. The medics came next. A golf cart with a stretcher, but soon after that, an actual ambulance drove onto the field. Its headlights were harsh and blinding, cutting across the grass like they didn't belong. I remember thinking how strange it looked, an ambulance in the middle of the end zone. It sat there idling, engine rumbling, red and white lights blinking in the quiet. The paramedics moved slowly and carefully. A neck brace, then a board, then straps. It took forever, and we watched every second. Then came the sound. A single wail, high-pitched and raw, cracked the air like lightning. It cut straight through the silence. At first I didn't even know what it was. It sounded like something dying. Then it happened again, and again. A woman, wailing. She wasn't screaming words, not really. Just noises of grief. Loud, open cries that echoed across the stadium. You could hear them clearly, even up where we were. I think that was his mom, and we all just sat there. Nobody moved. Nobody whispered. I remember shifting in my seat and feeling my trumpet slide a little against my leg, and even that sound felt too loud. The lights were still bright, the field still clean and perfect looking, but everything felt wrong now. The kind of wrong that settles in your stomach and makes your hands go cold. The woman kept crying, the kind of cry that goes beyond tears. That sound didn't stop when they loaded him onto the stretcher. It didn't stop when the ambulance doors closed. It didn't stop when it pulled away slowly and exited the stadium. You could still hear her, faintly, even after the sirens started. It just kept ringing in my ears, like it was stuck there. They didn't finish the game. The clock still had time on it, but none of that mattered anymore. People began leaving slowly, like they weren't sure what they were supposed to do. The band director told us to pack up our instruments and stay quiet. We carried our horns in silence, single file down the concrete stairs, shoes squeaking against the polished floor of the band hall. No one joked. No one spoke. Later, I found out that the kid had shattered his C4 and C5 vertebrae. His spine snapped. He was paralyzed from the shoulders down. No movement, no feeling. Just like that. 1 second you're playing a game you love in front of thousands of people, and the next, your life is never the same again. He lived for a while like that. Years, actually. I remember hearing updates occasionally, mostly from upperclassmen who knew him personally. He had gone through rehab, breathing assistance, therapy. People tried to keep hope alive, saying maybe he'd get some feeling back, maybe he'd regain some movement. But it didn't happen. Eventually, someone told me he died at 20. Complications. Something about his lungs or his heart. I don't know the details. I didn't ask. But I still think about that night. Not the game itself. Not the plays. I don't even remember his number. What I remember is the sound of 9,000 people sitting in complete silence. I remember the color of the turf and the blinking of the ambulance lights. I remember the smell of sweat soaked into the band uniform and the feeling of the metal bench under me. But most of all, I remember that cry. That scream of a mother who had just watched her son break forever in front of her. That sound stays with you. I don't play trumpet anymore. I stopped band after freshman year. I told people it just wasn't for me, and maybe that's partly true. But really, I didn't want to sit in those stands again. I didn't want to watch another kid go down and have to wait for them to get up, because now I knew sometimes they don't. Sometimes, all that's left is the silence, and that one awful sound that never really leaves you. When I was about 7 or 8, I remember this one night so clearly, even though it was so long ago. I don't remember the exact date or even the day of the week, but the memory of how I felt, how deeply unsettled I was, has never left me. It started off as a regular evening, one of those nights when everything feels normal, safe even, and you have no reason to expect that anything will go wrong. I had been staying up later than usual with my older sister downstairs. She was a few years older than me, and sometimes she would let me hang out with her and watch TV if our parents were busy or already in bed. It made me feel older, like I was getting away with something. I don't know why, but that night I was in a sleeping bag. Maybe I had brought it down for fun, pretending I was camping in the living room, or maybe we were planning to sleep downstairs at first and changed our minds later. All I know is I had the sleeping bag with me, and it felt special somehow, like it added to the coziness of the evening. I remember the glow from the TV lighting up the dark room, the way the shadows moved along the walls when the picture on the screen changed. We watched some cartoon or kids movie, and I must have fallen asleep or started dozing off because at some point I got really tired. My sister did too, and she turned off the TV. We didn't speak much, just gave each other that tired look that says bedtime. So, I picked up my sleeping bag and headed upstairs to my room. The hallway was quiet, the kind of quiet that only exists in houses at night. You know, the one where the air feels still and thick, and every creak in the floorboards under your feet sounds like it echoes through the whole house. I didn't feel scared, not yet. I was too sleepy to really think about anything except crawling into bed. I brought the sleeping bag with me because I had this idea in my head that I'd sleep in it inside my bed, like I was double wrapping myself in comfort. It made sense to me then. I climbed onto the bed, unzipped the top of the sleeping bag a little, and slid in, pulling it up tight under my chin. It was warm, familiar, and for a little while, everything was fine. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly. That's the part one don't remember. What I do remember, what snapped me awake like a jolt of lightning, was this loud, sharp thump. It was right next to my head. I felt it more than I heard it, like something had hit the mattress hard. Not the floor, not the wall. The mattress. And not just anywhere on the mattress, but inches from where my face was resting. It was sudden, like someone had smacked it with a fist. I shot awake, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. For a second, I just lay there frozen, trying to make sense of what just happened. I didn't move. I didn't even open my eyes all the way. I remember thinking maybe something fell. Maybe it was just a weird dream. The sleepiness was still heavy in my head, and that part of your brain that tells you everything is fine was trying to take control. So I closed my eyes again, telling myself it was nothing. Probably a shifting blanket or something falling off a shelf. It made sense in that half-asleep logic kids have. I sank back into sleep, or I tried to, but my body was still tense, waiting. Then it happened again. Another impact, this one harder than before. Same spot, right next to my face, like someone was deliberately trying to hit that area of the bed to wake me up. And this time there was no pretending I imagined it. The entire bed shook, like something heavy had landed on it. My eyes flew open, and I sat up fast. My breathing was shallow, and I remember my hands were shaking. I didn't even take the time to unzip the sleeping bag. I just wriggled my way out and jumped off the bed. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. I didn't want to see anything. I just wanted out of that room. The hallway felt longer than usual, the shadows darker. I ran straight to my sister's room, which was just down the hall. I didn't say anything at first. I just stood in the doorway for a second, catching my breath, trying not to cry. She was already in bed, half asleep herself, and I remember the look on her face when she saw me, annoyed and confused. I didn't care. I told her something hit my bed. Twice. I didn't try to explain it more than that. I couldn't. I was too scared. I just asked if I could sleep in the other bed in her room, and I climbed in without waiting for her to agree. The rest of the night was quiet. At least, nothing else happened to me. But the fear didn't leave. I laid there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, trying to listen past the sound of my sister's breathing to make sure nothing else was happening in the house. Eventually, I fell asleep out of sheer exhaustion. But in the morning, things got even stranger. We woke up to a loud bang, something heavy falling. We both sat up at the same time, startled. It came from my room. I didn't want to go, but we had to. When we opened the door to my bedroom, the first thing we saw was the wall where I had all my posters. Every single one of them had fallen off. Not ripped, not slid halfway, completely on the floor. Some were even folded or crumpled in weird ways, like they hadn't just slipped from the wall, but had been torn or yanked down with force. We didn't say much, just stared. My sister kind of laughed it off, trying to act like it wasn't a big deal, but I could tell she was unsettled. She kept glancing around the room, like she was expecting to find something or someone hiding there. There were also a couple of garbage bags outside my room that had been sitting there for a while. My mom had asked me to take them down, but I hadn't yet. They were knocked over too. Not just tipped, but scattered, like someone had kicked them or stepped on them. The hallway looked like someone had stomped through it. No windows were open. No fans. No pets running around. Nothing that could have caused it. We cleaned it up. Didn't say much more. But I didn't sleep in that room for at least a week after that. I stayed in the spare bed in my sister's room every night. And every night I kept listening for that sound again. The thump, the hit, the sudden pressure on the bed. But it never came back. For a long time, I tried to explain it away. Maybe I kicked the wall in my sleep, and it shook the posters loose. Maybe the garbage bags tipped because I brushed them while running out of the room. Maybe the sleeping bag just shifted weirdly and made me think the mattress was hit. But none of those things really fit. I wasn't close enough to the wall to kick it. The posters were on a different wall entirely. And the way the mattress had shaken, I remember that feeling. It wasn't subtle. It was strong, directed, intentional. Like someone was trying to wake me up on purpose. And the weirdest part is, it never happened again. Not once. No other strange noises in the night. No other things falling over. Eventually, I moved back into my room, and everything went back to normal. But for that one night, something felt very wrong. Not in a ghost story kind of way. Not like I saw glowing eyes or floating shapes. Just wrong. Like something that wasn't supposed to happen, happened. And I'll never know exactly why. Now, looking back on it as an adult, I try to think through every logical explanation I can come up with. Was it vibrations from a passing truck? A minor tremor? The house settling in the night? All possible, but none of them quite fit. It felt too specific, too focused on me and my bed. Maybe I was just at that age where imagination and fear can team up and make anything feel real. But I wasn't dreaming. I know that. I felt it. I heard it. Twice. There's something unsettling about being that young and having something happen that you can't explain. Not because it's supernatural, but because it just doesn't fit into what you know about the world. It's like realizing too early that not everything makes sense, that sometimes things happen and no one can give you a good reason why. It's not a story I tell often, because it sounds small, silly even. No ghosts. No monsters. No one got hurt. But it scared me more than anything else in my childhood. And it stuck with me all this time. Maybe it was nothing. Or maybe it was something I wasn't meant to understand. Either way, I'll never forget it. I moved into the house about 4 months ago. It's an old place, not falling apart or anything, but definitely not new. The kind of house where every little thing feels like it has a story, though mostly I just noticed that by how weird the wiring and switches are. I'm not an expert or anything, but the electrical setup was the first thing that caught my attention. Light switches that don't seem to go anywhere obvious, and sometimes flipping one would turn on a light in a room I wasn't even in or do nothing at all. I thought maybe it was just an old house thing, wired this way, and that over time, maybe previous owners did random repairs or added things. One thing in particular got under my skin quickly. The outdoor light just outside my bedroom window. It's one of those old-fashioned porch lamps on a metal arm sticking out from the wall, right there maybe 10 feet away from where I sleep. Some nights it's on, other nights it's not. The weird part is, it's often on in the middle of the night, sometimes late at night, like after midnight, sometimes even closer to 3 or 4 a.m. There is no obvious switch inside the house that controls it. I tried to find one, went room to room, flipped every switch I could find, even the ones I thought were dead or unused. No change. The light stayed on or off regardless. At first, I figured maybe someone in the house was accidentally flipping some switch during the day, and then flipping it off later, or it was on some kind of timer. But no timers made sense, and no pattern fit. I kept the curtains drawn tight at night, because the glow from that light was distracting. It was almost like it was watching me, even though I knew it wasn't. I remember one night when it was really bugging me. The light was shining through my curtains again, making the whole room feel like it was awake when I was trying to sleep. I got up, tired but annoyed, and decided to track down the switch again. This time, I pulled open every panel I could find, even in the basement, to look for extra switches or circuit breakers that might control that light. I checked outside too, around the porch and walls. Nothing. No obvious sensor either. The next day, I asked the electrician who came to fix a separate problem, a flickering light in the kitchen. I mentioned the outdoor lamp, hoping they might shed some light, pun intended. The electrician shrugged and said old houses sometimes have outdoor lights on a separate circuit or switch buried somewhere obscure. I nodded but didn't feel satisfied. Weeks passed, and the light kept turning on and off randomly. I made a habit of checking the window before going to bed. If it was on, I'd close the curtains tighter. Sometimes, it was off and I'd open the window a crack to get fresh air, only to have the light flick on minutes later. It felt like it was responding to something, but what? Then a couple weeks ago, I finally figured it out. I was up late one night, maybe around 1 a.m., working on my laptop in the living room. The house was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the old wood settling. I noticed the outdoor light outside my bedroom window turned on. I paused and looked toward the window, noticing the shadows just outside shifting slightly in the dark. Curious, I quietly walked to the window and peeked through the curtain, trying not to make noise. I couldn't see much, just the dark shape of a bush and the side of the porch. Then, out of the corner of my eye, something moved. A figure, at first just a shadow, but then clearer. It was a person, standing just a few feet from the wall beneath the light. I couldn't see their face, just the dark outline against the dim glow. The light had turned on right when they moved close, and it stayed on as long as they stood there. I froze. My heart started racing. I hadn't expected anyone to be outside at this hour. The light was a motion sensor. That's what turned on the lamp. It wasn't some weird electrical quirk or random switch. It was tied to movement right outside my window. The sensor was hidden or tucked away in the lamp fixture somewhere, wired separately from any inside switch. The problem was, why was someone standing there in the middle of the night? I backed away from the window, keeping quiet. I didn't want to alert whoever it was that I saw them. I watched for a while, barely breathing, as the figure stayed just outside the light's reach, occasionally stepping in and out of the glow. The house was in a quiet neighborhood, but not totally secluded. Still, this late at night, no one should be wandering around like that, especially just outside a bedroom window. I tried to stay calm and think logically. Maybe it was a neighbor checking something, or someone who got lost. But no, the way they stood there, just moving a little here and there, didn't feel right. It felt like they were waiting for something, or maybe watching me. I debated what to do. Call the police? That seemed extreme, but at the same time, I wasn't sure if this was just some harmless late-night wanderer or something worse. Eventually, after about 20 minutes, the figure moved off. The light switched off a moment after they left the sensor area. The house felt quiet again, but I wasn't calm. After that night, I kept a close eye on that outdoor light. I started checking it whenever I was up late, and sometimes I would catch movement, shadows slipping past, or a figure lingering nearby. Sometimes nothing. Sometimes the light would switch on and off seemingly on its own, but only when something or someone moved. It became clear that someone had been coming around the house at night for weeks, maybe months. That explained the light turning on randomly, the feeling that something was off. I decided to install security cameras. I bought a few wireless cameras and placed them near the porch, the driveway, and right outside the bedroom window. It wasn't an expensive system, but enough to catch any movement and record video. The next few nights were tense. I kept the cameras on and checked the feeds regularly. The first few nights, nothing. No movement. The light stayed off or came on only when I went outside or the wind blew a branch. Then, on the fourth night, I saw it. A figure creeping around the corner of the house, moving slowly but deliberately. They stopped just beneath the light outside my window, triggering it again. The light switched on, illuminating their face briefly in the camera's night vision. It was a man, maybe late 20s or early 30s, wearing dark clothes, a hooded sweatshirt. His face was hard to make out, but I saw enough to know he was watching the house. My heart pounded as I watched him glance up at the window, then slowly move away into the shadows. The light switched off. I reported it to the police that morning. They told me they would send patrols through the neighborhood, but said it might be a neighbor or someone passing through. Still, the cameras kept recording. Over the next few nights, the same figure showed up sporadically, always stopping by the light sensor. Sometimes he stayed longer, pacing or looking up at the windows. Sometimes he just passed by. The scariest part was knowing this wasn't some glitch or accident. Someone was coming around my house at night, watching me from just outside my bedroom window, using the darkness and the light sensor to remain hidden or stay just out of sight until the light turned on. I changed the locks and installed better outdoor lighting all around the property. I made sure curtains stayed closed tight at night. I got a dog for company and security, though the dog mostly just barks at squirrels and mail carriers. Even with all the changes, the feeling of being watched lingered. I still check the cameras every day, and every night I glance out the window, half expecting to see that light turn on. It's been weeks now since I last saw the figure, but I know it's only a matter of time before he comes back. Whoever it is, he knows the house, knows when to come and where to stand to trigger that light, and he's been doing it for months without me noticing. That outdoor light isn't just a sensor. It's a beacon that lets him know when I'm there, when I'm watching, and maybe when I'm alone. Living here, I learned that sometimes the weird wiring and random light switches aren't the scariest part of an old house. The scariest part is knowing someone else is out there, watching, and you have no idea when they might step back into the light. It was the middle of a summer night in Minnesota, and the silence inside my dad's house felt heavier than any thunderstorm outside. I'd come up for the summer to stay with him, in a small town where the fields stretched for miles and the air smelled of corn and pine. The house itself was old, thin walls that offered no cover, floors that creaked at the slightest weight. Nothing in that house was solid, nothing felt safe. I was sleeping in the guest bedroom. My bed sat in the center, and to the right was an open closet. Inside the closet, a full-length mirror faced me. At the foot of the bed was the doorway, just a couple of feet away. That layout should have given me comfort. In theory, I'd see anyone coming. In theory, I was protected by distance. But theory and reality are often miles apart. I woke up at exactly 2:54 a.m. I know the time because I checked the dim clock on my phone. I couldn't sleep. My mind buzzed with thoughts of unfinished summer assignments and distant school drama and the rustle of wind through trees. I reached for my old iPod, one of those brick-shaped devices from another era, but the battery was low, only 4%. I was too lazy to get up and find the charger. So I lay there bored, with nothing but the dark ceiling above me and my own racing thoughts. Eventually, I rolled to the other side of the bed and closed my eyes tighter, searching for sleep. But sleep didn't come. Instead, I heard it, the doorknob jiggling. A low, insistent twist and shake, as if someone was on the other side, trying desperately to enter. The sound echoed in the silence, magnified by my pounding heart. My breath caught. The knob rattled again, louder this time. Instinct took over. I opened my eyes and stared at the door. It stopped jiggling. I watched it. It opened, just wide enough to let a sliver of dark hallway light inside, maybe 6 inches. That tiny gap felt like a wound in the reality of the room. I thought for a split second it was my older brother playing a prank. We liked to mess with each other. Without thinking, I closed my eyes again. Maybe if I played it cool, he'd get bored. I lay there, waiting for footsteps, for laughter. I waited for something. Then I heard the footsteps. Heavy, slow, uneven, like someone carrying weight. They moved through the threshold, crossed my room at the foot of the bed, and stopped in the middle. My heart thudded loud enough that I could hear each pulse. I opened my eyes on instinct. The door hadn't swung wide open. It remained just a crack. In that sliver of space, I could only see darkness. No face, nothing. Then the real fear hit. From behind me, at my back, I felt the weight of being watched. A presence colder than winter pressed against the back of my head. Every inch of my body stiffened. I forced my eyes closed, pulled the blanket up over my shoulders and head, burying myself deeper into its folds. I held still. I tried to control my breathing. I waited. My mind drifted to dumb things to keep it from freaking out. Summer camp memories, my last math test, my best friend's laugh. But none of it worked. The fear sat inside me like a rock. Minutes passed. An eternity of silence, save for my ragged breaths and my racing heart. I thought I might pass out. The fear was so thick I could taste it. Then something shifted inside me. My eyes snapped open. I peeked over the blanket. My chest tightened, my breath caught. I forced myself out of the cocoon. Every part of me shook. I looked to the right, where the mirror sat. I didn't want to see anything. I didn't want to feel anything. But I forced my eyelids open. The glass reflected the dim light in the room. Nothing. I blinked. Still nothing. And then I saw it. A silhouette. A man-shaped figure crouched right next to my bed, outside the mirror's frame. He leaned over, one arm reaching toward me. His body was large, hunched forward. The curve of his spine, the angle of his head, it looked so deliberate, so alive. My eyes widened. I couldn't look away. My skin felt like glass, ready to shatter. My mouth went dry. The arm froze midair. I could feel his fingers brushing the air near my face. I wanted to scream, but my throat screamed for silence. I reached with my hand, feeling around the mattress until my fingers found my cell phone, pressed the screen, and accidentally hit play on my music app. Taylor Swift's Love Story poured out of the speaker, soft but real. The silhouette stiffened. For a moment, nothing moved. Then it went away. Just like that. A fading breath in the darkness. The weight lifted from behind me. I could hear the song humming through the quiet night. I sat there, heart pounding, back pressed against the headboard. I watched the mirror, willing something to come back. But nothing did. The man was gone. I didn't dare touch the iPod again. I left the phone on, volume low but steady. Love Story looped, because I sat there all night, holding it, eyes fixed on the door and mirror, waiting for that presence to return. It never did. When dawn finally came, the sun cut through the thin curtains in pale rays. I collapsed, physically and mentally exhausted. By the time my dad came in around 8, I hadn't slept. I hadn't moved. He asked if I was okay. I lied. I said I wasn't feeling well. I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't tell him I was too scared to check the doorway, the floors, the hallway. The rest of the summer went on. I stayed in that guest room every night, still strapped to my phone for that song. I slept with lights on. I refused to go in that room alone during the day. Every creak, every whisper of wind felt like a warning. I drank coffee at breakfast to hold me together. I looked for logical explanations, drafts, wildlife, my own imagination, but nothing fit. Nothing explained footsteps at the foot of the bed, the doorknob jiggling, the crouched man next to me. The night after, I was ready. I stayed up, head propped with pillows. Love Story played again. I waited. I heard the whisper of wind outside, the occasional cricket. Nothing else. That night, the room stayed still. I realized how much I missed normal silence, drifting off without fear. I slept eventually, and the song faded out, but I reached back and pressed it again if I woke up. By the end of the summer, I tightened the door, somehow felt in control again. One night, I packed for camp, and I looked over my shoulder. The room was empty. No shadows, no silhouettes, no footsteps, only me and my breath. I never told anyone about what I saw, not really. I said I got scared, that I had trouble sleeping, but I never said the word ghost. I didn't say apparition, demon, spirit. I just said, something that vanished when Taylor Swift started singing. A pattern. When I left Minnesota at summer's end, I gloved the guest room in silence and locked the door behind me. I slept on my parents' big bed that night. No creaks, no footsteps, just normal darkness, just normal noise. Back home, the memory faded into the background of life. But I still keep Love Story on my phone, and every time I hear that opening guitar, my skin tingles. I don't get chills or goosebumps. I feel safe. And I remember, that night Taylor Swift did something no lock, no door, no amount of rational thought could. She gave me back control. Because sometimes, when the house is quiet, I still imagine that crouched shape, frozen by a song. And I think, maybe it was never about ghosts at all. Maybe it was about fear. Fear that dissolves when you give it something soft, something human, something strong enough to break its hold. That summer taught me something terrifying. Fear isn't always logical. You can't argue with it, but you can soothe it with a song, a story, a moment. By the time I stepped onto my plane to leave, I felt it, the end of that story. I was done being watched. I was done being scared. Minnesota was miles away. The silhouette was left behind, replaced by sunrise and air conditioning and a playlist that felt more like armor than music. I never stayed in that house again, but I keep a song ready. And if I ever get that feeling again, like something's watching, I'll push play and let the melody heal what fear broke. When I was around 9 years old, I had a room that made me feel uneasy in a way I've never quite been able to explain. It wasn't anything obvious. It was just a simple blue room with hardwood floors. The kind of room that would probably look peaceful or clean to anyone else. But to me, every time I was in there alone, something felt off. I lived in that room until I was 10. It was a little upstairs room at the end of the hallway. The walls were painted a soft blue color, the kind people might choose for calmness, but it only made the quiet feel heavier. It wasn't cluttered. My parents always made sure we kept our rooms clean. I had a small dresser, a bunk bed, a rug near the side of the bed, a small bookcase that leaned slightly to one side, and a radio on the shelf across from my bed. The floors were this worn, smooth hardwood. They creaked a bit when you walked on them, which isn't unusual for an older house. But at night, that creaking sound would sometimes happen when no one was walking. There was a small cabinet door on the lower part of the wall in the corner. It was square-shaped, probably 2 feet wide and 2 feet tall. My dad explained that it led to the pipes under the bathtub. It had one of those twist latches, so it stayed closed, but it never really sealed all the way. It always felt cooler near that corner of the room, even in summer. Sometimes at night, I'd hear a faint scratching noise coming from it. It wasn't loud, but it was real enough to make me turn over in bed and stare at it, waiting for something to move. It wasn't unusual for bugs to come out of there. Earwigs, silverfish, little beetles. Sometimes they'd scuttle across the floor and over my radio. A couple times I saw one crawl on my bookshelf. I didn't tell my parents. I guess I thought it was normal, or that they'd just say to keep the room cleaner or something. I started to develop this little habit of running and jumping into bed so that the bugs wouldn't crawl on my feet. My bed was a bunk bed. I always used the top one, not because I liked it more, but because I didn't like the idea of being on the bottom where I couldn't see everything in the room. The top bunk gave me a view of the door and most of the floor. It felt safer. At night, I'd read under the blanket with a flashlight. I didn't like turning on the main light before bed. It felt too harsh. The flashlight beam was softer, and it made the room feel smaller, which weirdly helped me feel more in control. I'd fall asleep with the flashlight beside me, turned off, just in case I needed to grab it again quickly. The hallway light would stay on, and I always slept with my door open. It made me feel less alone. That feeling of being watched was strongest when I was about to fall asleep. I never saw anything. There wasn't any shadowy figure or face in the closet or anything dramatic. It was just a constant awareness of the room. I was aware of every noise, every draft, every shift of the shadows when a car passed outside and its lights briefly swept across the wall. I never really relaxed in that room. I got used to sleeping half alert, my ears picking up sounds even when I was dreaming. But nothing that strange ever happened. Not really. Just that thick, creepy atmosphere. And maybe that would have been the end of it. Just a weird room I didn't like, if not for that one night near the end. It had been a regular evening. I remember reading a Goosebumps book, something about a haunted camera or a mask. Those were always my favorites. It was late, and I was under the blanket with my flashlight again. The house was mostly quiet, but I could hear the TV downstairs, muffled voices and background music from whatever my parents were watching. It comforted me a bit. I knew I wasn't completely alone in the house. Eventually, my eyes got heavy. I turned off the flashlight and laid there, just listening. It was warm in the blanket, but I kept my head out so I could see the hallway light. I don't know why I always looked that way. I never expected to see anything. It was just something to do while waiting for sleep. That night, I heard footsteps on the stairs. They were slow, not heavy, just deliberate. I froze for a second. It wasn't unusual for my sister to come upstairs around that time, and sometimes my dad would check to make sure we were all in bed. But this didn't sound like either of them. I don't know why. I just remember the sound. One step, then another, then another. And then it paused. I was still lying flat, not even moving, but my heart had started to pound a little. I wasn't scared exactly, not yet. Just alert. I stared at the hallway from my spot on the top bunk, trying to see the bottom of the staircase. That's when I heard it. A voice. It wasn't loud. Just a single word, said casually, but somehow off. Hello. It was right outside my door. My whole body locked up. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just stared. The voice hadn't sounded like my sister. It hadn't sounded like my dad. And it wasn't a whisper. It was a normal volume, like someone checking if someone else was awake. But there was no emotion in it. No follow-up. No shuffling feet or knocking. Just that word. Then something stepped into view. It wasn't clear at first. I blinked a few times, trying to make sense of it. A dark shape stood just past the doorframe. It wasn't leaning in, just standing there. I thought it was a shadow at first, but it didn't match any of the angles from the hallway light. It was darker than the rest of the hallway. It didn't glow or move or flicker like some horror story. It was just standing still, blacker than the shadows around it. My breathing got shallow. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even reach for the flashlight. I just watched. After a few seconds, it moved. One step forward towards my bed. I remember feeling this sudden pressure in my chest, like I couldn't breathe right. I wasn't thinking clearly. I wasn't thinking anything at all. Just pure panic. I finally grabbed the flashlight and flicked it on, shining it straight at the thing. The light hit the floor, the dresser, part of the bookshelf, but the figure didn't change. It was like the light didn't touch it. It didn't cast a shadow. It didn't get clearer. It was still just this dark shape. I started crying then. Not quietly. I cried like I did when I was younger and had scraped a knee really bad, loud and ugly. The kind of crying you can't stop once it starts. The door slammed somewhere in the hallway. Then another door opened fast. I heard my parents' footsteps, fast and loud. My mom called my name, and a second later, the figure was gone. Just like that. I don't know how it left. I don't remember it walking away. It was there, then it wasn't. My mom rushed into the room, and the light from the hallway flooded in. They asked me what happened. I couldn't say. I think I just kept crying. I didn't mention the figure. I didn't talk about the voice. I just said something like, I had a bad dream. And they believed me. They comforted me, got me a glass of water, and stayed with me until I calmed down. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I laid there with the flashlight in my hand, my parents sitting on the floor beside my bed, whispering to each other. We moved a couple months later. My dad got a new job, and we ended up living in a different town. I got a new room. It was plain, but it never gave me that feeling. I didn't have to run and jump into bed. I didn't sleep with the flashlight. I still used the top bunk out of habit, but that was it. Sometimes I think about that room. I don't hate it. I don't think it was haunted. I don't even believe in stuff like that. I honestly think I was just scared of a lot of things back then and didn't know how to explain it. Maybe I did fall asleep that night and just had a vivid dream. I've had dreams like that before, where I'm sure something happened and then realize I'm still in bed. Maybe I was halfway asleep and imagined the whole thing. I've gone back and forth on it so many times. But here's the part that sticks with me. I've had bad dreams since then. I've had sleep paralysis. I've had nights where I woke up convinced something was in the room. But I've never cried the way I did that night. Not before or after. Whatever I felt, dream or not, it was real enough to make me scream and cry like I was in danger. I remember that feeling better than anything else. I remember the panic, the weight in my chest, the way my legs wouldn't move even though my mind was screaming at me to run. I don't try to figure it out anymore. It's just something that happened. I was 9. I was scared. Whether it was a dream or not doesn't even matter to me now. All I know is I don't ever want to feel like that again. And I haven't. Not in any room since. Last month, my father mailed me a small package. I wasn't expecting anything from him, so it caught me off guard. Inside was a DVD, just a plain white disc with the word Memories written in blue marker. There was no note, no case, nothing else inside the envelope. I thought maybe he had meant to send me something else, but when I popped it into my laptop, it loaded up a simple menu screen. A list of video dates ranging from 1999 to 2002, the years I was a little kid. I recognized most of the footage immediately. My 7th birthday party, where I cried because my cake had a picture of a cartoon I didn't like. Christmas morning with my brother, me in footy pajamas tearing open wrapped boxes while my mom laughed from behind the camera. Old hockey games, backyard barbecues, school plays. All the usual stuff that gets recorded when you're the youngest kid in the family and still considered cute. I sat through about an hour and a half of it, half watching while scrolling my phone. It was sweet, a bit boring, and honestly kind of comforting. I hadn't thought about those years in a long time. It was strange seeing myself at that age, so small and full of energy, running around like I had no idea how much life was ahead of me. Then I saw a video that was different. The thumbnail showed the backyard. The title just said, Summer 2001. No specific date. I clicked it, expecting more of the same. But this one started with a low angle, almost at ground level. I didn't realize at first where it was being filmed from, but the angle was strange. The lower part of the screen was cut off by what looked like a window frame. After a few seconds, it became clear. The video was shot from the basement, looking out through the window. I was in the frame, 7 or 8 years old, shirtless, and wearing those bright red swimming trunks I remember hating. I was jumping into a plastic kiddie pool, the kind that folds when you try to dump it out. I splashed around, jumped back out, and leaped in again, over and over. I was laughing, having the time of my life. The camera zoomed in slowly, first on my face, then pulled back, then in again, over and over, like the person filming couldn't decide whether to watch me close or from a distance. I thought maybe it was my dad playing around with the zoom, but then I remembered he wasn't even home that summer. He had broken his leg and was in the hospital for over a month. My older brother had gone to stay with our aunt in another town. It was just me and my mom at home, and there she was in the background. You could see her in the corner of the frame, kneeling in the garden, planting something. She looked over at me every now and then, smiled, then went back to work. She was close, 10, maybe 15 feet from me. Close enough that if anyone else had been nearby, she would have noticed. That realization hit me hard. The person filming was in the basement. Our basement. We didn't have any relatives visiting. No friends staying over. The basement windows weren't the kind that opened. They were those narrow rectangular ones that sat just above the dirt line, meant to let in a little light. You couldn't access them from the inside without crawling on your stomach. And from the outside, they were small, well-covered, and partially hidden by the flower beds. But someone was in there, watching me, filming me. The video lasted for a little over 5 minutes. Toward the end, the camera just held on me while I sat in the pool, splashing and laughing. Then it panned slowly back, as if the person was backing away from the window. The last second of footage was just the dark inside of the basement, barely visible shelves, dust, concrete walls, before it cut to black. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I called my mom and asked her if she remembered that summer. She said she did, clearly. It was the summer she had her flower phase, when the backyard was full of pots and tools and seed bags. I asked her who could have been filming that video. She didn't answer for a while. Then she asked me to send her the footage. A few hours later, my phone rang. It was my mom. She was crying. That was all the confirmation I needed. It wasn't her. It wasn't my dad. It wasn't anyone we knew. I showed the video to my brother a few days later. He watched the whole thing without saying a word. Then he looked at me and asked, "How the hell did that end up on Dad's disc?" That was the question. That disc had been made from old camcorder tapes, converted to digital. My dad was always pretty good at backing up old home videos, even if he wasn't the most tech-savvy. But if the video came from the basement, then that means someone used our own camcorder to film me. That camera was kept in the hall closet upstairs, high on a shelf. No one could get to it unless they were already inside. And yet, we had no signs of a break-in. No thefts. Nothing went missing. No one felt unsafe at the time. My mom was always close when I played outside, especially near water. She never left me alone, especially not with a stranger in the house. So how did it happen? The only thing I can think of, the only thing that makes sense, if you can even call it that, is that someone had already been in the house. Maybe hiding. Maybe living in the basement. It sounds insane, but I've read stories about people who secretly lived in attics or basements, hiding while the homeowners went about their lives. Maybe this was like that. Maybe that day they saw me outside, got curious, found the camera, and filmed me. Maybe they had done it more than once. I dug up the old family tapes. My dad had given me a box of them years ago when he was cleaning out the garage. Most were unlabeled. I went through as many as I could, frame by frame. Some had the usual stuff, birthdays, Christmases, family trips. But one tape, just one, stood out. It had only a few minutes of footage. Most of it was black, but there were brief, barely visible clips. A shot of my bedroom door at night, a close-up of the hallway, the laundry room, the garage, places you wouldn't bother filming unless you were documenting the layout of the house. I recognized the footage. I didn't recognize the voice. At one point, there's a low murmur in the background, like someone talking to themselves. I had to boost the audio and replay it multiple times. It wasn't clear, just mumbling, but it didn't sound like my dad. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. I kept all the tapes. I copied the videos to an external hard drive, just in case. Then I boxed up the originals and sent them back to my dad. I didn't tell him why. For days, I thought about the basement, the window, the angle of the shot, the focus on my face, the way the camera lingered too long, like the person behind it didn't just want to record a memory. They wanted to watch, study, possess. It messed me up. I stopped sleeping properly. Every night, I'd wake up with this feeling that someone was watching me. Rationally, I knew I was safe. I live in a different city now. That house was sold years ago. But something about knowing that someone had been inside my childhood home without our knowledge, someone had stood in the dark and filmed me like that, it triggered something deep in me. I kept remembering the feeling I sometimes had back then. When I was a kid, I'd sometimes wake up at night, feeling cold and weirdly exposed. I'd always assumed it was just nightmares or childhood fears. But what if it wasn't? What if someone had been watching me, not just through a window, but from inside? After a week of sleepless nights, I finally called the current owners of the house. I still had their number from a Facebook group where the old neighborhood kept in touch. I made up a story about misplacing something sentimental and asked if they'd ever had trouble with the basement. They said yes. Apparently, a year ago, they had to redo the basement insulation. When they ripped open the walls, they found evidence that someone had been living down there. Old food wrappers, blankets, even a small flashlight, all stuffed into a crawl space behind one of the shelving units. They assumed it had been a squatter from before they moved in. But hearing that, everything clicked. Someone had been there. I don't know how long they stayed. I don't know if they ever left. But they were there long enough to use our camera, long enough to know our routines, long enough to know when my mom would be in the garden and when I'd be alone. That footage should not exist. But it does. And that terrifies me more than anything. I don't talk about it with my family anymore. We all saw it. We all know what it means. But there's nothing more to say. We moved on, like people do. But something about it follows me still. Not in a haunted way. Not in a ghost story way. Just in the way that now I know something I can't unknow. That sometimes the scariest things don't make noise. They don't break in. They wait. They blend in. They observe. And they leave behind tapes. I'm so glad I don't live there anymore. The summer after my first year of college, I took a job working as a morning cleaner at the local movie theater. It wasn't the kind of job you bragged about, but it paid decently, and I needed something to keep me busy and earn some cash while I was home. The theater was fairly new, built in the early 90s, located out in a semi-rural part of town. It was tucked away from the main streets, kind of in the middle of nowhere. The surrounding area was a mix of wetlands, some old farmland, and land owned by the nearby nature center. It was quiet, isolated, and that gave the whole place a strange vibe, especially during the early morning hours. The theater itself had 12 screens, 3 large ones for medium-sized ones and 5 smaller screening rooms. The building was spread out, with the lobby at the front, then hallways branching off to the theaters. The setup meant that some theaters were tucked away in corners or down long corridors, making them easy to forget or avoid, especially when you had a shift that started at 4 a.m. and went till 10. I usually worked with 1 or 2 other friends, but often you were alone in a part of the theater for long stretches of time. You had your iPod to keep you company, music drowning out the silence, but the quiet felt heavy. My shift would start early. I'd wake up just before 3:30 a.m., get ready, and drive about 20 minutes to the theater. The road to get there cut through empty fields and patches of thick trees. At that hour, the sky was still dark, and the only light came from my car's headlights cutting through the early morning fog. The theater's parking lot was almost always empty, except for maybe 1 or 2 other cars belonging to the cleaning crew. When I arrived, I'd usually be one of the first people there. I'd clock in, get my cleaning supplies, and start my rounds. The first thing was to unlock all the front doors, then head upstairs to the projector rooms to turn on the lights in the theaters. This task was simple but weirdly unsettling. The projector rooms were up a flight of stairs, a narrow corridor lined with giant cardboard cutouts of movie characters. In the dim light, these figures looked oddly lifelike, and your mind played tricks on you. I learned quickly to avoid staring at them too long. The first couple of weeks were normal. I cleaned seats, threw away popcorn bags, swept and vacuumed floors, wiped down sticky surfaces. I got into a rhythm. I'd wear my headphones, mostly playing music to keep my mind off the silence. Occasionally, I'd run into the other cleaners or the day shift staff who arrived around 9 or 10 to take over. We'd exchange notes about maintenance issues, like a flickering light in Theater 3 or a broken soda machine. But something about Theater 5 was off. Nobody wanted to clean it. It was located behind the bathrooms in the lobby, down a long, narrow hallway. It was the most isolated of all the theaters, surrounded on all sides by walls, with no windows. When you were in there, especially at 4 a.m., you were completely alone. People who cleaned Theater 5 reported headaches, nosebleeds, and an overwhelming feeling of being watched. Even the manager seemed reluctant to send anyone in there unless they absolutely had to. Yet, for some reason, I was the one assigned to clean it most mornings. At first, I didn't think much of it. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but the feeling of unease was real. There was a heaviness in the air, like something was lingering just beyond your sight, something waiting. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. One morning, I was in Theater 5, finishing up throwing away cups and trash left behind by the last moviegoers. I had my iPod in, the volume turned up, but I kept getting the feeling that someone was standing right behind me. Every few seconds, I'd stop what I was doing and turn around. No one was there. The empty rows of seats stared back at me, dark and silent. At one point, I even took out my earphones and shouted hello, just to break the tension. Silence. Nothing but the hum of the ventilation system and the faint drip of water somewhere in the distance. I told myself it was nothing, kept working, sweeping under the seats. Then suddenly I heard footsteps. Not slow, careful steps, but fast-running footsteps. I froze, my heart pounding. I looked toward the entrance to the hallway leading into the theater, and for a split second, I caught sight of a small figure, a little boy with blonde hair, running and turning the corner out of sight. Instinct took over. I dropped my broom and chased after him, racing down the long hallway into the lobby. But there was no boy. I scanned the empty lobby, called out, but no answer. The only person I could see was my boss, Jeff, standing outside by the front doors on a smoke break. I asked him about the boy, and he just laughed. He called the kid Charlie. Charlie was a name the staff had given the little troublemaker who was often reported running around Theater 5. Customers, especially women, complained about a blonde boy making noise, knocking things over, and disappearing before anyone could catch him. Charlie was more of a nuisance than anything dangerous, but he definitely added to the theater's weird atmosphere. Some joked he was the son of the tall man, a much darker figure no one really wanted to talk about. The tall man was a tall, lanky man in a black suit and bowler hat. Women had complained to the staff that he followed them from theater to theater, sometimes even into the bathrooms. Employees reported seeing him sneaking into theaters only to disappear when they tried to approach him. Teenagers working the day shift referred to him as the tall man, and there were police calls. Nobody knew who he was or how he got in, but his presence was real and chilling. I had yet to meet the tall man until a couple of weeks after my encounter with Charlie. One morning, I was the first to arrive and was tasked with turning on all the theater lights. Usually, we carried flashlights in the projector rooms, but that morning, I couldn't find mine. We later found it in the trash, probably knocked down by Charlie during his morning antics. I walked slowly down the long, dark corridor of the projector rooms, flipping switches to light up the theaters below. The corridor was lined with life-size cardboard cutouts of movie characters, making the dark hallway feel like a strange museum. I was whistling the Andy Griffith Show theme song to myself, trying to keep my mind off the shadows and the eerie silence. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of the cutouts move. I stopped, heart pounding. The figure was no cutout. It was a person, a tall, thin man hunched over, whistling my tune back to me, but slow and drawn out. His face was hidden in shadow, outlined only by the red glow of the exit signs and the faint light from the projector monitors. He stood up slowly, revealing himself to be at least 7 feet tall. His walk was strange, like a limp or a waddle. He started moving toward me, still whistling quietly. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. My mouth felt dry, my tongue heavy like cotton. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned, and disappeared into an office down the hall. I ran down the stairs as fast as I could and waited outside the theater until the rest of the crew arrived. I told them what I saw, and they confirmed it. The tall man was real. But they said he wasn't dangerous, just there. That morning was the last straw for me. I put in my 2 weeks' notice that day. I didn't want to work in a place where something so strange and unsettling could exist. The job had started out as just a summer gig, but it had turned into a waking nightmare. After I left, I kept thinking about that theater, the quiet halls, the long empty corridors, the feeling of being watched even when no one was there. I still wonder who that tall man was, why he was there, and what he wanted. But some questions don't have answers, and maybe it's better that way. Even now, when I drive past that old theater, especially late at night, I still feel that uneasy chill. It's like the building remembers, like something inside it is still waiting in the dark. And I'm glad I'm not the one walking those halls anymore. I was 17, working at this country club on the edge of a rich city about 20 minutes from where I lived. The place was fancy, big green lawns, perfectly trimmed hedges, tall trees casting long shadows over smooth concrete paths. The clubhouse was this old, stately building with white columns, shining windows, and a big porch where members could sit with their drinks and look out over the golf course. I worked there on weekends, usually Saturday nights, cleaning up after events or helping in the kitchen. It was quiet, nothing like the noisy places closer to the city. That Saturday night was like any other. The club had closed around 10, and I was headed home. My car was old, a beat-up little sedan with scratches along the side from years of careless parking in tight spots. I didn't mind. It got me where I needed to go. The roads from the club to my house were mostly straight stretches, cutting through the edges of the city and some quieter neighborhoods. I usually took the same route because it was quick and easy, main roads, a few traffic lights, nothing complicated. Some parts touched Detroit, but I never found it too bad. I knew to stay alert, but it was late, and the streets were mostly empty. I was tired, but ready to get home. The road I took was long, maybe 6 miles or so. 3 lanes on either side, wide and open. I remember the night being unusually still. The streetlights flickered a bit, casting pools of dim yellow light on the pavement. A gentle wind stirred some leaves along the sides of the road. The city was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels a little too empty. That's when I noticed the car behind me. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining it. But then I caught it in my rearview mirror. A black sedan, headlights on, a little ways back but definitely behind me. The driver didn't flash their high beams or honk, just followed at a steady distance. I figured maybe they were going the same way. It happens. But as I kept driving, the car stayed close behind me, mirroring my every move. I changed lanes once to pass a slow truck, and the car switched lanes too, moving directly behind me again. It was odd, but not immediately scary. Maybe they were lost or confused. But then the pattern started to bother me. Every time I hit a red light, the car was right behind me. I could see the driver's shape faintly through the windshield. Young, maybe around my age, but I couldn't make out any features clearly. No one else was on the road, just me and that car. I drove carefully, watching my mirrors constantly, trying not to panic. My heart started beating faster. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I speed up? Should I slow down and let them pass? The road was empty except for us, and the car never tried to pass or pull alongside. No flashing lights, no honking, no sudden stops. Just following, steady and deliberate. I tried to tell myself maybe the driver was drunk or confused, but that didn't make me feel any better. I passed a gas station and thought about stopping there, but the car stayed behind, not pulling in or driving off. The silence in the car was deafening. No radio, no music, just the hum of the engine and the tires rolling over the asphalt. Then the car started to follow my turns. I was approaching the neighborhood near my house. I took a right onto a smaller street, one that led closer to my neighborhood but wasn't a main road. The car made the same right turn. I took a left, trying to confuse whoever was behind me. The car turned left too. I began to panic. I started driving down side streets, weaving through blocks, taking random turns, even looping the same block twice. I slowed down, sped up, changed lanes, even stopped at a few intersections longer than I needed to. The car stayed on me, never flashing its lights or making a sound, just trailing behind like a shadow. I was sweating now, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I thought about calling the police, but I was scared. What if they saw me on the phone and the driver got aggressive? I didn't want to risk anything. The streets grew quieter. The houses here were spaced out, yards big and dark, some with no porch lights on. I kept driving, the car still there behind me, a constant presence. Finally, I reached the street where I lived. I pulled into my driveway, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through my chest. I killed the engine and sat there, staring straight ahead. The street was empty, but through the window, I could see the car park just a house down and across the street. Headlights off now, but engine probably running. I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't move. I just sat, trembling, watching. After a few minutes, I woke my mother quietly, whispering that someone was parked outside, watching the house. She was groggy but alert, her face tight with concern. She called the police immediately. While we waited, the man got out of his car and started walking up and down the sidewalk, just a few houses down from ours. He stopped a few times, looking around, staring at houses like he was trying to decide something. After a while, he stood completely still, his back to us, staring at a house several doors down. The police arrived quickly. Their flashlights shone bright across the street, cutting through the dark. The man paced back and forth a few times before he was approached and questioned by the officers. Later, one of the officers came to our door to explain what was going on. It turned out the man was about my age and had been drinking heavily. He'd been on his way to a party somewhere in my city, but didn't know exactly where. Somehow, he started following me from the country club because I was young and headed in the right direction. When the police showed up, they found him relieving himself on the sidewalk. The officer reassured us that it was a coincidence and nothing more, but the relief didn't come immediately. I kept looking out the window for a while after the man was taken away, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. That night left a mark on me. After that, I couldn't just get in my car and drive off without feeling like someone might be behind me, watching, waiting. I found myself checking over my shoulder constantly, glancing in the rearview mirror, even when the roads were full of cars. I also had something else, something that no one at the time really understood. I have sleep paralysis. It's an extreme case. Some nights, I can go for weeks with episodes every night. I'd wake up frozen, unable to move, feeling a weight on my chest or a presence in the room. Sometimes I'd see things, shapes in the shadows, someone standing just at the foot of my bed, or a figure perched silently in a corner. The hallucinations sometimes lasted longer than the paralysis itself. Most nights, I'd wake up terrified, but manage to calm myself down and fall back asleep after a minute or two. But there were worse episodes, where I'd have to force myself out of bed and turn every light on in the house just to feel safe. The strangest hallucination came one night when I woke up and looked out my bedroom window. I saw someone sitting in my car, fiddling with the ignition, trying to start it. I watched for a full minute, unable to move or fully open my eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. I barely made out a face in the dim streetlight, and then suddenly snapped out of it. I threw on some pants and ran outside, but no one was there. The car was locked, silent, and empty. That night, I felt the most alone I ever had. The two experiences, the night I was followed and my episodes of sleep paralysis, blurred together in my mind over time. The fear, the helplessness, the watching and waiting, all mixed into one constant feeling of being vulnerable in a world that sometimes felt too big and too dangerous. But I kept going. I learned to trust my instincts a little more, to look around and stay alert. I talked to my mom more about the things I saw and felt, and she was patient, listening even when she didn't fully understand. Now, years later, I look back on that night and the nights after and realize something important. Fear is a powerful thing, but it doesn't have to control you. The world can be scary, and sometimes people can be dangerous without meaning to be. But the best thing you can do is hold on to what you know, to the people who care, and to your own strength. I never saw that man again. He was just a drunk kid lost in the night, making bad choices. But that night changed me. It taught me that sometimes the scariest things are the ones that don't shout or chase, but quietly follow, waiting to see what you'll do next. And sometimes the darkest nights are the ones where you have to fight to stay awake, fight the shadows in your own mind, and keep moving forward even when it feels impossible. That summer, when I was 23, was supposed to be simple. I only worked part-time at a small bookstore downtown, so I had plenty of free time. On my days off, I liked to go to the county pool. It was one of those public pools with tall chain-link fences and bright blue water, the kind where families brought their kids, and you could smell sunscreen mixed with chlorine in the air. There was a big grassy area where people laid out towels, some umbrellas for shade, and several lifeguard chairs strategically placed around the pool. It was busy most days, full of chatter and laughter from kids splashing and parents watching from the sidelines. I always went alone. I liked the quiet freedom of it. I would bring a book, usually some light fiction, something that didn't require much thinking, and settle into a spot somewhere near the middle of the towel area. The pool was crowded enough that I never felt alone or in danger, and I liked that about it. It was a safe place, or so I thought. That day was typical at first. The sun was high and warm, but not too hot yet. I arrived mid-morning, around 11 a.m., when the crowd was already starting to build, but not overwhelming. I picked a spot on the concrete near the shallow end, where families with toddlers tended to hang out. I laid out my towel carefully, smoothing it flat, and laid down on my stomach, propping my chin on my hands. I pulled out my book and started reading, the sound of splashing and distant laughter filling the background. At some point, I noticed a man set up his towel a little too close to me. It was odd. There was plenty of space around, but he picked the spot just inches from my feet. I glanced at him briefly. He was middle-aged, maybe in his early 40s, dressed in plain swim trunks. He didn't look threatening, just quiet and keeping to himself. I tried to brush off the weird feeling that crept up. I told myself the pool was safe, that people wouldn't be so careless. Still, I shifted my feet a little to keep some distance. Time passed. I read for an hour or two, occasionally getting up to swim a few laps. The water was refreshing, and it helped pass the time. I liked the way the sun warmed my back when I laid on my towel afterward, my skin slightly damp and glistening. I was relaxed, feeling calm and detached from the usual stresses of work. Then, sometime in the early afternoon, I laid down on my back, the book resting beside me on the towel. I was just starting to doze off, the warm sun making my eyes heavy. Suddenly, I felt something strange near my feet. It was subtle at first, just a small movement in my peripheral vision. I opened my eyes fully and sat up quickly, trying to shake off the lazy feeling. That's when I saw it. Right at the edge of my towel, barely inches from where my feet had been, was a small camcorder, old-fashioned and bulky. It was resting on a towel that clearly belonged to the same man who had set up nearby earlier. The zipper of the bag was slightly open, and the camera was pointed directly at me. Specifically, it was aimed at my bikini area. I felt the blood drain from my face. My heart pounded so loudly, I was sure people around could hear it. I tried to think, to process what I was seeing, but my mind raced in a jumble. All the what-if scenarios I'd ever imagined flashed through my head. Smashing the camera, confronting the guy, calling security immediately. But none of it happened. I froze, rooted to the spot by shock, embarrassment, and confusion. The camcorder sat there, quiet but accusing. I could almost feel the weight of it, like it was watching me even when I wasn't looking. The pool around me, usually full of life and noise, felt distant, like I was in a bubble of silence. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. My hands trembled slightly as I reached for my phone, trying to steady myself. Finally, I forced myself to get up and find a lifeguard. I walked over to one of the tall chairs where a young lifeguard was scanning the pool. Without saying much, I pointed toward the man and the camera. The lifeguard jumped down, moving toward the man immediately. I stayed back, watching as the man, realizing he'd been caught, quickly gathered his things. He didn't say a word, didn't look at me, just shoved the camcorder into his bag, zipped it up, and hurried toward a back exit near the maintenance sheds. I felt numb as I watched him disappear. The lifeguard stayed with me for a few minutes, asking if I was okay. I wanted to scream, to cry, to tell them how violated I felt, but my voice wouldn't come. I just nodded and shook my head. Later, I filed a police report. The officers were polite, asking questions and taking notes, but they told me there wasn't much they could do without evidence or a suspect caught on the spot. The man was gone, and the camera was with him. Somewhere out there, he had hours of footage of me in my bikini, completely unaware. The days after that incident were hard. I kept thinking about what had happened, reliving every second of that moment by the pool. I felt exposed, unsafe in a place that I had always thought was secure. I couldn't help but wonder if the man had done this before, if someone else had been recorded without knowing it. I didn't go back to the pool for a long time. When I finally did, I felt constantly on edge, watching people carefully, scanning the crowds, moving my towel frequently. The sense of calm I once felt by the water was gone, replaced by a lingering unease. It wasn't just the camera. It was the fact that someone had chosen me, had watched me without my knowledge, had invaded my privacy in such a personal and degrading way. That feeling stayed with me, even when I was far from the pool, in my own home or out with friends. I never saw that man again, and I don't know if the police ever found him. Sometimes I think about the footage, where it might be, who else might have seen it. It's a dark thought, but it's part of the story now. What I learned from that summer is that creepy isn't always obvious. It's not always a scary face or a threatening voice. Sometimes it's quiet and hidden, something that leaves you feeling small and vulnerable without anyone else noticing. And it's that kind of creepiness that stays with you, changing how you see the world, how you trust it. That summer changed me, not just because of what happened, but because I had to find a way to keep going afterward. I had to remind myself that I was not at fault, that the man's actions were wrong, and that I still deserved to feel safe, even if it took time to get there again. The pool, the water, the sun, they all still hold memories. But now, whenever I go, I carry a quiet vigilance with me. And that, I guess, is how life goes on. Back when I was in 7th grade, my daily routine was pretty simple. My dad usually drove me to and from school, but sometimes he couldn't make it. On those days, my mom would walk all the way to school, pick me up, and walk back home with me. It was a bit of a trek, but I never minded because it meant I got to spend a little extra time with her, and the walk felt safe since she was always there. I knew the streets and the paths we took like the back of my hand because I'd done it so many times. One day, I told my mom I felt ready to walk home by myself. I wanted that independence, and she agreed, even though I could tell she was a little worried. She told me to stay on the main streets, avoid shortcuts, and if anything felt wrong, I should come back or go somewhere crowded. I promised I'd be careful and that I'd call her when I got home. That morning felt like a big step toward growing up. The walk home started like it always did. The sun was dipping lower, the air was cool but not cold, and the sidewalks were busy with other kids and people heading home or running errands. I knew I had about 10 minutes left before I'd be at my street, the part of the neighborhood where I felt completely safe. Then it happened. A white truck slowed down next to me as I was walking. The windows were rolled down, and a man called out, asking for help. I remember how his voice sounded, not loud, but a bit too eager, like he was forcing friendliness, trying too hard to seem normal. I was naive and innocent, but something inside me told me to be careful. Still, I was raised to be polite and helpful, so I walked over to the window. The moment I got close, something about him made me freeze inside. I don't remember exactly what, but there was this awful feeling crawling through my skin. Then I noticed it. His pants were unzipped. I didn't want to look, but my eyes caught it anyway. His thing was hanging out, limp and disgusting, with some sticky, shiny goo around it. My stomach turned, and I wanted to pull away, but he was talking to me, asking where some street was. I was new in the neighborhood and didn't know the area well, so I told him I wasn't sure, but maybe he could find the Walmart. That was the only direction I could give him. He didn't like that answer. He asked me to get in his van to show him where Walmart was, but I refused immediately. I said I'd draw him a map instead. That's when it got worse. He took out a crumpled piece of paper and a pencil. As he pushed the paper toward me, he grabbed my hand suddenly. My skin crawled so badly just remembering this. He forced my hand toward himself and made me touch him. The sticky goo got all over my fingers and palm. I felt trapped and sick, but he kept doing it over and over. I tried to pull away quietly, but he held on tight. Finally, I jerked my hand free and ran. I didn't even look back, just ran as fast as I could, tears blurring my vision. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I'd pass out. Then I saw his truck again, a little ahead, pulled over and with the engine off. I panicked harder than I ever had in my life. I didn't want to get caught or be forced back. I ran back toward the busiest place nearby, a Chinese restaurant packed with people eating and chatting, the smell of soy sauce and garlic wafting through the open doors. I stopped just outside the entrance and collapsed against the wall, crying hysterically. My whole body shook. I felt dirty, scared, and so small. I thought maybe I could go inside and ask for help, but I didn't have any money. What if they asked me what I wanted to order? What if they called the police? I didn't want anyone to know. I just wanted to be invisible and safe. So I stayed by the door, sobbing quietly for what felt like an hour, until I dared to peek outside and saw that the truck was gone. When I was sure the man wasn't around anymore, I slowly, carefully started walking home again. When I reached the house, my mom was already leaving. She had this worried look on her face, like something told her I wasn't okay. When she saw me, with tears still on my cheeks and my eyes red, she asked what was wrong. I felt so embarrassed, like this was my fault. I shook my head and said I'd tell her later, not wanting to admit what happened. Inside, I immediately went to the bathroom and washed my hand over and over with soap until it burned. Then I grabbed rubbing alcohol and scrubbed it again. I made a silent promise to myself never to use that hand again if I could help it. When I finally told my mom everything, she was furious, not at me, but at the man, at the world, at the fact that this happened at all. She asked if I remembered what the truck looked like, the license plate, what he looked like. But my brain had blanked all of that out, overwhelmed by fear. I couldn't remember the details clearly. I only remembered how trapped and dirty I felt. She told me she had a gut feeling that something was terribly wrong before I even got home. That feeling had been gnawing at her all afternoon. I begged her not to tell my dad or my sister. I was too embarrassed. I thought it was my fault somehow, even though I knew it wasn't. I don't know why I thought that way. I think it was because I felt powerless and ashamed, like maybe I should have been smarter or faster or stronger. But I wasn't. I was just a kid. In the days that followed, the memory stayed with me like a shadow I couldn't shake. I became quieter, more cautious. I avoided going out alone as much as I could, and I never told anyone at school. I didn't want to be seen as weak or as a victim. My mom stayed close by, watching me with tired eyes, always checking that I was safe. She made sure I never walked home alone again. Looking back, I realize how lucky I was. That man could have done so much worse. I think about that moment a lot. How quickly a walk home can turn from ordinary to terrifying. How someone you think you can trust suddenly becomes the thing you fear most. I also think about how victims like me often feel guilty or embarrassed, even though it's never their fault. The way I blamed myself felt so strange, but I understand now that it's a natural, painful part of surviving something awful. Years later, I'm still careful about who I trust, and I still carry the weight of that day with me. But I'm also stronger, wiser, and more aware. I tell my story not to scare anyone, but to remind people how important it is to listen to those gut feelings, to teach kids about safety without shame, and to support those who have been hurt without blame. Because sometimes the scariest monsters don't wear costumes. They just hide behind a smile and a friendly voice. And all it takes is a moment to change everything. I know I'm kinda late telling this, but whatever. This whole thing's been stuck in my head for a while, and I figured it's time I put it all down. It's a long story, so buckle up. It was a regular weekend, me and my friends Mike, Haley, and Lois just hanging out like we always do. We had grabbed some pretzels and sodas from 7-Eleven, the usual spot, and we're sitting outside on the curb, just talking and joking around, nothing special. The sun had already set, and the streetlights were casting this orange glow over everything. The air was cool, the kind of quiet where you can almost hear your own heartbeat. Out of nowhere, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Melanie, someone I didn't hang out with much but knew from school. The message read exactly, "So me and Jill found this creepy abandoned house, and we want to go in." It sounded dumb at first, like some teenage dare, but something about it got to me. Maybe it was the way it was worded, like they'd already been there, seen something, but wanted us to come check it out. I looked over at Haley and Lois. They weren't super convinced either, but Melanie was good at convincing people when she wanted to be. After a bit of back and forth, Haley and Lois agreed to meet Melanie and Jill. Mike wasn't coming. He said he had family stuff. So it was just us 6 now. We met up with Melanie and Jill at the edge of the neighborhood around 11 p.m. The streets were mostly empty except for the occasional car passing by, headlights slicing through the darkness. The house was only a few blocks from where we met, but the walk felt longer, heavier. We joked to keep things light, but the chill in the air was starting to get to me. When we finally got to the house, it was exactly what you'd expect. An old, rundown place that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The windows were boarded up with thick wooden planks, some nailed crookedly, some falling off completely. Paint peeled off the siding in big strips, the front steps sagged, and the whole thing seemed like it was barely hanging on. The backyard gate was open, which was weird. Usually, these places have everything locked up tight to keep kids out. The yard was small, just a rectangle fenced in, and smack dab in the middle was an old pool covered with one of those blue tarps. The tarp sagged in spots and looked like it hadn't been touched since who knows when. Melanie and Jill had already scouted around and found a lock on the back door. They didn't waste time. With a rock, they smashed the lock open. It wasn't loud enough to wake the neighborhood, but it was satisfying. The door creaked open slowly, like it was complaining about being disturbed after all these years. We slipped inside one by one. The first thing I noticed was the stale smell, a mix of dust, mold, and something else I couldn't quite place. The floorboards groaned under our feet. The walls were cracked, wallpaper peeling off like dead skin. Light from the windows was blocked, but there was just enough streetlight filtering in to see. At first, the house seemed normal, just neglected and old. I was with Jill. We stayed close while everyone else wandered off to explore on their own. We climbed the creaky stairs quietly, trying not to make a racket, but every step was loud in the silence. At the top, we went to the first door on the right. Before we even opened it, Jill was shaking. Her hands were trembling, and she kept looking over her shoulder like she wanted to run. I wanted to tell her it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling either. I pushed the door open, and inside was a small, dim room with mirrors covering every inch of the walls. Right in the center was a chair, old and dusty. On the floor around the chair were shards of broken glass, probably from the mirrors, and a dark red liquid smeared here and there. It was dried blood, no doubt. I don't know why, but Jill calmed down when she saw it. She moved closer, running her fingers over the chair as if it held some secret. Then, without a word, she insisted we check out the attic. I pulled the string hanging from the ceiling, and the attic stairs unfolded with a loud creak. The opening was small, barely big enough to fit through without crouching. The air that came from the attic was colder, thicker, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. Jill went up first, crawling on her hands and knees into the cramped space. I followed right behind, trying to keep my breathing steady. The attic was cluttered, old boxes, broken books, random junk left behind. It smelled like dust and decay, mixed with something faintly chemical, maybe old paint or cleaning supplies. We were just poking around, shining our flashlights on the stuff when we heard it. A low, guttural growl. It was sharp, close, and totally unexpected. We froze. My heart slammed against my chest so hard I thought it might burst. Then, in the corner of my eye, I saw it. A girl, lying on the floor, but not like any girl I'd ever seen. Her skin was pale gray, almost like she hadn't seen sunlight in years. Her hair was black and tangled, hanging down in matted clumps. She was watching us with cold, dark eyes, growling like an animal ready to strike. Jill screamed, losing her footing. She fell through the gap where the attic stairs folded up, a hole just big enough to swallow her. When she hit the floor below, the stairs slammed back up, cutting me off in the attic. Panic hit me like a freight train. I grabbed the multi-tool from my hoodie pocket, smashing at the attic stairs, desperate to get down. The growling got louder, closer, like something was dragging itself up behind me. My hands shook so bad I could barely hold the tool. Suddenly, I felt something brush against my leg, cold, fast, and terrifying. I swung the multi-tool as hard as I could, smashing the stairs. One of the wooden slats broke, and the stairs came down with a loud crash. I lost my balance, falling hard onto the floor below. I heard a sharp snap. Pain shot through my wrist. I looked down to see it was swollen and bent wrong. But whatever was behind me was gone. Jill, meanwhile, was nowhere to be found. I tried yelling her name, but my voice cracked. I struggled to stand, pain burning in my wrist, and stumbled outside the house. Haley and Lois were waiting on the porch, faces pale with worry. Jill never came back. We searched the house, called her name for hours, but she was gone. No trace. The only thing left was the broken lock on the back door and the lingering smell of something wrong in that house. I never told anyone about what I saw in the attic, the girl, the growl, the way Jill fell and disappeared. People ask about Jill sometimes, but I just say she had to leave town. Truth is, I don't know what happened to her, and part of me still hears that growl when it gets quiet at night. That house is still there, waiting. And I know if I ever go back, it won't be empty. When I was about 13, my grandparents owned a house on a waterfront property tucked away on a heavily wooded peninsula. It was the kind of place that felt like its own little world, surrounded by tall trees and thick brush that seemed to stretch forever. The house itself sat near the edge of the water, facing a big, calm body of water that looked almost like a lake, but was actually part of a bay. My grandparents split their time between that house and Florida, living in Florida for about half the year, so most of the time the house was empty. When they left, they let their adult kids use it as a vacation home. I was lucky enough to get to go there sometimes with my family, and those trips still stick with me in ways I can't fully explain. The woods around the house were full of little streams. They wound their way through the thick trees and dropped into the water near the house. Most were shallow and moved quickly, but some had pockets of deep, still water. Those spots were like little swimming holes, quiet, hidden places where the water was cool and slow-moving. One particular swimming hole was my favorite. It was down in a little hollow off one of the bigger streams. The water there was dark and cloudy, and the bottom was soft and muddy. I always thought it was much deeper than it really was. When you're a kid, everything looks bigger, and everything feels bigger, especially when you're scared. The swimming hole was maybe 12 to 15 feet deep, but it felt like a bottomless pit. The water was murky, so when you went deeper than about 3 feet, you couldn't see anything around you. It was just a strange, dark blur. What made the swimming hole even cooler, or maybe more dangerous, was the rope tied around a thick tree limb hanging over the water. It stretched out far enough that you could run and swing off it and drop straight into the water below. It was my favorite way to jump in, especially on hot afternoons when the sun made the water feel warm and inviting. Everyone who went there loved that rope. It gave you the feeling of flying for a second before you hit the water with a splash. I can still remember the day I decided to go swimming there alone. My parents were taking a nap back at the house, and the afternoon was quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you think you're the only person in the world. It was so peaceful, I thought it would be the perfect time to swim by myself, to challenge myself a little. I was 13, and I wanted to prove I could do things on my own, even if it was something as simple as swimming in that deep hole. No one told me not to, and at the time, I didn't think twice about going by myself. When I reached the swimming hole, I felt the warm sun on my back and the soft wind through the trees. The air smelled like wet earth and pine needles. The rope swung gently in the breeze. I pulled it back as far as I could, away from the edge of the water, until I was standing on my tiptoes. Holding the thick, rough rope in my hands, I ran full speed, feeling the rush of air in my face. Then I was flying airborne and dropped into the dark water below. The water was cold and heavy around me. I sank deeper and deeper, not stopping, until my feet touched the bottom. The mud squished between my toes. I was thrilled. I had done it. I had reached the bottom. But when I pushed off, I expected to shoot back to the surface, the way I always had before when I played in shallower water. Instead, I barely moved. I pushed again, harder this time, but I was stuck. Something was holding me down. My heart started to race. I kicked and pulled, but I couldn't break free. Panic began to grow inside me. The first thought that came to mind was that my shorts had caught on something. I imagined a submerged log or a stump snagging the fabric, holding me in place. But in the back of my mind, a darker fear took hold. What if it wasn't just a stump? What if something was holding me down? That kind of thought had no place in reality. But when you're drowning and your lungs are burning, the mind spins in strange directions. My vision started to narrow. The edges of my sight darkened, fading into black. A tiny circle of light remained in the center, flickering and flashing like little stars. My lungs screamed for air. I felt the sharp burn inside them as they tried desperately to pull in oxygen that wasn't there. My muscles grew heavy. My arms and legs felt like they belonged to someone else. My eyes started to roll back in my head. The will to fight slipped away. And then, just as I was about to give up, something happened. I remember feeling a pair of hands grabbing hold of me underwater. Strong hands that pulled at my shorts, freeing them from whatever had caught me. Those hands grabbed me, lifted me off the bottom, and carried me upward through the murky water. The dark blur around me faded as I was pulled toward the surface, light breaking through the water like a warm promise. When I broke the surface, I gasped for air, sucking in deep, desperate breaths. I kicked my legs and swam to the shore as fast as I could, still trembling with fear and shock. I looked back at the swimming hole. The rope swung gently, untouched. The water was calm again, as if nothing had happened. I never saw who saved me. There was no one around, no sign of another person. The only proof I had that something had gone wrong was the huge tear in one leg of my swimming trunks. It looked like the fabric had been ripped apart by force. I was lucky to be alive. Thinking back, I know now that the person who pulled me free wasn't real. It was a trick my mind played on me when I was close to blacking out. My body fought to survive in ways I couldn't control, and my mind created an image of a savior to help me keep struggling. Somehow, I managed to tear free from the snag myself, though the exact moment is a blur in my memory. My body must have floated back to the surface naturally, or maybe I swam up without fully realizing it. That moment changed how I saw everything. I never went back to that swimming hole alone, and I never trusted the calm, dark water the same way again. It was a sharp lesson in respect for the power of nature, and a reminder that even the safest places can hide danger. From then on, I always made sure to swim with someone nearby, and I learned to listen to that small voice in my head telling me when to stop, when to be careful, and when to be afraid. I remember the quiet walk back to the house, my clothes still dripping wet, my heart pounding like I had just run a race. The woods were alive with the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves. The sun was starting to lower, casting long shadows across the path. The smell of the water mixed with the scent of moss and pine filled my nostrils. Everything seemed the same, but I wasn't. I was different. I understood something new about fear, about survival, and about the fragile line between being safe and being in danger. That day, I learned how thin that line really is. I've had sleep paralysis moments off and on for about a year now. Usually, they come during the day, in the afternoons when I'm curled up on the couch for a quick nap. It's always the same feeling. I know I'm awake, but my body just won't respond. It's like my mind wakes up, but my muscles don't get the memo. My eyes open, but everything feels heavy, disconnected, and it's terrifying in the worst possible way. I'm not one for scary stories, ghosts, or anything like that. I try to keep my feet planted firmly in reality, because I don't believe in anything otherworldly. But sleep paralysis is something else. It's a cruel trick of the brain that feels like a trap. You're stuck inside your own body, unable to move or speak, while your senses are alive and alert. Sometimes people talk about shadow people or tall figures looming over them during these moments, but I've never had that. My episodes usually happen while I'm half sitting on the couch, slouched awkwardly, somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. No shadowy figures, no voices, just the crushing, paralyzing silence and immobility. I live with a small toy poodle. She's an anxious little thing, tiny and restless, always moving, always looking for a warm lap or a soft blanket. Occasionally, when I'm napping on the couch, I'll let her lie on my stomach. She doesn't like it much. She's never one to stay put for long. Usually, if I hug her gently and hold her there, she'll tolerate it for a while, but the moment I let go, she hops off. She never listens to my calls to come lie down on me during these naps. It's like she knows it's a fragile moment for me and respects that by keeping her distance unless invited. One afternoon, I was feeling especially tired after a long morning of work. The sun was streaming in through the living room window, casting warm light across the worn cushions of the couch. I settled in, pulling a thin blanket over my legs and propping my head on the armrest. My poodle wandered around the room for a bit before curling up on the rug nearby. I felt my eyelids grow heavy almost immediately. I don't remember exactly when I slipped from wakefulness into that strange in-between space. What I do remember is the terrible sensation of my body not matching my mind. My brain was becoming clear, sharp even, but my arms, legs, and throat refused to obey any commands. I was trapped in myself. The couch beneath me felt firm but somehow unreal, like I was watching the whole scene from outside my body, but still inside it at the same time. My heart started to race, panic creeping up from my chest to the back of my throat. I wanted to scream, to shout, to move even the smallest finger, but nothing responded. I focused on my breathing, trying to stay calm. In those moments, panic only makes it worse. My chest tightened, but I reminded myself this was just a sleep disorder. No ghosts, no demons, just a glitch in how my brain wakes up. Then suddenly my poodle barked. It was a sharp, surprised little bark, not aggressive or scared, just alert. My heart jumped. The sound pulled me out of the fog like a rope. Then, even more unexpectedly, she hopped up onto my stomach, all on her own, and lay down, completely still. She stared intently at the wall across the room, head tilted just a bit, ears perked. She didn't move a muscle, didn't twitch or look away. Just lay there quietly, but alert. Her sudden presence, and the weight of her small body pressed gently on my chest jolted me fully awake. I blinked several times, swallowing hard, still catching my breath. My body finally obeyed, and I sat up straighter, looking down at her curled up on me. I was shaken, more than I expected to be. I've read about how dogs can sense things humans can't: anxiety, danger, illness. I thought it was just a comforting habit for her to lie on me when I napped, but this felt different. It was as if she knew something was wrong, even before I did. Her staring at the wall made me feel uneasy too. It was like she was watching something I couldn't see, or waiting for something. I rubbed her soft fur for a while, trying to settle my nerves, but my mind kept racing back to that frozen moment. The panic, the helplessness, the weird timing of her bark and her decision to climb up on me. Sleep paralysis is terrifying enough on its own. It's a weird, helpless limbo where your brain is awake, but your body is trapped in a dream-like paralysis. For me, it's always been a frustrating and lonely experience. No strange figures, no frightening shadows, no voices whispering in my ears. Just silence and stillness. But that day, my poodle's behavior added a new layer to the experience. A reminder that even in the midst of helplessness, there can be unexpected signals from the world around me. Since then, I've thought a lot about that moment. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, and I know my poodle isn't some kind of guardian angel. But there's something about the way animals pick up on things, subtle shifts in body language, tiny changes in scent or energy, that we humans often miss. Maybe she heard the change in my breathing, or sensed my panic even before I realized it. Maybe her bark was a way to snap me out of it, or maybe it was just coincidence. But whatever it was, it helped. After that afternoon, I started paying more attention to how I prepare for naps. I made sure to keep the room quiet, the light soft, and I tried to lay down flat instead of slouching, hoping it would reduce the chances of sleep paralysis. I also found comfort in having my poodle nearby, even if she didn't lie on me every time. Those episodes didn't stop completely, but they became less frequent. And whenever they happened, I remembered that day, that strange, quiet moment when my little dog chose to climb onto me, barked once, and stared at a blank wall, helping me break free from the paralysis. I don't have a spooky story about shadow people or dark figures. I don't have chilling voices whispering threats. But I have that moment, the weight of my poodle's small body on my chest, her sharp bark, and the way she looked toward the empty wall like she was waiting for something unseen. It's enough to remind me that even in our most vulnerable moments, we're not always completely alone. I remember that summer like it was yesterday, even though it's been years now. It started with a group of us, just a bunch of high school kids with too much time on our hands and a craving for a little adventure. We were always looking for places to explore, spots that were off limits or forgotten by most people. That's how we ended up at that old abandoned house on the edge of town. Nobody really knew the history of the place, but it sat there, falling apart slowly, like it was waiting for someone to come poke around. The house itself was nothing spectacular from the outside, just a typical rundown structure with peeling paint and windows either smashed or boarded up. The yard was overgrown, weeds taller than my knees, and a few trees leaning crookedly as if they had been fighting against time. But the thing that caught our attention was the basement. This wasn't a normal basement that was just a dark hole under the house. No, it was a walkout basement style where most of it was underground, but one side had a door that led outside. The door was old and wooden, weathered from years of rain and sun, but it still looked like it could open if someone wanted to get inside. The catch was the door was nailed shut. Not just a couple of nails here and there, but a huge wooden board nailed across it in thick, rusty nails. It looked like whoever did that wanted to make sure nobody ever went down there again. We had gone into the house a couple of times before, sneaking in through a broken window or a side door, just to mess around and explore, but the basement door had always been off limits. No one could open it. The board looked like it had been there for a long time, maybe years. The wood was dark and warped, and the nails were crusted with rust. One hot afternoon, curiosity got the better of us. We were hanging out near the house, and someone jokingly dared us to break in through that basement door. The idea was crazy, but the more we talked about it, the more we wanted to see what was inside. We didn't expect much, just some old junk or maybe some forgotten furniture. But the mystery was too tempting. We found a crowbar lying in the backyard, probably left there from some old work, and took turns trying to pry the board off. It took a while, a lot of sweating and grunting, but finally the nails gave way and the board crashed to the ground. The door creaked open slowly, the hinges squealing in protest. A gust of cold, stale air rushed out from the basement, hitting our faces and making the hair on my arms stand up. It was like the air itself was thick with something old and heavy. We grabbed flashlights and climbed down the narrow, steep stairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath our feet. The basement was dark, but our lights cut through the shadows, revealing piles of junk, old furniture covered in dust sheets, and cobwebs hanging like curtains in the corners. At first, it was just what you'd expect, dusty, old, forgotten stuff. But as we moved deeper into the basement, one thing caught my eye. Right in the middle of the floor, there was a small patch that was completely clear of dust, like someone had swept it clean recently. And sitting right in the center of that spot was a piece of paper with a red rose on top of it. The rose was plastic, obviously fake, but the weird part was that it was spotless, not a speck of dust anywhere on it. The paper was also completely clean, which didn't make sense given the rest of the basement looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I remember kneeling down to look closer. The paper had a large pentagram drawn on it, with strange symbols circling the edges. I had seen pentagrams before, mostly in movies or on the internet, but this one looked different, like it was drawn with a steady hand, carefully made. The symbols around the edges weren't letters or numbers I recognized. It was unsettling, like it didn't belong in that dusty old basement. There was no explanation for how it had gotten there or why it looked so fresh. That spot was so out of place that it gave me chills. We didn't stick around long after that. The air seemed to get heavier, and every sound in the basement felt amplified. The dripping of water somewhere, the creak of the old house settling, even our own breathing sounded loud in the silence. We climbed back up the stairs quickly, replaced the board on the door the best we could without nails, and left. None of us said much on the way home. The whole thing just didn't feel right. The strangest part came a week or so later. I was cleaning out the back seat of my truck when I found something folded up under the seat. A piece of paper I didn't remember putting there. When I unfolded it, my stomach dropped. It was the same piece of paper with the pentagram and strange symbols from the basement. It was the exact same one. I was sure I hadn't taken it. I asked my friends if any of them had brought it back, but they all denied it. No one would admit to it, and I wasn't about to accuse anyone. But I still can't explain how it ended up in my truck. I kept that paper for a while, mostly out of curiosity, mixed with a strange sense of unease. I never really looked too closely at the symbols after that day. The whole thing felt like a puzzle with no answer. Why was it there? Who had left it? And why was it kept so clean in that dusty basement? After that experience, I avoided that place. I never went back to that basement, or even near the house again. The house eventually got demolished a couple years later, but I still think about that piece of paper. I can't shake the feeling that whatever was there wasn't just forgotten junk. It felt deliberate. Someone wanted us to find it, or maybe it was left there as a warning. I never told anyone else this story. It's easy to dismiss as just some dumb kids messing around, but that paper wasn't something kids would make. It felt serious and strange, like it belonged to something bigger than us, something old and hidden. It's a weird memory that still sticks with me, especially when I'm alone or driving late at night. I don't know what the symbols meant or who put that rose and paper there, but I'm glad I never tried to dig any deeper. I've got another story, something about a house I lived in later that had regular ghost tours and paranormal investigators showing up. But that one's even stranger in its own way. Maybe I'll tell it sometime. For now, though, that basement and the paper with the pentagram are enough to keep me thinking. One school holidays, my family and I were staying in Renmark, a small country town out in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't the kind of place where much happened, and I usually found the quiet a little boring, but the wide open spaces and the warm, dry air had a certain charm. We were staying near my grandparents' place, which was right in the heart of town. Their house was old but solid, with a big front porch, and it sat on a quiet street lined with gum trees and the occasional power pole. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, or at least thought they did. One afternoon, my brother and I decided to go down to the local soccer pitch to kick the ball around. The pitch was just across the street from my grandparents' house. It was a decent-sized park, mostly flat and grassy, surrounded by a low chain-link fence and a few large, leafy trees that cast long shadows as the sun began to dip toward the horizon. It was late afternoon, and the light was soft and golden, making everything look warmer and friendlier than usual. We had the whole place to ourselves, which was pretty normal because not many kids were around. School holidays in a small town like Renmark meant most of the other kids were off visiting relatives or just lazing about at home. We spent about half an hour kicking the ball back and forth, racing each other to see who could run faster or do more tricks with the ball. It was easy to forget the quiet because the simple joy of just playing outdoors took over. When we finally decided to head home, we walked out of the gate and across the cracked footpath leading back to the street. That's when I noticed the old beige car. It was parked behind some trees just across the road, sitting there with its engine quietly running. At first, it didn't really seem strange. Old cars like that were pretty common around town, and sometimes people just waited in their cars, maybe calling someone or checking their phone. But something about the way it was parked caught my attention. As we started walking, the car pulled out slowly from behind the trees. It didn't speed off like you'd expect if someone was just leaving. Instead, it moved very carefully, almost creeping along behind us, as if it was trying not to be noticed. My brother and I both glanced back, feeling the unease growing like a knot in our stomachs. The car was definitely following us. We didn't say anything, but I think we both knew we needed to get away from it. We picked up the pace, walking faster, then jogging. The car matched our speed, staying right behind us, keeping a steady distance, but not far enough to be comfortable. It was unnerving, this slow, deliberate following. The street was quiet. The houses were mostly closed up with the curtains drawn. I felt like everyone else had gone indoors, leaving us alone out here. The shadows grew longer, and the air started to cool as the sun dropped behind the low hills on the edge of town. The car kept inching closer. Suddenly, the car sped up. We both turned to look, startled by how fast it moved all of a sudden. And then, just as quickly, the car slammed on the brakes and stopped abruptly. I could see the driver ducking down low inside the car, as if trying to hide or avoid being seen. That was when panic hit me full force. I wasn't stupid. I knew something was seriously wrong. My brother and I broke into a full sprint, running as fast as we could down the street. Our feet pounded against the cracked concrete, hearts pounding just as hard in our chests. The dry dust from the gutters kicked up in little clouds as we rushed past the familiar front yards, the houses blurring past like ghosts. The beige car immediately hit the gas again, roaring to life behind us with a low rumble that shook the air. It accelerated, closing the distance fast, its headlights glowing bright in the dusk. We ran without looking back, adrenaline pushing us forward. Every step was desperate, every breath sharp and ragged. The street seemed to stretch on forever, but finally, we reached the front of my grandparents' house. I flung open the gate and darted onto their front porch, my brother right behind me. We both stopped, gasping for air, and watched as the car pulled up fast to the edge of the street. The car's horn blared suddenly, loud and sharp, echoing off the houses on either side. The sound made my stomach twist into knots. The driver stayed inside the car, the windows rolled up, but the sudden honk felt like a threat, like a warning or a challenge. Then, just as quickly as it had come, the car sped off, tires squealing slightly as it disappeared around the corner, leaving us trembling on the porch. I was only 12 years old then, but I remember every detail like it happened yesterday. The way the air felt heavy and hot, the way my hands shook even after the car was gone, the pounding of my heart that didn't stop for minutes. My grandparents came out when they heard the commotion, but we didn't say much. We were too scared, and it was hard to explain without sounding crazy. After all, nothing had actually happened. We hadn't been touched or grabbed, but the fear was real. That incident stayed with me. For a long time, I tried not to think about it, tried to pretend it was just a random stranger with no bad intentions. but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there who shouldn't be. Someone who had been watching, waiting, and following. It wasn't until years later that I heard the news on TV. The local paper and the news station ran a story about an old man who had been caught in the Renmark area. He had been arrested for attempted abduction and assault, things that made my stomach churn. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The car, the slow creep, the sudden speeding, the ducking driver, it had all been him. I realized how close I had come to something much worse than just a scary afternoon. That knowledge didn't make me feel safer. It made me more aware of how fragile safety really is. The quiet streets, the friendly faces, they could hide danger just as easily as a dark alley in a big city. Since then, I've never taken my safety for granted. I pay attention when I'm out alone. I don't ignore that little feeling in my gut when something doesn't feel right. And I try to remember that sometimes the scariest things aren't stories with monsters or ghosts. They're just real people with dark intentions, lurking quietly in the background, waiting for a chance. That day in Renmark was a harsh lesson. It taught me that danger doesn't have to be loud or obvious. Sometimes, it just waits in an old beige car behind some trees, creeping slowly behind you when you least expect it. And when it shows itself, it's already too close. I remember the day I got Spock like it was yesterday. I was maybe 3 or 4 years old, just a little kid, and he was my teddy bear with those sharp, pointy ears that made him look like no ordinary bear. That's why he was Spock, like the character from Star Trek. I loved him so much that I couldn't imagine going to bed without him. He wasn't just a toy, he was my comfort, my closest friend. We were inseparable, and even when my older brother used to tease me, I held on to Spock tight. One time, my brother snatched Spock right out of my hands and started punching him over and over. I don't remember why exactly he did it. Maybe he was annoyed or just wanted to see me upset. I burst into tears, heartbroken not just because he was hurting my teddy, but because I felt helpless watching it happen. Looking back now, I laugh about it. It seems so childish. But back then, it felt like the end of the world. There was another time, though, something that changed everything. It wasn't funny at all, and I'll never be able to forget it. I think I was around 8 years old, but honestly, that part is fuzzy. My memories from that time are sharp in every other way except for how old I was exactly. I'm sure everything else really happened because the feeling of that night still stays with me. It was one of those moments that you don't want to believe, but you know you can't forget. It was a regular night, or so I thought. I went to bed just like usual, clutching Spock close to me. He was always there, right by my side, the last thing I saw before I drifted off to sleep. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly because I don't remember the moments before waking up. But then I woke up. It was one of those times where you wake up suddenly, heart racing, confused about where you are and what time it is. My mind was foggy, my thoughts slow to come back to me. The room was dark except for a little moonlight sneaking through the curtains. As I blinked and tried to figure out what was happening, one thing hit me immediately. Spock was gone. Not just misplaced or tossed aside. He was missing. That feeling hit me hard, like a punch to the gut. I didn't want to just brush it off or go back to sleep and pretend it was all a bad dream. I needed to find him. I needed Spock. I sat up in bed, trying to remember if maybe my mom had taken him for some reason. Maybe she thought he needed a wash, or maybe she moved him somewhere safe. But none of that made sense because I hadn't heard anyone come in or out of my room, and I would have noticed. So, I got out of bed, quietly but determined. I didn't want to wake anyone, but I needed to check. My first stop was my mom's room. I stepped into the hallway, and it was colder than I expected. The house was unusually quiet. No sounds of the TV or anyone moving around. I reached my mom's door and knocked lightly. No answer. I thought maybe she was asleep, or maybe she'd gone to check on my brother. So, I walked down the hall to his room. I kept turning on the lights as I went, flicking them on and off, trying to find someone. His room was dark, too. No sign of him. I felt the fear creeping in now. Not just because Spock was gone, but because the whole house was empty. No footsteps, no whispers, no breathing but mine. It was the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. I walked downstairs slowly, hoping to find someone in the living room or kitchen, maybe a faint glow of the TV, something. But the house was dead quiet. Not even a shadow. My mind raced with questions. Where was everyone? How could the house be so still and empty in the middle of the night? I remembered then, the basement. I had forgotten all about the basement. We didn't go down there often, and honestly, I was scared of it. It was dark and always smelled like damp wood and old tools. The kind of place that felt alive with its own cold breath. But maybe, just maybe, Spock was down there. I approached the basement door carefully. It was slightly open, just a crack, and that made my heart pound faster. Up to this point, I had stayed quiet, not making a sound, almost like some part of me hoped this was all a bad dream I could wake from. But I had to know. I pushed the door open slowly, and my voice came out louder than I expected. I screamed, "MOM," as loud as I could. No answer. The darkness inside the basement was thick. I took a step down the stairs, my hand fumbling to find the light switch. When I finally found it, I flipped it on, and the basement lit up in its harsh, flickering glow. That's when I saw Spock, his little pointy ears, and worn out for peeking out from behind a heavy toolkit. It was like someone had deliberately left him there, like he was being hidden or abandoned. I didn't want to go closer. There was something about that basement, that night, that filled me with dread, like I was being warned to stay away. I grabbed Spock as fast as I could and ran back upstairs. I didn't look back. I climbed into bed and hid under the covers, holding him tightly, trying to shake off the cold fear that had settled deep in my bones. Morning came, or so I thought. I was woken by my mom calling breakfast from downstairs. Relief washed over me. It had all been a nightmare. I was safe. I got up, and to my surprise, I found myself still under the bed, not in it like I thought I'd fallen asleep. Had I been sleepwalking? That seemed kind of cool at the time. But then the strange things kept coming. At breakfast, my mom and brother both asked me why all the lights were on in the house when they got up. My brother even joked that if it was me, I was in trouble. I asked if anyone had left the house during the night, but they looked at me like I was crazy. Later that day, I told my mom everything: the missing Spock, the basement, the lights, the fear. She looked worried and checked the house herself, including the basement, but Spock was never seen again. I don't know what happened to him, or why that night felt so real. Maybe I sleepwalked, maybe something else happened that I don't fully understand. But one thing I know is that losing Spock wasn't just losing a teddy bear. It was losing a piece of safety I'd always counted on. After that, things at night didn't feel quite right anymore. I never found out where Spock went or why the house was empty that night. But I'll never forget how that darkness felt, the way the silence screamed louder than any noise, and how the basement held a secret I wasn't meant to find. The truth is, some things stay lost, and sometimes the scariest stories don't need monsters, just the quiet, empty spaces we thought we knew so well. That night in 2005 is etched in my mind with a sharpness I can't shake, no matter how many years pass. I was 21, maybe 22. I don't remember the exact month or day anymore, but the feeling of it, the weight of what happened, still sits heavy inside me. It wasn't just a bad night, it was the worst day of my life. It changed me in ways I didn't fully understand then, and probably still don't now. I've thought about writing this down for a long time, but every time I tried, it felt too raw, like reopening a wound that never healed properly. But it needs to be said, even if this story never reaches anyone. It started out like any other evening. I went to see a movie with a friend of mine. Nothing special, just a normal Friday night hangout. We laughed, joked, watched the film, and then got back to my friend's place to drop him off. The drive was short, just about 3/10 of a mile to my house from there. I remember thinking how close everything was, how small the world felt in those moments. Just a few minutes between places, between lives. The evening was quiet, peaceful even. I pulled into my driveway and parked the car in the garage. The house was still, dark except for the soft glow from a few night lights in the hallways. I stepped inside through the garage door, closing it quietly behind me. The familiar creak of the floorboards greeted me, and the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. My stepbrother was already up, waiting inside the kitchen. He looked at me, his face serious but calm, and told me to call my brother. I nodded, still unwinding from the movie, and just as I was about to reach for my phone, there was a sharp knock at the front door. I froze for a second, surprised. At that hour, who would be knocking? I wasn't expecting anyone else. I walked to the door, the sound of the knock echoing in the silent house. When I opened it, there was my friend. But something was wrong. He was holding his son, only 3 or 4 months old, in his arms. The baby was limp and blue. His skin had this awful, unnatural shade that made my stomach drop and my heart seize in terror. For what felt like an eternity, I just stood there staring, unable to speak, unable to breathe properly. The world seemed to narrow down to just that terrible, blue little body in his arms. Then, panic hit me all at once. I yelled for my parents, both nurses, to wake up. I ran through the house, shaking their bedroom door, screaming for them to get up and come quickly. The sound of my voice was frantic, raw, desperate. The whole house suddenly stirred. Lights flicked on, doors opened, and my family rushed out into the hallway. My friend was still holding his son, and now the weight of what was happening settled on all of us. My parents moved fast, taking over immediately, grabbing the baby, trying to perform CPR. My brother joined in, his face pale and tense, hands shaking as he helped. I was on the phone with 911, talking to the dispatcher, repeating what I saw, trying to hold it together. The minutes stretched on forever. I counted them in my head, but lost track after a while. 35 minutes on the phone with 911. The entire house focused on trying to save this little life. My parents' hands moved expertly but gently, their faces tight with concentration and fear. The baby didn't respond. The ambulance arrived quickly, and the paramedics took over in the driveway, continuing CPR. I remember standing outside, watching them work for another 25 minutes, my mind racing and my heart breaking. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only minutes, the paramedics told us they were taking the baby to the hospital. My friend, his wife, and I got into the car and followed the ambulance. The drive was a blur. I sat in the back seat between them, holding their hands, feeling completely powerless. We arrived at the hospital, and I sat with them for 3 hours in the emergency room. The doctors and nurses worked hard, but it was clear the situation was grim. They never sugarcoated it, never gave false hope. I just sat there, a silent witness to their heartbreak, unable to find words to comfort them, only able to be present. When the hospital finally pronounced their son gone, the weight of it all crashed down. The staff asked questions, police came by to take statements, and the house was searched afterward. Their home turned upside down as officers collected diapers, clothes, and whatever else they thought might help piece together what happened. By the time I got home that morning, it was 9 a.m. I collapsed into bed at 11, utterly drained, my mind racing with everything I had witnessed. Sleep came in fits and starts, heavy and restless. The days that followed were some of the hardest I've ever known. I tried to keep a sense of normalcy, but everything was fractured now. My friend's wife couldn't let go of the grief. She dressed their son's teddy bear in the same clothes he'd worn that night and pushed it around the house for weeks. It was heartbreaking to see someone lose so much and hold on to any small piece of their child, even if it was just a stuffed animal. For me, it took about a week before I started to feel normal again, if normal could even be used to describe it. The memory of that night, the sound of my friend's voice, the image of that tiny, lifeless body, they all stayed with me like a shadow. Looking back now, I realized that day was a turning point. It showed me how fragile life is and how quickly everything can change. I learned what real grief looks like, what it feels like to be helpless in the face of tragedy. But I also learned the power of being there for someone, even when words fail. That night will always be with me, but so will the strength I saw in my friend and his wife, their fight to carry on after losing everything. It taught me about pain, yes, but also about resilience. Even now, I remember that evening not just for the loss, but for the way we all came together in the darkest moment. It was the worst day of my life, but it also showed me the best parts of being human, the love and support that shines through even the deepest sorrow. Almost 5 years ago, I found myself at my grandma's pasture, out in south-central Kansas, fishing by this little creek that runs through her land. The pasture is huge, several hundred acres, mostly open fields with patches of wood scattered around, but that creek runs through a fairly thick section of trees and brush. There's a small dam where the creek pools up, and just downstream of it is a modest waterfall that spills over some rocks. It's not a big place, but it's peaceful, quiet, except for the sound of the water and the birds. It's the kind of spot where you can get lost in the stillness and almost forget the world outside the pasture. That evening, the sun was dipping low, the kind of twilight when everything starts to blur into shades of gray and the colors drain out. The light was fading fast, but I wanted to squeeze in a little more fishing before packing up. I'd been walking the creek for a while, casting my line into the water and hoping for a bite. My vehicle was parked a good mile away, back across the pasture and near the main road. I was almost done for the day, ready to head back to the truck and call it a night. I just hooked a decent-sized bass, a good fight, nothing huge but enough to make me smile, and was bringing it in when something across the creek caught my eye. At first, I thought it was a deer or maybe a stray dog, but then I saw it clearly. It was standing there, just on the other side of the water, among the trees and low brush. It was about 4 feet tall at most, but it wasn't any animal I recognized. It was strange. Its skin was pale gray, almost sickly looking, like it had been living in the shadows for too long. It didn't have any hair. Its head was shaped kind of like a cat's, but hairless and stretched oddly, with smooth, almost translucent skin pulled tight over its skull. The face had no fur, no whiskers, just this weird, smooth surface with eyes that seemed too big for the head, and they were fixed right on me. The body was thin but looked surprisingly strong, more human than animal, thin arms and legs that looked capable of quick movement, but not bulky or muscular, just lean. It stood perfectly still, staring at me, and I felt this immediate rush of something I can only describe as wrong, like I'd stumbled on something I wasn't supposed to see. The creature's head began to rock slowly from side to side, almost like it was moving to a rhythm only it could hear. The motion was smooth but unsettling, almost like it was mocking me or warning me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. My fishing pole was still in my hand, but I slowly reached down and grabbed my fillet knife from my belt, careful not to take my eyes off the creature. I didn't want to make any sudden moves, but I felt threatened. That feeling dug in deep, clawing at my gut. It was instinctual. The knife felt cold and solid in my hand, and I gripped it tightly, ready to defend myself if I had to. The creature then made a sound. It wasn't anything like I've ever heard before. It was loud, sharp, and high-pitched, a screech that cut through the quiet like a knife through fabric. It was the kind of noise that makes your skin crawl and your ears ring long after it's gone. I flinched, and in an instant, it turned and vanished into the woods like a shadow slipping away. I stood there frozen for what felt like minutes, my breathing shallow and quick. The woods went silent again, but the feeling of being watched lingered heavy in the air. I wanted to move, to run back to the truck, but my legs felt like they were rooted to the spot. I finally forced myself to turn away and walk back the way I came, keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of the creature or movement in the trees. By the time I reached my truck, the sky had almost completely darkened, stars starting to prick through the night. I sat inside for a long while, the door locked, staring out at the woods. My hands were still shaking, and I could barely make sense of what I'd seen. I kept telling myself I must have been mistaken, or that my eyes were playing tricks on me in the fading light. But deep down, I knew what I saw was real. Since that night, I've only told 3 people about it. I didn't want to sound crazy or be laughed at. Most people wouldn't believe me, and honestly, I'm not sure I'd believe someone else if they told me a story like that. But it stuck with me, like a dark weight I carry whenever I'm out near those woods. Other people who live or fish around that area have mentioned seeing strange lights or hearing weird noises down by the creek, but no one ever talked about it openly. It's like there's some silent understanding that some things are better left alone. Now, whenever I fish there, I carry a gun. It's not because I'm paranoid, but I'm cautious. The last thing I want is to be caught unprepared if that thing ever shows up again. I don't go out there late anymore either. I stick to daylight hours and keep my phone close. The woods feel different now, quieter in a way that's almost too quiet, like the trees themselves are watching. The memory of that creature's eyes, wide, unblinking, and filled with something I can't quite describe, haunts me. It wasn't animal or human, and it sure as hell wasn't anything natural. But whatever it was, I never want to see it again. So that's my story. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I swear on everything I've got that it happened just like I said, and it scared the hell out of me. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, I went to my first sleepover at a friend's house. It was a big deal for me at the time because I'd never stayed overnight anywhere but my own home. I'd been to his house plenty of times during the day, maybe a dozen times or so, and I knew there was something off about that place. Not in a haunted by ghosts way, but just creepy. The kind of place where you notice weird noises that don't have clear sources, and where certain rooms always felt colder or darker than others. But at 5 years old, you don't think about that stuff much. You just think about spending the night at your friend's house, staying up late, watching cartoons, and eating snacks. That day, I remember being excited. We played all afternoon, running around the backyard, playing video games, and eating pizza. The house felt normal enough in the daylight. I was comfortable. But as evening came, things started to feel different. The air felt thick, like when a storm is about to hit, but you can't see any clouds yet. The room seemed darker, even though the lights were on, and the shadows looked longer and deeper. It was the kind of darkness that makes you squint, trying to see if something's moving in the corner of your eye. It's hard to explain, but there was a feeling of tension in the house, like something was watching us, but not in a friendly way. We settled into the living room, where his parents had set up some blankets and pillows for us to camp out on. I could tell my friend was uneasy too. We were just kids, so we didn't say much about it at first. But the silence between us felt heavy. The TV was on, but the sound was low, and it didn't really help fill the quiet. The shadows on the walls flickered with the light from the screen, but it didn't feel like they were just shadows anymore. At some point, I looked at him and asked what was going on. He didn't really have an answer, just that it didn't feel like the house he knew. He said something like, "This doesn't feel like the one that's usually here." Hearing that made my stomach twist. If this was his house and it didn't feel right to him, then what the hell was going on? I was already starting to regret agreeing to stay the night. The house was oddly quiet except for the TV, but the silence felt unnatural, like the kind of quiet you get when everyone's holding their breath. We tried to laugh it off, but the laughter sounded hollow, like it was coming from a different room. The room seemed bigger, the corners darker. I remember the air feeling colder, and my skin prickling like when you walk outside after being inside a warm house. Eventually, we decided it was better to get out of the living room and go to his parents' room to sleep. The idea was to stay somewhere safe, where the adults were, but just the thought of moving through the house made my heart race. To get to his parents' room, we had to go through the kitchen, and the kitchen had a basement door, a narrow, creaky wooden door with peeling paint and an old rusty handle. I remember the kitchen was dimly lit with a single yellow bulb hanging from the ceiling. The counters were cluttered with dishes and empty boxes. The fridge hummed quietly in the corner, and the floor felt cold beneath my bare feet. As we stood in front of the basement door, the air seemed to change. It got heavier, like it was pressing down on my chest. Then, without warning, the door slammed open with a loud bang that echoed through the kitchen and into the rest of the house. I jumped back, nearly tripping over my own feet. My friend grabbed my hand, and we both froze, staring at the dark opening. The basement steps disappeared into the blackness, but I thought I saw something, or someone moving down there. It wasn't a person exactly. It was on all fours, crawling or creeping, but its movements were unnatural. Its head looked wrong, like it wasn't quite attached properly. It tilted and twisted in a way that didn't make sense. I don't really remember the details clearly now, but it looked like something that shouldn't be there. We both screamed, the kind of terrified scream that comes from deep inside your throat, and bolted back to his parents' room without looking back. Inside his parents' room, the lights were on, and it smelled like lavender and soap. We piled under the covers, trying to convince ourselves everything was okay, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. We stayed awake for hours, jumping at every creak or whisper of noise from the house. Neither of us wanted to talk about what we saw, but I knew he remembered it as clearly as I did. I found out years later he still thinks about that night, which makes me sure it wasn't just a nightmare. The next morning, everything looked normal again. The house was bright with sunlight, the air smelled fresh, and the noises of the day, birds, distant cars, footsteps, made the house feel alive again. We didn't bring up the basement incident, but I remember how relieved I felt leaving that house. I never went back for a sleepover, and honestly, I tried not to think about what happened down there. Even now, years later, the memory sticks with me. It's not about ghosts or monsters from stories. It was just a weird, real fear. The kind you feel when something's wrong, but you can't explain it. The kind that makes your skin crawl and your heart race, even if nothing ever happened again. That first sleepover didn't just suck. It left a mark, one I still can't quite shake. After a long day at school, I was completely wiped out. The kind of tired where your whole body feels heavy, like it's just sinking deeper into the couch no matter what you do. I came home, dropped my backpack by the door, and didn't even bother changing out of my clothes. I just crashed right on the living room couch, fully dressed, with my phone in my hand. The house was quiet. My parents were out for the evening, and my sister had already gone to bed hours ago. The lights were off, except for the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through the blinds, casting soft stripes on the floor. It was easy to drift off with nothing but the hum of the quiet house around me. I must have fallen asleep pretty fast, because I didn't hear anything until my phone started buzzing in my hand. I was dreaming of nothing at all, just floating in that heavy, drowsy space right between sleep and wakefulness, when the vibration pulled me up. It was exactly 1 a.m., or so I remember checking the screen. The text was from my sister. Odd, since she usually wouldn't be texting at this hour unless something was wrong or urgent. I blinked my eyes open slowly, my head heavy and fuzzy, and started to reach for my phone to check the message. But then I noticed something else, something terrifying, and everything froze inside me. Standing just a few feet away from me, in the dim dark of the room, was a man. He was facing away from me, just standing there, completely still. The way he was positioned was strange, like he was deliberately blocking the little light coming from the phone screen, so I couldn't see his face. My heart jumped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The phone vibrated again, and at that exact moment, the man stiffened as if the sound triggered him. Slowly, he began to turn around. Not like a smooth or casual movement. No, this was slow and deliberate, like he was controlling himself carefully, inch by inch. I forced my eyes to stay nearly shut, pretending to be asleep even though I could feel every hair on my skin standing up, every muscle ready to spring, and my chest tightening with pure panic. When he finally faced me, I caught a glimpse of his face in the pale glow from my phone. It was hard to make out details, but I remember the cold blankness in his eyes and the way he stared right at me, like he was measuring me, deciding something. The whole room felt unbearably heavy and quiet, except for the faint buzzing from my phone, and I could barely breathe. The man didn't say a word. He just stood there, staring, for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then he started to back away, slowly and carefully, making sure he didn't make a sound. He moved toward the back door of the house, still facing me just over his shoulder, like he was keeping tabs on whether I was really asleep or not. I could hear the soft creak of the wooden floorboards under his shoes as he slipped out the door. It shut behind him with a low click that echoed in the quiet room. My whole body was frozen, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst out of my chest. For a few long moments, I just lay there, barely daring to breathe or move, waiting for something else to happen. Then the adrenaline hit me like a freight train. I bolted upright, every nerve screaming. I grabbed my phone, hit the lock button, and sprinted to the back door to lock it tight. I double-checked the deadbolt, slammed it shut again, and even checked the other locks just to be sure. I was shaking, my hands trembling so much I had to sit back down because I felt like I might fall over. The whole house was quiet again, but the sense of danger lingered like a shadow hanging over everything. I was on edge, eyes darting to every window, every corner of the room, listening for any sound, anything unusual. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do next. Call the police? But for some reason, the idea felt absurd, like it would be a waste of time, or that they might not believe me. I don't know why I thought that, but I just sat there frozen and scared, feeling stupid for not doing something. I never left the couch the rest of the night. Instead, I reached under the cushions and pulled out a small folding knife I keep hidden there, just in case. It's not much, but at least it was something. I gripped it tightly, waiting, watching, and hoping I wouldn't have to use it. The minutes stretched on endlessly. I felt every creak in the house, every rustle outside, my ears straining to catch any sound that didn't belong. I was exhausted but too afraid to sleep, and the long hours crawled by. Dawn finally broke, and the first light made the shadows retreat. Only then did I finally feel safe enough to put the knife away and lie back down, still alert but no longer frozen in fear. Looking back now, I realize how foolish I was not to call the police. That man could have come back, or worse. Maybe I thought it wouldn't happen again, or that I'd imagined it, but deep down, I knew exactly what I saw. I should have made that call, and maybe that would have kept me safer. But I didn't, and I spent that night wide awake, heart pounding, mind racing with every terrible possibility. Since then, I never leave my doors unlocked. I check every lock twice before I let myself relax. and the knife stays under my couch cushions, always ready. I still don't have a new change of pants, but at least now I'm a little more prepared. It was early September, just after school let out for the day. The air had that sharp edge you get at the end of summer. Not quite cold, but heavy with the promise of the coming fall. I was walking home, taking the usual route that led me up my street from the bottom entrance. My house sits right at the top of the street, so this walk always felt like a slow climb, the kind that gives you time to think, but also makes you notice everything around you. Across the main road from my house, there's this large farm. It's a wide, open field with long stretches of crops and a few old barns. Nothing fancy, just the kind of farmland that's been here for ages. That day, as I reached the bottom of the street and started walking up, something caught my eye, something I hadn't seen before. Right there in the field opposite my house, there was a white tent set up near the edge of the crops. Behind it, several police cars were parked in a messy cluster, their lights off, but their presence impossible to miss. I wasn't expecting any of this, and it felt strange seeing the quiet farm suddenly filled with flashing blue and red lights, officers milling about, tape stretched between trees, and people standing nearby just staring. Up ahead, near the top of the street, there was a small crowd gathered, standing right next to my house. I didn't know many of the people, but enough neighbors and locals had come out to see what was happening. The buzz was low, the kind of quiet tension you get when something bad is unfolding, but nobody really knows the full story yet. I edged closer, trying to piece things together. The rumor was almost too chilling to believe at first. One of the farmer's workers, out harvesting crops that day, had stumbled upon a dead body buried in the field. But it wasn't just any body. It was nothing but a skeleton by the time they found it. The remains of someone who'd been there for years, hidden beneath the earth. They said the farmer was arrested on suspicion of murder, but no one knew the details yet. The whole thing felt like something out of a crime drama or a scary novel, not something that would happen just across the road from my bedroom window. For the next few days, the police presence didn't ease up. Officers were everywhere, some digging carefully through the soil near the tent, others taking photos, marking spots, and examining the scene with those serious, methodical faces you see on TV. The tent seemed to be their base of operations, a temporary headquarters set up in the middle of that peaceful field. It was surreal watching all this unfold in what was normally a quiet, familiar place. The neighbors and local reporters showed up in waves. Cameras and microphones appeared, journalists asking questions and trying to catch any new piece of information. It felt invasive, like the whole street had suddenly been turned inside out and placed on display. We weren't used to this kind of attention. Normally, the worst news we heard was about someone's lost pet or a minor accident down the road. From my bedroom window, I had a clear view of the entire scene. The crowd thickened by the hour. People laid flowers at the fence bordering the farm, small bunches tied to the wire or placed carefully on the grass. Candles flickered in the evenings, their flames dancing in the light breeze, soft and eerie in the dusk. The flowers and candles weren't just gestures, they felt like offerings, little markers of respect for someone nobody really knew, yet everyone felt sorrow for. Eventually, the police announced that the bones belonged to a woman who had gone missing over 10 years ago. She was a prostitute, and her disappearance had been part of a grim pattern, one that pointed to a local serial killer who preyed on women in the area. The news spread fast and wide. The idea that this serial killer had operated so close to home, maybe even nearby, sent a wave of unease through the community. People who had thought the worst was far away were now forced to realize it had been lurking in our own backyard, hidden just beneath the surface. As for the farmer, after the investigation, he was cleared of any wrongdoing. The suspicion lifted, but the damage was done. The quiet of the farm had been shattered, and a dark history was now tied to the land right across from my home. People continued to come by the fence for weeks afterward, leaving flowers, wreaths, and notes. It was like the community was trying to heal itself by acknowledging what happened, by remembering her. For me, it became something else entirely. I couldn't shake the fear that settled in my chest every time I looked out the window at that farm. I had always been fascinated by true crime, but this was different. This was real. This wasn't a story on a podcast or a TV show. It was outside my window, part of my daily life. I became obsessed with the idea that serial killers often return to the scenes of their crimes, that they lurk in the shadows where people least expect them. Every person who came to leave flowers or light a candle seemed like a potential suspect in my mind. I imagined that one of them could be the killer, standing there among the crowd, watching, waiting. The unease followed me inside the house. At night, when everything was quiet and dark, I would stare out at the farm and imagine what had happened there, years ago and recently. The thought of someone being murdered so close by, hidden away in the earth beneath the crops, made the ground beneath my feet feel unstable, like the earth itself was holding a secret too terrible to be spoken aloud. Even after the police left, the silence over the farm felt heavy, loaded with something I couldn't explain. Life around the street tried to return to normal, but for me, that normal never really came back. The presence of the crime, the mystery of the missing woman, and the shadows of the killer lingered like a permanent stain on the place I called home. When I was about 12, we lived in a pretty big house. It wasn't an old mansion or anything fancy, but it was huge for a normal family. The rooms seemed endless, stretching far beyond what I needed or even understood. Sometimes I'd wander down hallways that ended in empty spaces or peek into closets that were so big I could imagine setting up secret forts inside them. The house had this hollow feeling, like it was waiting for someone else to fill it up. I spent a lot of time there alone because my parents were busy with work or errands, and my siblings were out with friends most afternoons. The quiet felt both peaceful and strange, like the house was holding its breath. The kitchen was the heart of the home. It had this big island right in the middle with a sink built into it, and that's where I usually sat to do my homework or eat. The counters were polished, and the wood floor creaked, just a little if you walked a certain way. The kitchen looked out to the living room and a long hallway that led to the bedrooms and the front door. We had a security system, something my parents insisted on because the neighborhood was safe, but they didn't want to take any chances. It was the kind that beeped loudly every time a door or window was opened, even if it was just a crack. The sound was sharp and quick, almost like a warning. One afternoon, I was sitting at the kitchen island, just starting on my math homework. The sun was dipping lower outside, spilling warm light across the countertop. My notebook was open, pencil in hand, but I was distracted, thinking about what to do after school, or maybe what show I'd watch on TV later. The quiet was thick, the kind that can make little sounds seem huge. Then, out of nowhere, the front door slammed open with a loud bang, making the house shudder. The security system let out its loud, shrill beep. 1, 2, 3 quick beeps that echoed through the hallways and bounced off the walls. My heart jumped because I thought, cool, Mom's home early. I figured she forgot something at the store and was back before I expected. I turned toward the door to see her come inside. But then I heard something else, a set of footsteps. Not slow or careful, but fast and heavy, like someone running. They pounded against the hardwood floor, getting closer and closer. My breath caught in my throat. I looked up just in time to see a dark shadow hurtling straight at me, grinning in a way that twisted my stomach. It wasn't my mom, not anyone I knew. The face in the shadow was like something out of a nightmare. That grin stretched too wide, too sharp, like it belonged to a stranger who was dangerous. My body froze. I couldn't move. My brain couldn't catch up. The figure was about to crash into me, but at the very last second, it swerved sharply and ran down the hallway toward my parents' room. A sudden scream cut through the air, loud, blood-curdling, full of fear. It tore through the quiet house and felt like it scraped at my eardrums. The sound wasn't a shout or a yell. It was raw, a pure panic that came from somewhere deep inside. I swallowed hard, heart hammering against my ribs. Then came the noise of glass breaking, something sharp shattering on the floor, and the sound of things being thrown around, crashing and falling. The chaos was terrifying, like the room was being torn apart by an invisible storm. Then everything stopped. The silence was worse than the noise. I waited, frozen in place, unable to do anything but stare down the hallway. The door to my parents' room slowly opened, and the shadow stepped out. It stopped right in front of me. I could almost feel the air grow colder. For a long 5 seconds, it just looked at me. The grin never left its face. It was like it was enjoying the moment, feeding on my fear. Then, without a word or a sound, it turned and walked down the hallway, out the front door, which was still open wide. The security system beeped again, quieter this time as the door closed behind it. And just like that, it was gone. I sat there, frozen for a while longer, my hands gripping the edge of the island so hard my knuckles turned white. My breathing was ragged and uneven. I wanted to scream or run or call someone, but I couldn't. My mind was still trying to process what had just happened. After what felt like forever, I grabbed the phone and called my parents. They were at the store but rushed home as fast as they could. When they arrived, they checked their room carefully. There was a broken vase on the floor, shards of glass scattered across the carpet. The sink was running, water spilling onto the tile. There was a crack in the shower wall, jagged and deep, like something heavy had hit it hard. Various soaps and lotions had been knocked over, bottles rolling around on the floor. My parents comforted me, but the house felt different after that day. The safe feeling was gone. I never forgot the shadow's grin or those screams. From that day on, I refused to let my parents leave anywhere without me. I stayed close to them, a quiet guard against whatever that had been. Even now, years later, whenever I'm alone in a big empty space, I can still feel that cold look in my mind, that terrible grin waiting just behind the corner. I was young, maybe 10 or 11, and I'd like to say that what happened was just a kid's mistake, a dumb moment of being reckless. But I can't pretend it was just that. Sometimes I think maybe I was just stupid. I remember that day so clearly, like it's burned into my memory, every little thing about it. It wasn't something out of a scary story or some ghost tale. It was just real life, messing up in a way that scared me more than anything I'd ever imagined. It all started because I got a new bike. Not just any bike, but the kind I'd been begging for all year. It was bright red with shiny silver handlebars that caught the sunlight in a way that made me think I was the coolest kid in the whole neighborhood. I remember the feeling of sitting on it for the first time, my feet barely touching the pedals, the thrill of knowing this was mine and mine alone. My parents had told me over and over not to go past the end of our street, but that didn't matter to me. I was young and full of that kind of stubbornness that makes you think you know better than grown-ups. So as soon as their backs were turned, I took off. The street I lived on was quiet. The kind of place where you could hear the birds chirping in the morning and the faint hum of cars passing far away. It was lined with houses that all looked kind of the same, small lawns, white fences, a few trees. I had ridden up and down it 1,000 times, but that day I felt like I wanted more. I wanted to see what was beyond, just a little bit. So I pedaled hard, faster than I ever had, until I reached the edge of my street and crossed over into a nearby neighborhood. It was a little bigger, a little busier, with sidewalks that stretched on for blocks and houses packed a bit closer together. I felt a strange mix of excitement and freedom. I was just minding my own business, cruising slowly now, taking it all in. The sun was warm on my face, and the wind messed up my hair. And for a moment, I forgot the rules, forgot the warnings my parents had drilled into me. Then I saw him. The van. It pulled up slowly from behind me, a dull white van with no windows in the back. It rolled up like it belonged there, but something about it made my stomach twist into knots. The man inside was watching me closely, eyes not quite friendly, and when he asked if I needed a ride, something inside me screamed no. But I said no anyway, my voice probably shaky. He kept asking questions, like he didn't want to leave me alone, like he was trying to convince me to get in. The whole thing felt wrong, like I was caught in some trap I didn't know how to escape. I didn't wait around to find out what would happen next. I spun my bike around and started racing home as fast as I could. Every pedal stroke was panic. My heart pounded like it was trying to jump out of my chest. I looked back and saw the van making a U-turn, coming after me. I could feel the fear rising up cold and sharp, and I knew I had to do something drastic. There was a busy street coming up, one I wasn't supposed to cross alone. Cars were speeding by, and for a split second I froze. The van was getting closer, and I realized I couldn't wait. I pushed myself to the limit, pedaled hard, and darted across the road, my breath catching as a car screeched to a stop just inches away. I was so close to getting hit, but I didn't stop to think about that. I just kept going, my legs burning and my lungs screaming. Instead of going all the way back down my street, I took a sharp turn and headed toward my neighbor's house behind mine. I knew they had a big yard and a small fence around it. I figured if I could get in there, maybe I could hide. The thought of getting caught was terrifying, but the idea of that man finding me was worse. I ditched my bike near the fence, the grass soft beneath my hands as I climbed over. The small fence was easy to get over, But then I had to reach over the top of my own larger fence that separated my backyard from theirs. My fingers scraped the rough wood, and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might give me away. I dropped down into my backyard and didn't look back. Once I was inside the safety of my own yard, I crouched down behind a bush and peered through one of the holes in the wooden fence. The street behind my neighbor's house was quiet, but I could see the van moving slowly along it. The man was driving by looking for something, or maybe someone. When he saw my bike sitting there in the yard, he slowed down even more. For a moment, I thought he might stop, maybe come inside the fence. But after waiting a bit, he quickly drove away. I stayed crouched there for what felt like hours, though I'm sure it was only minutes. My hands trembled, and tears slipped down my cheeks. I was too scared to move, too scared to go out and get my bike, too scared to even call for help. Eventually, my neighbor found the bike and brought it back to me. I never told my parents what had happened. I was sure I'd get in trouble for leaving the street, and honestly, I was too ashamed. It seems stupid now, but that's how kids think sometimes. After that day, I never went past the end of my street again. The freedom I'd craved was replaced by a cold understanding of how dangerous the world could be. I learned that rules are there for a reason, and that sometimes, the things we want the most can lead us into the scariest situations. Years later, when I think back to that afternoon, I don't just see a kid being reckless. I see a moment that taught me to be careful, to listen, and to trust my instincts. It wasn't a ghost or a fairy tale that scared me. It was real life, and that's what made it so terrifying. September 11th, 2001, started out like any other day. I was in 4th grade, about to turn 9 in a week, and I was excited, more than excited really. I had birthday plans swirling in my mind, little things to look forward to like cake, friends, and presents. The classroom felt normal, warm with the noise and chatter of kids working on projects or just waiting for the day to pass. I remember sitting at my desk, pencils sharpened, papers spread out, everything the way it usually was. Then, around 9 o'clock in the morning, everything started to feel strange. Our teacher suddenly stepped out of the room to take a phone call, and when she came back, her face wasn't quite the same. It was tense, serious, and maybe a little scared. After a while, she called me up to the main office. I didn't understand why. I was still so young and oblivious to what was really going on. I thought maybe it was something about my birthday, or maybe my mom had come to bring something. Walking down the hall, the sounds of the school seemed to fade, replaced by this quiet, heavy feeling. When I reached the office, I saw my mother waiting there. She had my older brother with her, and my baby brother, just 6 months old, was in her arms. Her eyes were red and glassy like she'd been crying or holding back tears. She looked tired, like someone who hadn't slept or maybe hadn't stopped worrying for hours. The only words she could say were something terrible happened. That's all I remember hearing, but her face said everything. It told me the world had suddenly changed, even if I didn't quite understand yet. The ride home felt long, though it probably wasn't. My mom and my older brother tried to explain bits and pieces. They told me about the planes, the buildings, the city I knew but now felt far away and strange. They talked about the World Trade Center, about towers that were supposed to stand tall forever but had fallen. It was hard to picture. How could buildings just fall like that? My mom kept looking at the phone, hoping for a call or message. She told me she hadn't been able to reach my dad, who worked as a New York City police officer. He'd been on duty for 20 years, and I guess everyone was worried about him because he was there, somewhere in the chaos. When I got home, the TV was on, showing images that I still remember clearly. Smoke rising in thick black clouds, people running through streets covered in dust and ash, firefighters and police officers rushing toward the danger instead of away from it. The sound of sirens was constant, like a nightmare soundtrack. I didn't feel scared like I thought I should. I didn't cry or panic. Mostly, I was worried about my mom. She was quiet, sometimes staring at the screen, sometimes just holding my baby brother close. The news kept replaying the same terrible scenes over and over. I tried to make sense of it all, but it was too much. Hours passed. Time felt strange, stretched out and heavy. Finally, my mom got a call. My father was alive. She breathed a sigh that sounded like she had been holding her breath for days. The relief was overwhelming, but so much had changed. Later, I found out more details. My dad had been scheduled to be in the second tower that morning, helping to evacuate people when the building collapsed. But because another officer who was supposed to finish his shift before him got back late, my dad hadn't gone in on time. Instead, he was a couple of blocks away when the tower fell. It's hard to explain how something so small, just a few minutes, could have saved his life. If that other officer had been on time, my dad would have been in the building when it came down. My family might have been torn apart. Years later, I thought about it a lot. I thought about how luck, chance, and timing had changed everything. How one person being late saved another's life. How close my family had been to losing everything. That day left marks on all of us. My father came home, but he was different. He carried the weight of what happened, the lives lost, the friends who didn't make it out. The city changed, the country changed, and my family changed too. My dad retired not long after. The memories too heavy to carry every day. But he was alive, and we were still together. That's what mattered most. September 11th, 2001, wasn't just a day of destruction and fear. For my family, it was a day of survival, of hope, and a reminder of how fragile life can be. It showed me that sometimes life is saved by moments so small, they almost don't seem real. I don't think I'll ever forget that day, or the way it shaped who I am. And I know that, no matter what, I am here because of one man's lateness, one tiny twist of fate that saved my father's life. When I was about 8 or 9, I lived in this old, creaky house with my family. It wasn't a big house, just the kind where all the rooms felt close together, and every little sound echoed down the hallways. I was seriously afraid of everything back then, and honestly, I think I still am to some extent. The dark felt endless, the shadows looked alive, and every unexpected noise made my heart jump like I'd just seen a monster. One night, I woke up to this strange sound coming from the living room. It wasn't the usual creaks and groans the house made when the wind blew. This was different. It sounded like someone was messing with Legos, those tiny plastic bricks we all had scattered around the house. The noise was soft, but it was definitely there, like little clicks and clinks, as if someone was stirring up a bucket full of those tiny pieces and maybe banging them against something hard. I lay frozen in bed at first, my body stiff and my mind racing. My parents' bedroom was just down the hall, so I decided I had to get there. On the way, I passed my brother's room. The door was cracked open just enough for me to peek inside, and there they were, both my brother and his friend, sound asleep, no sign of anyone messing with Legos. That made me feel a tiny bit better, because it meant the noise wasn't coming from there. I tiptoed the rest of the way to my parents' room and slipped under the covers between them. I shook them gently, trying to wake them up because I was genuinely scared. But my parents, well, they sucked at taking me seriously. They just grumbled and told me to go back to sleep, like it was nothing. I remember feeling frustrated and helpless. It's like they didn't get how much the noise was freaking me out. I tried lying still in their bed, hoping I could fall back asleep, but the clicking and clinking kept going, dragging on like some slow, annoying song that just wouldn't quit. The more I heard it, the louder it seemed. After a while, my fear turned into this weird kind of determination. I decided I had to see what was going on in the living room for myself. Maybe if I saw it, I could understand it and stop being so scared. I got out of bed, careful not to make a sound, and crept down the hallway. The house was pitch dark except for the faint light spilling out from the kitchen, which was next to the living room. I pressed myself against the corner of the wall right outside the living room, my heart hammering so loud I thought it might give me away. I peeked out just a little bit, barely daring to look. And then I nearly shit my pants. There was a kid, a chubby little boy, sitting with his back to me in the middle of the living room floor. He was stirring around a big bucket of Legos, like he was searching for something, and there was a pen lying next to him. The kid didn't seem to notice me at all, just focused on whatever he was doing. He wasn't moving fast, just quietly digging through the bricks. For a moment, I couldn't move or breathe. My brain scrambled to make sense of what I was seeing. Who was this kid? Why was he in my house, in the middle of the night? Was I dreaming? Was this even real? I blinked, trying to convince myself that maybe I was imagining it. But no, he was still there. The sound of the Legos scraping together was so clear now. I felt like I was going to scream or run, so I bolted back down the hallway, faster than I've ever run before in my life. I jumped into bed and pulled the covers over my head, shaking and breathless. I remember lying there, wide awake, wondering if I was dreaming. Everything felt unreal, like my mind was playing tricks on me. Eventually, my mom got up and went to the living room. I heard the soft sound of her footsteps, and then the faint noise of something being moved around. She came back and said something about the bucket of Legos being tipped over on the floor. I remember looking around and seeing the scattered plastic bricks, and the bucket lying on its side like it had been knocked down. I don't really remember if the pen was still there or not. That detail kind of faded away over time. That was the night I learned two things. First, that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but just things you don't understand. And second, that my parents wouldn't always be there to protect me, even when I was scared out of my mind. I never figured out who the kid was or how he got in, but the memory stayed with me, like this quiet warning that sometimes fear doesn't need a face to be real. That summer was something I'll never forget. Twice over, I found myself in places that got under my skin so deep I still get chills just thinking about it. This isn't a made-up story or something from a movie. It's real, and it shook me to my core. Where I live, there's a lot of talk about skinwalkers and strange things that go bump in the night. Honestly, I never took those stories seriously. I thought maybe they were just legends people told to scare each other, stories to keep kids away from dangerous places. But there's this one spot, right next to a bluff just outside town, where those stories seem to cling to the air like mist. I always stayed clear of it, but curiosity got the better of me one night. It was late, around 1 a.m., when my friends and I decided to check out the place. Getting there was tough. The area is fenced off almost completely, except for this one rusty gate that's always left open. That's the only way in. Driving through that gate felt like stepping into a different world. As soon as my truck rolled under the arch of the fence, a cold wave passed over me, like the air itself was warning me to turn back. My buddy in the passenger seat was half asleep, eyes barely open, but the rough ride woke him up with a start. The bumps in the road were hard enough to snap anyone out of a daze. Then I saw him pale as a sheet, staring wide-eyed. The look on his face was one I'd never seen before, pure raw fear. Without saying much, he told us to leave immediately. His voice shook. I was about to brush it off, tell him he was just tired or imagining things, but then he said something that stopped me cold. He told us he saw a little girl running up the hill beside the bluff. She was moving fast, almost too fast, and disappeared before we reached the top. The weird thing was, when we finally cleared the hill, there was no one there. Nothing. It felt like the place had swallowed her whole. I wanted to believe he was just tired, or maybe his mind was playing tricks because it was so late and the place was creepy. But his reaction stuck with me. We left quickly that night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. A few weeks later, some of the same friends and I went back. This time it was just getting dark, so I felt a little braver. The sun was dipping low, and the sky was a mix of orange and purple. The temperature was dropping fast, and the shadows were stretching long and thin across the ground. The bluff was huge, with steep drops and deep clefts carved out over time by rain and wind. We hiked down a narrow path that led through some rocky outcroppings and thick brush. My friend and I were a little ahead of the group. We were joking, trying to lighten the mood, but then we both froze. There was a noise, low, rough, and definitely alive. At first, I thought it was a dog or maybe a coyote, which are common around here, but this sounded different. It was closer, heavier, like something bigger was moving through the brush nearby. We didn't see anything, but the sound made the hair on my neck stand up. Without saying a word, we both turned around and ran back up the hill to meet the others. When we got to the top, we looked back toward the place where we'd just been standing. There was a man, just standing there, staring at us. Not moving, not making a sound, just watching. His eyes were dark and unblinking. The way he stood, like he had all the time in the world to just stand there and watch us, made me feel like a trapped animal. I didn't know who he was or why he was there, but it was enough to make us pack it up and head home. Still, we were dumb enough to go back later that same night with even more friends. It was a different vibe then. The night was cool but calm, with a soft breeze rustling the leaves. We were messing around, driving up and down the uneven trails in a lifted truck, crawling over rocks and roots. I was sticking my head out the window to spot trees and boulders, so the driver didn't hit anything. Then it happened. A scream, high-pitched, pure terror, cut through the night air. It was the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. I jumped back into the truck, heart pounding like a drum. I asked everyone if they'd heard it, but no one else had. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me again, I thought, convincing myself it was just my imagination. But later, the driver said he heard it too, right where we had been rock crawling. It wasn't a coincidence. I felt it deep down. Something was wrong there. After that night, I never went back. Even now, whenever I'm near that bluff, or even just think about it, my skin crawls and my breath catches in my throat. The fear isn't about ghosts or monsters. It's about the unknown, something out there that doesn't want to be found, watching, waiting, and maybe even following. That place taught me that some stories aren't just stories. Some warnings are real, and some fears come from things you can't explain, no matter how hard you try. I haven't gone back, and I don't plan to. Not because I'm superstitious, but because some places don't want you there. And the last thing I want is to be caught alone out there in the dark, where the night hides more than just shadows. I never thought much about taking back roads. I'm a paramedic, and I usually stick to the fastest routes, interstates, highways, stuff that gets me where I need to be quickly. Time matters in my line of work. But this one day, for some reason, I decided to take a detour. Maybe I was tired of the same stretch of road, or maybe I thought a change of scenery would clear my head between shifts. The sun was just starting to drop below the horizon as I pulled off the interstate onto a winding two-lane road that cut through thick forest and rolling hills. At first, it was peaceful, the kind of quiet you only get when you're miles away from any town, away from the hum of traffic and neon lights. Trees on both sides leaned toward the road like they were watching, their leaves rustling softly in the early evening breeze. The air smelled faintly of pine and damp earth. I kept my windows down a crack, listening to the occasional call of a bird settling in for the night. As I drove, the asphalt gave way to gravel. The road narrowed and started to curve more sharply, dipping down into shallow valleys and rising again over small ridges. I glanced at my GPS, which stubbornly kept saying recalculating. This wasn't the route I usually took, but I figured it would save me maybe 10 or 15 minutes if it all connected back to the main highway. About 15 minutes in, the gravel turned into dirt, soft and loose under my tires. I kept going, though a small part of me started to wonder if I was making a mistake. The road was barely wide enough for one car in places, and the trees were so close in that their branches scraped the sides of my truck. Then I saw it. Ahead, up the road, something dark and jagged caught my eye. At first, I thought maybe it was just a fallen tree or a pile of old logs, but as I got closer, I realized it was something else entirely. 3 cars were smashed together in a twisted mess, their metal crumpled and paint scratched and flaked off. One was flipped slightly on its side, the other 2 crushed front to back, almost like they'd slammed into each other in some kind of terrible pileup. The smell hit me before I even got out of the truck, a heavy, sickening mix of burnt rubber, gasoline, and something else that made my stomach turn. Bodies were sprawled across the road, some motionless, some slumped in the wreckage, others lying face down in the dirt and gravel. My paramedic instincts kicked in immediately. I wanted to rush over, pull people to safety, check for pulse, start CPR if I had to. But there was something off about the whole scene. The way the cars were positioned didn't make sense, like they'd been arranged carefully rather than smashed in a real crash. The bodies didn't look right either. There was no blood, no obvious injuries on any of them. No shattered glass scattered around like I'd expect. It was too quiet. I climbed out of the truck and paused for a moment, scanning the wreck. That's when the feeling hit me. You know that gut instinct, that tiny whisper at the back of your mind telling you something's wrong? Yeah, that. I backed up a few feet and looked in my rearview mirror. All the bodies that had been lying limp were suddenly sitting up, their heads turned slowly to face me. Their eyes were fixed on me, wide and unblinking. It was the most unnatural thing I've ever seen, like mannequins coming to life. Before I could even react, movement caught my eye from the edge of the tree line. More figures started to step out of the shadows, men, women, kids, all staring at me silently. Maybe 50 of them. They weren't running, yelling, or waving, they just stood there watching. I froze. My heart slammed in my chest, adrenaline flooding my veins. I didn't hesitate any longer. I slammed my foot on the gas, squealing tires on the loose dirt as I spun the wheel and ripped back down the road the way I came. My mind was racing. What the hell had I just seen? Was it some kind of prank? A sick joke? Or something worse? I didn't stop until I hit the highway again, the bright lights of passing cars washing over me like a shield from whatever that place was. I kept driving for another hour straight, not even glancing back. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those bodies sitting up, staring. I thought about calling someone, the police maybe, but what would I say? 3 crashed cars with no real damage, bodies that weren't really dead, and 50 people hiding in the woods? It sounded crazy. Days later, I found out from a local that those back roads were known for being used by a group of mountain folks who liked to mess with travelers. They'd set up fake accidents, even fake injuries, just to scare people and keep them off their land. A territorial thing, apparently. Some said it was a long tradition. Others just called them dangerous and warned not to get involved. I never went back there. Since then, I stick to the main roads, and whenever I'm out on those long drives, I remind myself that some things aren't worth stopping for, even if you're a paramedic with a job that depends on saving lives. I've always been freaked out by ghosts and demons, even if I never let anyone know how bad it really was. I used to tell myself they weren't real, just stories made up to scare people into behaving or believing. I held on to that for as long as I could, because deep down, I was scared that maybe they were real. Not in the movie sense with things flying around or people getting possessed, but in a quieter, weirder way. A way that made you question whether what you saw or felt really happened. My grandmother didn't help. She was a heavy drinker, the kind of woman who mixed scripture with vodka, and always seemed to be caught halfway between a prayer and a rage. She was a Christian in a way that felt more like a threat than faith. She said she saw things, dark things, demons, shadows that clung to people like cigarette smoke. I thought it was the alcohol, or maybe her own trauma twisted into something she could label and try to fight. She would walk into my room some nights while I was asleep and anoint my forehead with oil, drawing crosses. Sometimes I'd wake up halfway, feeling the cold dab of oil and her breath above me, whispering a prayer under her breath. Other times, I'd wake up in the morning and just smell it on my pillow, sweet, heavy, and strange. That's when the fear started, I think. It settled in me like mold, quiet and slow, until it became something I just carried. But nothing ever really happened. Not for a long time. I still slept with the light on most nights. I avoided mirrors in the dark. I always closed my closet doors. And I told myself it was just habits, nothing serious. Just little kid stuff I never outgrew. Then my great-grandmother died. I didn't know her very well. She lived a few towns over in an old house that smelled like lavender and mothballs and the kind of furniture no one makes anymore. I remember her voice more than her face, low and soft, like it was always on the edge of disappearing. She was always polite to me, but I didn't spend much time with her. Still, when she passed, my mom took me along to help clean up her house. I didn't want to go. I don't remember why exactly. I think I just had a bad feeling, even back then. Something about the idea of going through someone's things when they'd only just left felt wrong. But I didn't argue. The day we went to the house, it was quiet. Too quiet, really. The funeral had been earlier that morning, and afterward, most of the family had gone to another relative's house for food and conversation. My mom stayed behind to start packing things up, and I went with her because she didn't want to leave me alone. She told me more people might come by later to help, so I figured it wouldn't just be the two of us for long. I was 6 or 7, I think, old enough to remember it clearly, young enough to still believe in things without needing proof. We got to the house in the late afternoon. It was cloudy, with that kind of heavy air that presses down on your skin. The house was old, but not falling apart. Just the kind of place where everything had a layer of stillness to it. The curtains barely moved, even with the windows open. The clocks ticked louder than they should have. I remember the wood floors creaking no matter where you stepped. The smell was the same, lavender, dust, and something else. Something sour underneath it all, like old water trapped behind the walls. My mom got to work in the kitchen and living room, packing up dishes and taking photos off the wall. I wandered through the house, not really looking for anything, just bored. I peeked into each room, dragging my fingers along the wallpaper. When I got to my great-grandmother's bedroom, the door was cracked open. I pushed it wider and stepped inside. It was dim, the curtains drawn halfway. The light from the hallway stretched across the bed, and in the middle of the room stood a little girl. She was wearing a yellow dress with pink flowers on it, like something out of an old photo. Her hair was brown and tied in 2 low pigtails. She didn't seem surprised to see me, just smiled a little and asked if I wanted to play hide and seek. I assumed she was one of my little cousins. I didn't recognize her, but then again, there were always new kids at family things, second cousins, kids of family friends. I just figured she came with someone who was helping out. So I said yes. She said she'd count first. She knelt down at the edge of the bed, pressed her face into the blanket, and started counting out loud. I didn't wait around. I looked around the room for somewhere to hide, but it was pretty bare. The only spot that seemed even halfway decent was the closet at the foot of the bed. I opened the door and slipped inside. It was a deep closet with a low-hanging rod and old coats pushed to one side. There were boxes on the floor, the kind with handwritten labels on the top. I stood there, heart racing, thinking I'd get found in seconds. I was never good at hiding. I always picked the most obvious spots and got bored waiting. But this time, I wasn't found. I waited listening, expecting her to open the door and laugh or shout, "Found you." But nothing happened. I didn't even hear her footsteps. I kept waiting. 10 minutes passed. Maybe more. It felt like forever. At first, I thought maybe she gave up. Maybe she got distracted. Maybe someone called her away. I remember feeling a little proud that I had hidden so well. That's when I decided to come out and look for her. I reached for the doorknob. It didn't turn. At first, I thought I was twisting it the wrong way. I tried again. It didn't budge. I pressed my face to the crack in the door and saw only darkness. I jiggled the knob harder. Still nothing. There was no lock on the inside. Not the twist kind. Not the button kind. Just a smooth round knob that should have opened without effort. My hands started to sweat. I tried again, harder this time. I shoved against the door. Nothing. That's when the panic set in. I yelled. I screamed for my mom. I started pounding on the door with both fists. The air in the closet felt tighter, heavier. I remember breathing fast, then faster, until it felt like I was sucking in nothing at all. My vision went dark at the edges, and the sound of my own voice echoed weirdly in the small space, like the walls were soaking it up. No one came. I remember the way my legs shook, how I dropped down onto the boxes and curled my knees up, crying into my hands. I thought I was going to pass out. I thought I was going to die there, in a stupid closet forgotten. And then the doorknob turned. Just like that. Smooth, quiet. The door swung open slowly. No one was there. Not the little girl. Not my mom. The bedroom was still and empty. The air felt cold, like a window had been left open, but the curtains weren't moving. I stood up and looked around. The door to the hallway was shut. I didn't wait. I ran to it, yanked it open, and sprinted down the hallway. My feet slapped against the plastic runner mat, and somewhere in the middle of it, I felt warmth down my legs. I didn't stop. I ran out the front door and into the yard where my mom was standing, talking to a neighbor. She turned to look at me with shock and annoyance on her face and asked why the hell I had peed myself. I was crying, trying to talk, trying to tell her what happened, but it all came out a mess of words and gasps. She didn't believe me. She thought I had gotten scared and locked myself in by accident. But when I showed her the closet, she got quiet, because there was no way to lock that door. Nothing on the knob, no latch, no mechanism, just a regular old closet. She still didn't believe me though, or maybe she didn't want to. Later, she told me no one else had come by the house. Everyone else had gone to eat after the funeral. I was the only kid there. I never saw that girl again. We left that evening after packing a few boxes. I remember sitting in the car, wet pants, a scratch on my arm from pushing against the door, and the feeling that I had almost disappeared in there. Like if the door hadn't opened when it did, I would have been gone forever. Like something in that house didn't want me to leave. I don't know what it was. I don't think I'll ever know. Maybe it was just a trick of my own brain, a child's imagination under stress. But I didn't imagine the closet being locked. I didn't imagine the doorknob turning by itself. I didn't imagine my mother telling me no one else was in the house. I never told anyone else about it for a long time. It sounded too ridiculous. Hide and seek with a girl no one else saw, ending with me screaming inside a closet. Even now, I don't know what I believe. I still tell myself ghosts and demons aren't real. I have to, because if I let myself believe that moment was real the way I remember it, then I have to believe in something else too. Something much worse. All I know is that I was a kid, and for one terrifying moment, I thought I had been left behind in a place I didn't belong, and that something was watching me from the other side of that door, waiting for me to stop screaming. It never has a clean ending. There were no answers, no big reveal, just a scared little kid who ran back to the only adult around and got scolded for making a mess. But I remember every part of it, and I've never played hide and seek since. It was around 2 a.m. on a cold, quiet night. I was working as a lieutenant in charge of security at a National Guard airfield. Not a place where you'd expect anything exciting to happen. Just rows of buildings, a motor pool, hangars, and a lot of locked doors. Nights were usually long and uneventful. Most shifts were filled with me walking the perimeter, checking doors, shining my flashlight into dark corners, and drinking too much coffee just to stay awake. But that night was different. We had a building on the edge of the airfield, kind of set off from the rest. It was the main drill hall with a handful of attached offices, conference rooms, and storage spaces. Pretty standard. It was old, but functional. The lights buzzed faintly, and the air always had that dusty metallic smell. Most nights, I just did my rounds, checked the doors, made sure nothing looked off, and moved on. But every once in a while, I'd go inside and do a full walkthrough. It wasn't required every night, but I liked to stay sharp. That night, I decided to walk the whole building. I took my time, walked through the main doors, checked each office one by one, locked from the outside, peeked through the windows. Empty. Conference room, empty. Storage closets, clean and quiet. The drill floor was huge, echoey, and dead silent. I didn't even hear the buzz of the vending machine that usually hummed in the corner. That should have been my first clue. I took the usual route. Main door, right turn, through the hallway past the small kitchen area, supply room, and admin offices. Everything was just as it should be. Locked, dark, and still. I walked through the drill hall one last time, did a slow loop around it, making sure all the equipment was where it should be. Then I made my way back to the front. I remember the sound of the door latch clicking as I pushed open the front doors. I stepped out into the cold. The airfield was across the street, dim orange lights casting long shadows across the tarmac. I stood there for a second, taking in the quiet. Then I heard it. Behind me, clear as anything, I heard someone sprinting down the hallway. Not just walking, not some vague shuffling sound. I mean running. Heavy footfalls pounding against the floor, echoing off the walls. I could tell exactly where they were, coming from down the hall and to the right. I spun around, heart hammering, hand already going to my sidearm. I pulled it from the holster, safety off, and shouted down the hall for whoever it was to stop. No hesitation. I didn't even think. Just instinct. I took off running, gun drawn, boots hitting the linoleum in rhythm with my heartbeat. At the end of that hallway were a pair of double doors. They led out into the motor pool, a secured lot with Humvees and utility trucks. Those doors were closed. Locked. The kind of lock you can't mistake. I could see the red light blinking on the access reader, signaling it hadn't been opened. I reached them in seconds, but there was no one there. No one had passed through. I turned around, breathing hard. The hallway was long and straight. Nothing. Just the hum of the old ceiling lights and the faint buzz from the electrical room. I went back the way I came, cleared each office again. Same as before. All locked from the outside. I even rattled the handles. Nothing moved. I kept my weapon out, sweeping each room as I unlocked and relocked them. Still nothing. Not a single sign of anyone. I even checked the bathrooms. The stalls were empty. The mirrors were foggy from the cold creeping in, but there was no sound but my own breathing. I ran the loop again, this time slower, more methodical. I cleared everything the way I was trained. Took me almost 15 minutes. I checked vents, closets, crawl spaces. Nothing. I kept thinking maybe someone had slipped in during a drill earlier that day and was messing around. But there was no place to hide. Feeling tense and on edge, I went back into the drill hall. That massive, echo-filled room that always seemed a little too empty. And that's when I noticed the fan. It was a freestanding industrial fan. The kind we only used in the summer when the room turned into a sauna. It hadn't been on all winter. But there it was, sitting near the center of the room, humming away like someone had just plugged it in. I stared at it. I hadn't turned it on. No one should have. It wasn't even plugged into the wall last time I saw it. I said aloud, more out of confusion than command, "Is anybody here?" The fan stopped. Instantly. Not gradually, like a normal fan coasting to a stop, but like someone had yanked the cord or hit a switch. It just died. And then the cold hit me, like stepping into a freezer. The kind of cold that cuts through your jacket and settles into your bones. I looked around, expecting to see a vent had blown open or maybe a door cracked. But everything was sealed. It wasn't a draft. It was something else. The room just changed, like something had stepped in. I didn't say anything else. I just backed out of the hall. My gun was still in my hand, but it felt useless. I holstered it without thinking and walked, calmly at first, then quickly, back toward the front doors. I didn't lock them. I didn't check anything else. I crossed the street and went straight into the main airfield building, where our security office was. I sat down in front of the monitors and started reviewing the camera feeds. I ran the playback on every hallway I'd been through, from the moment I walked in until I ran out. Nothing. Just me. No doors opening. No movement. No fan spinning. Just me, walking around like a lunatic with a gun in my hand, looking over my shoulder like something was chasing me. I backed the footage up again, watched the hallway where I heard the running. Not a single frame showed movement. No shadows, no glitches, no motion alerts. Just me, reacting to something that wasn't there. I went over it for almost an hour. Tried to convince myself there was some explanation. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was pipes banging or HVAC noise or a raccoon in the ceiling. I tried to make it make sense, but nothing lined up. The footsteps were real. I didn't imagine them. The fan turning on. The way the room went ice cold. That wasn't a hallucination. I can still remember the feeling in my chest. That tightening, like I was being watched. Like something had stepped into the room with me. After a while, I just turned the monitors off. I sat in silence until the end of my shift, sipping coffee that had gone cold without me noticing. The other guys came in at 6. I didn't say anything, just nodded, said goodnight, and went home. I barely slept that day. My mind wouldn't let it go. I kept thinking I missed something. I even went back the next night, did the same walkthrough. Nothing happened. Everything was quiet, normal, like that night never even happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling. That building felt wrong after that. Like the air was different. Like there was something in it that didn't want to be seen. Over the next few days, I kept trying to rationalize it. Told myself it was stress. Long hours. Too much caffeine. I talked myself out of reporting it. What was I going to say? I chased a ghost that night. Nobody would believe me. Even I barely did. But I kept replaying it in my head. That run down the hallway. The locked doors. The silence. The fan. The cold. The camera showing nothing. It was too much. My job was to be the calm one. The logical one. But I couldn't trust what I was seeing anymore. I couldn't walk into that building without my hand twitching near my holster. I started dreading the night shifts. Started counting the hours until I could go home. 2 weeks later, I handed in my resignation. I told them it was personal reasons, burnout, whatever sounded clean. They offered me time off, a transfer, lighter duties. But I was done. I couldn't walk that hallway again. I didn't want to hear footsteps behind me with nothing there. I didn't want to feel that cold again. People asked me why I left. I never gave a real answer. What would I say? That a fan turned on by itself and a hallway filled with footsteps that never showed up on camera? That I felt something watching me in an empty room? No one would understand. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And even now, years later, I still think about that night. I still see that dark hallway when I close my eyes. Still hear those steps. Still remember how the air went cold, like something brushed past me and didn't want to be found. I can't explain it. I don't try to anymore. But I never went back. And I never will. When I was 17, my dad moved into a new house. My parents had been divorced for years by then, and he'd been doing this thing for a while, buying older, rundown houses, fixing them up on his own, and then either renting them out or selling them for a profit. It was kind of his side hustle, though he was damn good at it. He didn't care how bad the place looked when he bought it. He always saw the potential. Usually the houses were in some state of disrepair, always old, with weird layouts and outdated kitchens, sagging porches or leaking basements, but he always fixed them up into something nice. He took a lot of pride in it, and it made him happy. This new house wasn't much different at first glance. It was a 2-story place on a quiet street, just on the edge of a small town. You could tell it had been loved at some point in the past. The architecture was kind of charming in that old lady decor way, with faded yellow shutters and a cracked walkway made of red bricks. The bushes out front were overgrown and full of dead leaves. I remember when we pulled up, it had just snowed, and there was this weird quiet that made the house feel almost frozen in time. My dad had gotten it for cheap because the woman who lived there before had died in it. An old woman by herself. Her family didn't want the house. From what I understood, they just wanted to get it off their hands. The inside smelled like old wood and dust the first time I walked in. Not dirty, just still, like no one had breathed in there for a while. It was winter when he moved in. One of the first weekends, he invited me and my 2 younger sisters to come stay over. We figured it'd be fun, kind of like a weekend sleepover. The house wasn't totally fixed up yet, but it was livable. Our rooms were pretty bare, no decorations, no real furniture except mattresses on the floor and a couple folding chairs. But it was fine, cozy in its own way. My dad took the master bedroom upstairs. My sisters shared one room across the hall, and I got a room at the end of the hallway. That first night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't that the house was uncomfortable. It was warm enough, and I had plenty of blankets, but I kept waking up for no reason. Each time I stirred, the same thing happened. I would hear what sounded like voices. Muffled, like someone was watching a TV in another room with the volume turned down really low. I couldn't make out the words. It didn't sound like arguing, more like calm talking, maybe even laughing, but soft. I assumed it was my dad watching TV downstairs, or maybe one of my sisters had brought a laptop or something. I didn't really think twice about it. I fell asleep again and forgot about it. The next few nights we stayed there, the same thing happened. I'd wake up sometime after midnight, and the voices would be there again. Never loud. Always that same kind of hushed conversation sound. I didn't think it was creepy at the time. Just annoying, maybe. I'd roll over and eventually drift off again. One morning while we were eating cereal around the little table in the kitchen, I brought it up. I asked if anyone had been watching TV late at night, because I kept hearing it. My sisters both paused and looked at each other. One of them said she'd heard it too and thought it was me. Then the other said she thought it was Dad. Then my dad, who was making coffee, turned around and said he hadn't turned on the TV once all weekend. We just sort of laughed it off. No one got scared or anything. We figured maybe it was the pipes or the furnace, or even just our imaginations. I don't remember being afraid. The house was old. Old houses make noises. We stayed a few more nights that winter break, and all kept hearing the whispers, but no one mentioned it again. After that weekend, I didn't go back to the house much for a little while. I was in school, and my weekends were getting busy. My dad stayed there full time, though. He was always working on something in the house, rewiring, repainting, fixing the floors, or putting in new windows. He'd call sometimes and talk about how the work was coming along. One time he mentioned the whispering thing again. He said he'd heard it a few times when he was home alone late at night, especially when he was half asleep. He'd even gotten up to check the house, thinking maybe a neighbor's TV was leaking through the walls or a radio was left on, but there was never anything. Eventually, other people who stayed over, some of my dad's friends or guests, mentioned hearing it too. They'd wake up and hear the low murmur of voices, sometimes from the hallway, sometimes from the downstairs living room. But no one ever saw anything, and nothing was ever turned on. We all kind of started to accept it, like the house had a personality. My dad even joked once that maybe the old lady who died there had just forgotten to leave. Then that spring, my dad had to get surgery on his knee. He had some old sports injury that had finally gotten bad enough to fix. The surgery wasn't major, but it meant he was homebound for a few weeks, moving slow, sleeping a lot, propped up with pillows. I went to visit him a couple of times during that period. He seemed fine, maybe a little more tired than usual, but in good spirits. He still hadn't gotten around to doing much with the attic. It was one of the few places in the house that hadn't been touched since he moved in. Then one morning, he called me. He said he had something to tell me, but that I had to promise to just listen first. I figured it was something about the house, or maybe something from his recovery, so I said okay. He told me that he'd woken up around 3 in the morning the night before. He was groggy and his knee was stiff, but something had pulled him out of sleep. He opened his eyes and saw a figure standing beside the bed. He didn't say ghost. He didn't say anything dramatic. He said it looked like a woman, older. She was wearing a faded blue house dress, something floral. Her hair was white and pulled back. He said she didn't look angry or sad or even ghostly really. Just there. She was there. She didn't speak with her mouth, at least not in any way he could hear clearly. But he understood her somehow. It was like she was expressing something to him without using words. Gratitude. That was the word he used. She was grateful. Then she turned and left the room, and as she did, he heard that same whispering sound we'd all heard, soft and steady, trailing behind her. He said he laid there for a long time, not scared exactly, just awake. Alert. Waiting. But the room stayed quiet. The air felt still. He eventually fell asleep again. After that night, he said he never heard the whispering again. Not once. The house felt quieter. Not emptier, but calm. Even when I came to visit again, I noticed something different. I slept better. The air felt lighter. It wasn't something I could explain, but I believed him. A few weeks later, we finally got around to cleaning the attic. It was dusty, full of old boxes, most of them from the previous owner. My dad didn't feel right just throwing them away without going through them first. We opened a box of photo albums and loose pictures, and right there, among the curled edges and yellowing pages, were photos of the woman. She looked exactly like what he described. Same white hair, same kind face, same quiet eyes. We found out her name was Margaret. She'd lived there for almost 30 years. There were pictures of her gardening in the front yard, celebrating birthdays with grandkids, decorating a Christmas tree that stood in the same corner where my dad now kept his TV. We kept the photo album, put it on a shelf in the living room. It felt wrong to toss it. This had been her home, after all. And after that, nothing else happened. No more whispering, no more strange feelings. Just a house, quiet and lived in. My dad kept fixing it up, eventually rented it out to a nice couple with 2 kids. He moved on to another place to work on, but that house stayed in good shape. The new family never reported anything odd. Just a good house with a solid foundation and a strange, quiet history. Sometimes when I think back on it, I wonder about those whispers, who she was talking to, or if she was just replaying memories in her own way. I don't think she meant to scare anyone. Maybe she just wanted to make sure her home was still being cared for. In the end, I think she got what she wanted, and we never heard from her again. It was my first year of college. I didn't know anyone before move-in, not even my roommate. We had talked a little bit over email during the summer, mostly just to figure out who was bringing what. He said he had a small TV. I said I'd bring a mini fridge. We compared which Super Smash Bros. Characters we liked to play. I remember he liked Falco. I was more of a Pikachu or Kirby guy. That was about the extent of it. We didn't talk much more than that. Nothing personal. Just game characters and dorm logistics. When we finally met in person, it was move-in day. My parents helped me carry in a few boxes, and his parents were already gone by the time I got there. He was sitting on his bed, already setting up his computer. We shook hands. He had a quiet voice, didn't talk much. We both had a kind of polite way of dealing with each other. We didn't become instant friends, but there wasn't any tension either. We just lived in the same space. That's how it was for the first few weeks. We went to class, did our own things. I played PC games a lot. He seemed to be on forums or chatting with friends from back home. It was maybe 4 or 5 weeks into the semester when it happened. I don't even remember what day of the week it was. It was early afternoon, and I was at my desk, maybe playing Half-Life 2 or browsing something online. The weather was weirdly warm for October. The window was cracked open, and I remember the sound of leaves dragging along the sidewalk. Then the door opened. Not gently, not slamming either, just fast. My roommate came in, followed by 2 guys I'd never seen before. They were talking, but it was a clipped kind of talk, not full sentences. My roommate walked straight to his desk. He said in a very flat voice, "My friend killed himself." He said it like he was just reporting something. Like someone might say, "The printer broke." I didn't know how to respond. I didn't say anything at first. He sat down and started clicking around on his computer. His 2 friends stood behind him. One had a backpack still on. The other had a hoodie pulled halfway off like he forgot to finish taking it off. I think I asked if he was okay, or maybe I asked if he needed anything. He didn't answer. They were looking at something on his screen. I didn't want to stare, but I could see enough to know it was some kind of social media page. It might have been MySpace, or LiveJournal. I honestly can't remember. The colors were dark. Black background, red text. It looked dramatic, even theatrical, but the mood in the room made it feel deeply serious. There was music playing from his speakers, some kind of heavy metal. I didn't recognize it. A slow, drawn-out intro. A lot of echo, a kind of wailing guitar tone that made the silence between us feel worse. Nobody said anything for a while. My roommate just scrolled down. The other guys stared at the screen like they were trying to read it all at once. I kept my eyes on my own monitor, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept hearing little pieces of lyrics through the music. Something about pain, something about silence. The kind of lyrics that might seem dramatic on a normal day. But that day they sounded too real. I offered him my car. I remember that clearly. I turned around and said something like, "If you need to go home, I can drive you, or you can take my car." He didn't turn around. Just said, "I think someone else is coming to get me." Then he kept scrolling. One of his friends pulled over a chair, sat next to him. The others stayed standing. I felt like I shouldn't be in the room, but it was my room too. I thought about going for a walk, but I also felt like leaving would be weird, like I was trying to avoid it. But I didn't know this kid who died. I didn't know anything about what had happened. It was this deeply personal thing happening in front of me, and I was just this outsider who didn't belong in the scene. My hands were sweaty. My mouth was dry. I kept clicking my mouse even though I wasn't doing anything, just trying to act like I was busy. The air felt heavier the longer they sat there. I could hear the clicks of his mouse. I could hear them breathing. Even the music felt like part of the air, not something coming from the speakers, but something that was just present around us. The song changed. Another slow, grinding metal song. I don't think anyone said a word for a full 10 minutes. Eventually, someone knocked on the door. One of their friends, maybe. I don't know. My roommate got up, said something I didn't catch, and they all left. Just like that. Door closed behind them. When they left, the silence was different. Not tense anymore. Just empty. I sat there for a long time, not doing anything. Just looking at my monitor. The game I had been playing was paused. I hadn't even saved. I didn't go back to it. I didn't sleep much that night. My roommate didn't come back. The bed was empty when I woke up. I kept replaying that moment in my head. The way he said it, the way the room felt. The look on his face wasn't dramatic or shocked. Just blank. Like he had no space left inside him to react. He came back the next day in the afternoon. I was back from class and eating ramen at my desk. He came in quietly, put his backpack down, sat at his desk. We didn't say anything to each other. It was like nothing had happened, and yet everything had. I looked over once. He was just staring at his screen. Not typing, not moving, just staring. I didn't ask how he was. I wanted to, but I didn't know how. I think we both understood that there wasn't really anything to say. The next week was strange. He was barely there. Sometimes I came back from class, and his side of the room would look untouched, like he hadn't come back in days. Other times, he'd be in bed in the middle of the afternoon, staring at the ceiling. There was no conversation, no small talk. We still said thanks when the other passed the salt or made space, but we weren't talking. One night, I came back late from the library. The door was cracked open, and the room was dark except for the glow from his monitor. He was sitting on his bed, knees pulled up, arms around them, just watching a video, some kind of concert footage. Screaming vocals, thrashing guitars. I remember the light flashing on his face. I just got into bed without saying anything. I kept my back to him and didn't move until the music stopped. Eventually, things started to go back to normal, or a new kind of normal. He started going to class again. We started having the occasional short conversation. I asked him once how his friend had died. He didn't give many details, just said it was suicide. He used the word like he was trying to detach from it, like he didn't want to feel anything more about it. I didn't ask again. Over time, the air between us cleared. We started talking about games again. He even asked if I wanted to play Smash Brothers one night. We played a few rounds. He still liked Falco. I still liked Pikachu. It wasn't fun exactly. Not like it would have been a few months earlier. But it was something. We never became close. Not really. But we respected each other. I think he appreciated that I didn't push him to talk about it. That I didn't try to act like I understood. Because I didn't. I had never lost someone close to me. Not like that. I still haven't. Not in that way. I think about that afternoon sometimes. The way they stood in that little room, eyes fixed on a glowing screen with their friend's last words. That music playing. The stillness of it all. the quiet weight of it. It stayed with me, not like a movie scene, not like some haunting ghost story, just as a moment that made me understand how heavy life can get, how something can drop into your world without warning and change the way you see things, how death isn't always loud. Sometimes it's just a sentence spoken flatly, and a room full of people who don't know what to do next. And you live with that. You carry it with you, even when you move on, even when things feel okay again. Because some silences don't ever go away. They just settle into the corners of your memory and stay quiet there. It was one of those hot, slow afternoons in late summer when school hadn't started back up yet, and every kid in our army estate was outside trying to stretch the last bit of freedom before routines came back. I was 9, and the world still felt big, but small enough to feel safe in. We lived in a married quarters estate, a big cluster of identical-looking houses lined up in tidy rows, all filled with army families. Everyone knew everyone else's business. There were playgrounds scattered all over the estate, simple ones, some swings, a slide, and a seesaw. Nothing fancy, but it was enough to keep us happy. That day, my friend and I had decided to head over to one of the playgrounds that was a bit farther from our houses. It wasn't the main one with the big metal climbing frame, just a quieter corner one that was usually empty unless a family came down with toddlers. We liked that it was quiet. No bigger kids to hog the swings or tell us to get lost. We were just 2 9-year-old girls, swinging back and forth in the summer heat, chatting about ponies and Madonna and what we'd do when we were older. The sun was bright, and the metal chains on the swing burned against our hands if we slid them too far down. But we didn't care. It was one of those long summer days where time feels stretched out. I don't know how long we'd been there before he showed up. A guy, probably in his 20s, maybe 25. He was walking from the path that cut through the playground, the kind that led between the rows of houses. I saw him from the corner of my eye. He wasn't dressed like someone heading to the shops or walking a dog. No bag, no leash, no dog. Just a white t-shirt and jeans with messy brown hair. My first thought was maybe he was my friend's cousin or someone she knew. People were always coming and going in our neighborhood, older siblings, relatives visiting, someone's teenage brother hanging around. But the closer he got, the more I started to feel something wasn't right. He walked right up to us. My friend stopped swinging first, dragging her feet against the ground. I slowed down too, waiting to see what he wanted. He smiled, but it wasn't the kind of smile that made you feel comfortable. It looked stuck on, like he'd practiced it in a mirror. He started asking us questions right away. Things like how old we were, if we lived nearby, what we liked to do for fun. At first, I didn't think much of it. Adults always ask stuff like that. But then he kept avoiding simple questions, like when my friend asked who he was. He didn't say his name, just kept going on about animals, and if we liked them, what we wanted to be when we grew up. He asked if we ever came to the park alone. It was weird. My stomach was starting to feel tight. Then he stepped closer, reaching out and giving my swing a push. I didn't like it. It was slow at first, like he was trying to be friendly. But I didn't know him. He wasn't family. He wasn't someone from school. I didn't want him touching me or the swing I was on. I looked at my friend. She looked confused too, but we were both frozen, unsure what to do. He kept pushing me, harder each time. And then his hands started brushing my legs. Not just once, but again and again, like he was doing it on purpose. I felt my throat tighten. Something in my brain clicked. This wasn't okay. I told him to stop. I said it loud. I remember that. I said, "Stop it." He didn't. He gave a little laugh and pushed me harder, and I could feel his fingers run across the back of my knee. That's when I kicked him. As I swung forward, I brought my legs up and then shot them out as hard as I could. My foot hit him square in the crotch. I didn't even think about it. My body just did it. I'd never done anything like that before. He doubled over and made a noise, like the wind got knocked out of him. But then his face twisted, and before I could swing back, he grabbed my legs and yanked them. Everything went sideways. Literally. He pulled me so fast, I flipped backward off the swing. The chain yanked tight, then let go. My back slammed into the ground. My head bounced off the dirt, and my vision went white for a second. I remember the shock of it. No pain at first, just that buzzing, dizzy feeling like everything had been shaken inside my skull. My friend screamed. A real, high-pitched panic scream. The guy stood there for half a second, looking like he was trying to decide what to do. Then he turned and ran. Just bolted. Not back the way he came, but across the field and into a gap between two fences. My friend ran over to me. My head was spinning and my eyes stung. My elbow was scraped raw and the back of my shirt was dirty. She kept asking if I was okay, but I couldn't answer at first. My mouth didn't want to work. We got up and started walking fast, almost running, back to my house. We didn't stop until we were inside. I don't even remember if we said anything to each other on the way. Just that feeling of needing to get away. My mom was in the kitchen, washing dishes. When she saw us, our faces pale, me dirty and scraped, she turned off the tap and came straight over. I told her what happened in one big breathless mess. My friend backed me up. Mom went quiet for a second. Then she picked up the phone and called the police. They came about 20 minutes later. 2 officers, one older, one younger. They asked us a lot of questions. What did he look like? What was he wearing? Which direction did he run? They were serious but kind. My mom stood behind us the whole time, arms crossed tight across her chest, jaw clenched. After they left, she told me to stay close to home. No more wandering off to the farther playgrounds. Not for a while. I didn't argue. I didn't want to go anywhere near that place again. For the next few days, I stuck to my own street. If I played, it was in the back garden or right out front where the adults could see us. Everyone in the neighborhood started talking. Turns out it wasn't the first time something like that had happened. Mom heard from other parents. Kids had been getting weird approaches at other parks in the estate. A boy had said a man tried to get him to come help look for a lost dog. Another girl said someone tried to offer her sweets if she'd follow him to his car. The descriptions weren't always the same, but they were close enough. Same age, same way of talking. Friendly at first, then strange. Eventually we stopped hearing about it. I don't know if they caught him. The police never came back to tell us. Maybe he left. Maybe someone scared him off. But I never forgot it. Even now, as an adult, I remember that feeling. That moment when everything shifted from normal to dangerous. When your stomach twists and your brain starts screaming that something is wrong. I didn't tell many people about it growing up. Just close friends. I didn't want to be the girl who got attacked at the park. But it changed me. I became more watchful. I didn't trust people easily. And I learned early that sometimes being loud, saying no, and even kicking someone if you have to, is the only thing that might keep you safe. I don't think about it all the time. It's buried now under years of school, work life. But once in a while, when I see a quiet park on a summer afternoon, when I hear metal swing chains creaking in the breeze, it comes back. That heat, that brightness, that smile that wasn't a real smile. And the moment I kicked back, not just with my legs, but with everything inside me that said I mattered, that I didn't belong to anyone else. It could have gone worse. I know that. I was lucky. I had the guts to fight, a friend who screamed, and a mom who listened. Some kids don't get that. Some stories don't end with the guy running away. But mine did, and I held on to that. Still do. Because even at 9 years old, I knew something was wrong, and I didn't stay quiet. I grew up in the same house for pretty much my whole life. My parents bought it when I was about 2 years old, and they still live there. It's in a quiet neighborhood, a typical single-story home with beige siding and a big oak tree in the front yard. There's nothing particularly unusual about the house from the outside, but I've always felt like it holds something different inside. I never liked being home alone, even in the middle of the day. Something about the silence felt too heavy, like the walls were listening. It wasn't just me who felt this way. My mom used to say that some places just held onto energy, good or bad. She never went into detail, but there were times she'd walk into a room, stop dead in her tracks, and just quietly walk back out. Dad was more skeptical, but even he had moments where he'd stare into the hallway like he was trying to figure out if he heard something or imagined it. And my younger sister, well, her early childhood was the strangest of all. My sister was born when I was around 6 years old. From the moment she was old enough to sleep in her own room, the night terrors started. At first, my parents thought it was just normal toddler nightmares, but they happened almost every night. She would wake up screaming like someone was trying to kill her. Loud, panicked screams that shook the whole house. Sometimes she'd cry, sometimes she'd be kicking and flailing, her face twisted in terror. And the worst part was, she never remembered any of it the next morning. I was around 10 when it got really bad. Her room was right down the hall from mine, and I'd get woken up by her almost every night. The screaming would jolt me upright in bed. I'd hear her crying, my mom rushing down the hallway, my dad fumbling to turn on the lights. They'd try to calm her down, but most of the time she wasn't even fully awake. Her eyes would be open, but she wasn't really seeing anything. She'd mumble sometimes, but I could never make out the words. Sometimes she'd point at things that weren't there. The air would feel cold during those nights, even in the middle of summer. I'd pull the covers up to my neck and just lay there, heart pounding, trying not to look at the hallway. One night, I heard her say something. I was standing in my doorway, watching as my parents tried to calm her down. Her face was pale, her hands shaking. Then, in a small voice, she said, "They won't stop." My mom asked her who, but she didn't answer. She just started crying again, a soft, hopeless kind of crying that scared me more than the screaming. My dad picked her up and rocked her, and eventually she calmed down. The next morning, she acted like nothing had happened. She was eating cereal at the table, swinging her legs like any normal 4-year-old. My mom asked her how she slept so well. I remember that moment very clearly. I was spreading butter on my toast. My mom had a coffee mug in her hand. My sister just said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. The good people came and told me not to listen to the bad people. They said they'd keep me safe. I stopped mid-spread, just froze. My mom didn't say anything right away. My dad looked up from the newspaper. My sister kept eating her cereal like she hadn't said anything strange. I looked at my mom, waiting for her to say something, to laugh it off. But she didn't. She just stared at my sister with a strange look on her face, like she was trying to understand what she had just heard. I felt this deep, cold feeling in my stomach. It wasn't just the words my sister had said. It was the way she said them. Calm, casual, like this wasn't the first time she had seen these good people, like they had visited her before. That day stayed with me for years. My sister eventually grew out of the night terrors around the age of 6. After that, she started sleeping through the night. No more screaming, no more kicking, no more cold air. It was like a switch had been flipped. But she never mentioned the good people again. I asked her once, when she was about 10, if she remembered the night terrors. She shook her head. I asked if she remembered saying anything about good people or bad people. She looked at me like I was crazy. It made me wonder if she had really forgotten, or if something else had happened. Something she wasn't supposed to remember. I didn't bring it up again. The house still gave me that weird feeling even after I moved out. I went to college in another state, but every time I came back for holidays, the air felt the same, like it was holding its breath. My old room was fine. My parents had repainted it and used it as a guest room. But the hallway, especially around 3 or 4 in the morning, still made me uncomfortable. I'd walk to the bathroom and feel like something was behind me. Not touching, just watching. One night during winter break, I got up to use the bathroom. It was around 3:30 a.m. The house was dead silent, except for the ticking of the hallway clock. I walked past my sister's old room, now used for storage. As I passed, I thought I heard something. A soft whisper, maybe. I stopped, listened. Nothing. I stood there for a few seconds, staring at the door. Then I kept walking. On my way back, I passed it again. This time, I felt cold air coming from underneath the door. The heater was on in the house, but that room felt like a refrigerator. I didn't go in. I just walked back to my room and closed the door. That morning, I asked my mom if the heater was broken in that part of the house. She said no and checked the thermostat. Everything was fine. My sister, now a teenager, looked up from her phone and asked why I was asking. I just shrugged, said I thought it felt cold. Over the years, I thought maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe my imagination was still wired from those childhood memories. But then about a year ago, something happened that brought it all back. I was visiting home for a few days, and my parents had gone out to dinner. I was alone in the house, watching a movie in the living room. My sister was out with friends. Around 9 p.m., the door to her old room creaked open. Slowly, I turned my head and looked. No one was there. I got up, heart racing, and walked over. I pushed the door open. The room was dark, just boxes and old furniture. The air was cold again. Not freezing, but definitely colder than the rest of the house. I stood there for a minute, listening. Then, something odd happened. I felt calm, like whatever had been in there before was gone. The feeling I had lived with for years, that strange weight in the air, was gone. For the first time, that room felt just like a room. Empty. I stepped in and turned on the light. Nothing. Just old stuff. That night, I slept better than I had in that house in a long time. I don't know what really happened during those years. I don't have answers. My sister doesn't remember anything. My parents avoid talking about it. But I remember. I remember the screams, the cold, the strange things she said. And I remember that morning at the breakfast table when she said those words like they were nothing. Maybe it was just a phase she went through. Maybe the mind of a child, still developing, creates things to protect itself from stress or fear. Maybe good people were just her way of making sense of something she didn't understand. Or maybe there really was something in that house. Something that saw a scared little girl and decided to protect her. Not a ghost, not a monster, just something. Something we don't have a word for. All I know is, whatever it was, it's not there anymore. The house feels lighter now. Normal. And maybe that's all that matters. I was 23 when this happened. I hadn't thought about it in years until recently when I was walking the same path again. But now I can't stop thinking about it. It was summer, probably sometime in late July or early August, and the sun was on its way down, just past the tree line. The air still held that sticky warmth you get in the early evening, thick and humid, the kind of warmth that clings to your skin and makes your shirt stick to your back. I remember my shoes making that dry, dusty crunch on the path as I walked. I didn't live far from either of the two parks in town, and I used to take this shortcut between them, an old trail that cuts through a strip of woods, maybe half a mile long. Not many people used it anymore. I think the city stopped maintaining it properly a few years back. It wasn't paved or anything, just dirt and some gravel here and there, but it saved time. So I used it, even when it was getting late. That evening, I'd stayed a little longer at the park than I meant to. I wasn't doing anything important, just sitting on a bench, scrolling through my phone, kind of lost in my thoughts. I think I was trying to get away from the noise of my apartment. My neighbors upstairs were renovating their kitchen or bathroom or something, and it sounded like they were dragging cinder blocks across the floor nonstop. So I stayed at the park until I noticed the shadows getting longer, and I realized I'd better get moving before the woods got too dark. It wasn't dangerous, per se, just eerie when the sun went down, and I didn't have a flashlight or anything with me. Just my phone, but I didn't want to waste the battery. I got up, stretched a bit, and started walking toward the trail that links the two parks. It was the kind of summer evening where everything around you is buzzing, literally. Crickets, cicadas, tree frogs. All those tiny creatures making a racket so loud that it almost becomes background noise. It was comforting, in a way, because it reminded me that the world around me was alive. There were birds chirping in short bursts, and I think I even heard a distant lawnmower still going somewhere in the neighborhood beyond the trees. Life was happening all around me, and I felt okay, like nothing bad could really happen with all that life buzzing around. I got maybe 5 minutes into the trail when I noticed the shift. At first, it was subtle. I started hearing my own footsteps more clearly, like the crunch of gravel and dry leaves was getting louder. Then I noticed my breathing. Not heavy, not panting, just noticeable. I could hear the air moving in and out of my own nose. It felt wrong. That was the first real sign that something was off, but I didn't realize it fully yet. Then it hit me. Everything else had gone silent. Completely silent. No crickets. No birds. Nothing. Just the sound of me walking and breathing, and the faint rustle of my clothes as my arms swung at my sides. I stopped for a second and just stood still listening. I even held my breath for a few seconds. Nothing. Not a damn thing. No hum of insects, no chirp from the trees, no breeze through the leaves, just a still, heavy kind of quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you realize how much you take background noise for granted. It was like someone had hit mute on the world. I didn't like it, but I shrugged it off, told myself that sometimes these things happen. Maybe the temperature dropped slightly, and the bugs got quiet. Maybe a hawk or owl was nearby, and the smaller animals were keeping their heads down. I don't know. I've heard of that sort of thing before. Still, I picked up the pace. My body didn't feel like standing around to see what the reason was. The trail winds a bit, and the tree cover gets thicker the farther you go. The light dimmed quicker than I expected. The path was still visible, but it was that deep blue-gray color you get when the sun's just below the horizon. That in-between stage when your eyes haven't quite adjusted, but you know full darkness is just around the corner. I heard the laugh maybe 2 minutes later. It was faint, muffled. Definitely a laugh, though. Short, maybe 2 or 3 bursts. Not loud enough to jump out at me, but enough that I stopped walking. I turned my head a little, trying to place where it came from. It sounded like it could have come from the direction of the park I'd just left, or maybe from the trees off the trail. I couldn't tell. The way sound moves in the woods is strange. It bounces and shifts, and sometimes seems like it's coming from everywhere at once. I tried not to dwell on it. Could have been a kid or a teenager. Could have been someone walking their dog near the park, laughing at something on their phone. I started walking again. I didn't want to scare myself over nothing. But about 30 seconds later, I heard it again. Still faint, but clearer this time. A little closer. The same sort of short laugh. Quick bursts of sound, like someone finding something mildly funny, but not truly amused. Not a belly laugh. More like the kind of laugh you do when you're trying to be creepy on purpose. The kind of laugh someone might make when they know you're alone and they're watching you. This time, it made my stomach knot up. My feet moved faster. I didn't run, not yet, but I was speed walking like someone late for a bus. I kept my eyes on the path, but I was scanning side to side, looking for any movement in the trees or bushes. Nothing. No rustling, no silhouettes, no footsteps other than my own. Then it happened. I swear to you, this is exactly how it went down. The laugh came again, but this time it was loud. Not just loud, like it was right behind me. Like someone was leaning into my ear from just a few feet back and letting it rip. It sounded like a cartoon. That's the only way I can describe it. Not just any cartoon. Specifically, it reminded me of Woody Woodpecker. That high-pitched, cackling, ridiculous laugh. But it was wrong. Distorted. A bit slower, like someone trying to mimic it, but not quite hitting the mark. The kind of laugh that would be funny if it wasn't happening in the middle of the woods, alone, in the dark, with no one else around. I turned around fast. I was about to run when I saw something that made my brain stutter. A metal garbage can, one of those big round ones, the kind you see in public parks, flew through the air. Not rolling, not tumbling. It flew. I saw the lid first, flipping end over end like a frisbee gone wild. Then the can came after it, flipping sideways. And it came from behind a massive tree that had to be at least 20 feet tall. That can cleared it. Just soared over like it was tossed by a machine. It crashed down maybe 15 feet from me, bouncing and rolling with a loud metallic clatter that shattered the silence like a car crash. I screamed, I'm not ashamed to admit it, and took off. Full on running now. I didn't care if I tripped or twisted my ankle. I didn't care what was behind me. I just ran. The trail bends a lot, weaving through the woods in curves and loops, so I couldn't see very far ahead. My heart was hammering in my chest, my breathing ragged, but I was still aware enough to hear something strange. There was something ahead of me, something moving. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. Dry leaves crunching, branches snapping, that same rhythmic thudding that running feet make. Whatever it was up ahead and moving fast. The sick realization hit me. Whatever had thrown that trash can wasn't just behind me. It was also ahead of me, or it got ahead of me somehow. My brain couldn't make sense of it, but I didn't have time to think. I kept running, heart in my throat, lungs burning. As I rounded a bend, I heard a splash. A huge splash. It was loud enough to echo off the trees. And it came from the pond that sat off to the right of the trail. It wasn't a nice pond, not the kind you walk your dog around. It was murky and shallow, with a scummy surface and patches of tall reeds. I don't think anyone had touched that water in years. It always looked half dead, like the kind of place you'd lose a shoe just walking near it. When I came around the bend, I saw the ripples, a wide V-shape cutting across the surface, like something big had just jumped in. I stopped at the edge of the trail, panting, staring at the water. The splash was too big to be a rock. It wasn't a fish. It wasn't a duck. It was something heavy, something alive, but nothing came back up. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. A minute. Nothing. No bubbles, no movement, no sign of whatever went in. I stood there, frozen, staring at the water. My legs were shaking, and my back was covered in sweat, cold and sticky despite the heat. My hands were trembling. My body wanted to run again, but something in me refused to take my eyes off that pond. Eventually, I had to move. The trail ran around the far side of the pond before leading out to the other park. I had no choice but to follow it. I didn't want to turn around and go back toward whatever had laughed and thrown that can, so I started moving again, slow and cautious this time. I kept my eyes on the water, waiting for something, anything, to break the surface. I half expected to see a head pop up, or arms reaching out, or something unnatural climbing onto the bank. But the pond stayed still. Too still. I made it around the far side, and finally started seeing the lights from the other park through the trees. Relief washed over me, but it was a shaky kind of relief. The kind that doesn't quite settle in because your nerves are still shot. I didn't stop walking until I got to the main road, where the path opened up onto the sidewalk. I turned around one last time. The trees were dark. The trail was empty. Nothing moved. I walked the rest of the way home on the street, under streetlights, heart still pounding in my chest. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. Not because I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, though that was part of it, but because I couldn't explain it. I still can't. I've gone over that night in my head 1,000 times. I've looked at it from every angle. I thought about kids messing around, someone playing a prank, maybe someone on drugs being weird, but nothing about it fits. A few years ago, my partner and I stayed at her parents' house while they were away on holiday. They were taking a 2-week trip abroad, and we agreed to house sit while they were gone. They live in a quiet little place just outside of a small town. It's the kind of area where all the houses are spaced out, a good bit of land between each one. No traffic noise, no city hum, just trees, wind, and the occasional dog barking in the distance. I remember the first night we got there. We unpacked our bags and stocked the fridge with groceries. Her parents' house was neat, modern in some places, but still had that lived-in family home feeling. Pictures on the walls from the kids growing up, shelves full of holiday souvenirs, and that faint scent of furniture polish that always lingered in the air. I always found it comforting in a way. The first few days were normal. We cooked meals, lounged in the living room watching Netflix, sometimes went out for a walk around the neighborhood. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Her parents have a golden retriever, Toby, but they'd taken him with them, so the house felt a little emptier without him padding around. That might have added to the stillness. Silence really takes over a place when there's nothing to break it up, not even a dog's collar jingling. It was maybe the 3rd or 4th night when I woke up needing the bathroom. It was sometime around 2 in the morning. I checked my phone before getting up, mostly out of habit. No messages or notifications. I didn't bother turning on any lights because I'd already memorized the layout of the house, and there was a faint blue glow coming in through the hallway windows from the streetlights outside. Enough to see by. I headed downstairs, passing through the hallway and into the living room to get to the bathroom. As soon as I stepped inside, I stopped. The couch cushions were all over the place. Some were tossed on the floor, one was perched awkwardly on the backrest, and 2 of them were stacked in the corner near the TV stand. It didn't make sense. My partner is the type to tidy up before bed, every time, like clockwork. Blankets folded neatly, cushions aligned perfectly. It was something I used to tease her about, how methodical she was with little things. So seeing the living room like that instantly felt wrong. It wasn't just a bit messy. It looked like someone had been searching through them or moving them on purpose. I stood there for a second, staring at the mess, listening to the stillness of the house. No movement, no voices, no creaking floorboards. I told myself maybe she came down after I'd fallen asleep and forgot to fix it. I even thought maybe it was Toby's scent still lingering in the room. Maybe I was just uneasy without him there. I went into the bathroom anyway. It's directly across from the living room, right at the base of the stairs. Small room, white tiles, skylight window, and the door swings inward. I sat there for a couple of minutes, mostly just trying to settle my nerves. The house felt too quiet. Not in a peaceful way, but heavy, like the air was denser than usual. Then the knocking came. 3 loud, solid knocks. Not rushed, not panicked, just deliberate. The kind of knocking someone does when they expect you to open up. The door shook slightly in the frame, the way it does when someone knocks hard enough to move it, but not enough to unhinge it. I remember freezing in place. The knocking came from right in front of me. The door was maybe 3 feet away. I could see it trembling from the impact. I immediately thought it was my partner. I called out, 2 seconds. My voice sounded more casual than I felt. I waited for a reply, but nothing came back. Not even a shuffle of feet or someone walking away. Then I heard breathing. Slow, raspy, almost mechanical, like someone trying to control their breath, but struggling. I sat there listening to it, heart thudding in my chest. I stared at the bottom edge of the door, waiting to see the shadow of feet. But there was nothing. The breathing kept going, rhythmic and low, like whoever was out there wasn't in a hurry. I sat frozen. I must have waited another full minute before I forced myself to finish up and unlock the door. I opened it slowly, expecting. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. I was bracing for something, but the hallway was empty. No one there. No sound. The cushions were still scattered. I stood there, just listening. The breathing had stopped completely. I went upstairs, trying not to run, but definitely not walking slowly. My partner was awake when I got back. She asked, "What were you doing down there?" I asked what she meant, and she said she'd heard loud knocking. I told her everything, from the cushions to the breathing, and I could see the color drain from her face. She didn't try to explain it away. She didn't laugh or tell me I was imagining things. She just went quiet, pulled the covers up, and we lay there not saying much else. The next day, we tried to brush it off. We tidied the living room together, even joked a little while doing it, but both of us were more cautious. We kept the downstairs lights on more often. We double-checked that all the windows and doors were locked each night. I think we were both waiting for something else to happen. It didn't take long. I think it was the next evening, maybe around 7 or 8, just after dinner. We were in the living room, watching TV. I remember the air in the room felt off, like the temperature had dropped slightly. We were both curled up on the couch when a sound exploded through the house. A single, massive bang. It was so loud I felt it in my chest. I jumped up, instinctively ducking. It sounded like a gunshot had gone off somewhere inside the house. Then everything went black. The power cut out immediately. The TV flicked off, all the lights died, and that mechanical hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the bang itself. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. My partner had already pulled her phone out too. We went to the fuse box in the hallway and flipped everything back on. It all powered up without issue. Then we started looking for the source of the bang. We followed the trail of our own hesitation to the dining room, and that's where we found it. The mirror, this massive framed mirror that hung above a side table, had come off the wall and smashed into the outlet below. The glass was cracked but hadn't completely shattered. The frame had struck the socket dead on, damaging it enough to trip the power. It must have landed vertically. It didn't fall forward like you'd expect. But here's the weird part. The wire loop on the back of the mirror was still intact. So was the wall fixture. We tested them. The hook was solid, screwed deep into the plaster, and the mirror's hanging wire was tight. It should have held. We even tried rehanging it the next day just to see, and it stayed in place perfectly. We couldn't make sense of it. There was no earthquake, no vibration, no windows open for wind to gust through. Nothing that would have knocked it down. Over the next few days, more strange things happened. At first it was just little things, subtle enough to question. A chair slightly pulled out from the table when no one had used it. A throw blanket from the couch found crumpled on the floor when we were sure it had been folded. Sounds in other rooms. The feeling of movement, like someone brushing past you just out of sight. Then it got bolder. One afternoon, I was in the kitchen making a sandwich. My partner was upstairs showering. I heard a scrape, like wood dragging across wood. I looked over and saw one of the dining room chairs had pulled out from the table. I didn't hear footsteps, just that single scrape, and the chair was out. I walked over slowly, checked the floor, nothing unusual. I pushed the chair back in and stood there for a moment. I was trying to listen, trying to sense if there was something in the room with me. Another time, we both heard it. We were in the bedroom, just sitting on the bed reading. We had the door open. The hallway outside was quiet. Then we heard it, voices, low and muffled, like 2 or 3 people having a conversation in the living room. It wasn't loud, but clear enough that we both looked up from our books. We stayed quiet, listening. I remember getting goosebumps as the voices faded into silence the moment I stepped into the hallway. We checked the whole house, nothing. No TV on, no phones playing audio, no windows open. The house was empty apart from us. We even tried recording the sounds one night. We left my phone recording in the dining room while we were in the kitchen playing cards. When we played it back later, we heard faint thuds and what sounded like a chair being moved. Nothing dramatic, but definitely not the silence we were expecting. That phone sat untouched on the table the entire time. Sometimes we'd wake up to find furniture shifted slightly. The armchair turned at an angle. A lamp moved 6 inches from where it had been. A bookshelf once had 3 of its books lying flat on the floor, spine down, like they'd been placed there deliberately. The weirdest one was the coffee table. It's heavy, 2-person lift kind of heavy. We came downstairs one morning and found it several feet closer to the hallway. Not just bumped, moved, like someone had grabbed both ends and dragged it without leaving any scratch marks on the wooden floor. My partner asked if I had moved it for cleaning. I hadn't. Neither had she. By the second week, we stopped trying to make sense of it. It wasn't just unsettling, it was exhausting. We barely slept. Every sound made us jump. Every creak in the floorboards felt like a step closer to losing our minds. But nothing ever hurt us. Nothing ever escalated to physical harm. It just felt like the house wanted to remind us it was alive in some way. By the time her parents returned, we were both on edge. We didn't mention much of it to them at first, just said the mirror fell and the power tripped. They shrugged it off, said the mirror must have slipped. But we knew better. Even now, years later, my partner says her parents mention things from time to time. A chair not where they left it. The dog barking at corners. Whispering sounds late at night. They always brush it off as old house noises.